What's happening, everybody? What's going on? Welcome to the show. I appreciate you joining me once again. It is the 10th of June, 2026. It is Wednesday, and I appreciate you, like I said, for joining me here. Hit that like button, subscribe to the channel. What's going on to everybody over there on this space? Thank you to the mods over there. Thank you to Matt, as always. And, of course, thank you to the best chat in the world here, which is the Blunt Politics community. And thank you to the mods over here. I really do appreciate you guys for joining me. Like I said, 10 June, 2026. Lots to discuss. But before we do that, what do you say we bring in the chat? Say hi to you fabulous people that make this show go. You guys deserve some screen time every now and again. There you go. What's going on? What's up, Jeff? What's happening, Chris? What's going on, brother? What's up, DPD? How are you? Good to see you. What's up, Tamara? What's up, Mr. Foss? I see you over there on Twitch. Thank you to Facebook. Thank you to YouTube. Thank you to Twitch. Thank you to Instagram. Thank you to Substack for making this possible, and everybody hitting that like button, sharing the stream, subscribing to the channel, following the channel, whatever you do on those platforms. Thank you guys for doing it. What's up, Twiggy? I see you, Jamie. How are you? What's going on, everybody? What's up, Evie's aunt? What's going on, guys? What's up, Tiff? Thank you so much. Appreciate you for joining us. Thank you for doing what you guys do down there. What's up, Yakov? Hope you feel better, brother. Sorry that Yakov is down with the sickness right now, so I appreciate you for fighting through that and, you know, dealing with the bullshit down there in the chat. So appreciate it. If you can't hang, don't worry about it. You get your rest, eat some soup, whatever you got to do, drink some tea, you know, all the good things, all the remedies. You know what I mean? But yeah, thank you. What's going on, Deb? What's happening, people? What's up, Roxanne? Good to see you. Yeah, ton to talk about today. Appreciate you guys. Make sure you hit that like button, as you always do, as you're known to do. We're going to be talking about the World Cup disaster, whether that's from an immigration standpoint, a ticket sales standpoint, a towns and cities spending a fortune on, you know, security and making sure that not only the people going to the games are safe, but the players and the coaches are safe and the people in the surrounding communities are safe. So it's a pretty big disaster, as we knew it was going to be. Anything that Donald Trump is in control of, whether it was the military parade, obviously the ongoing 250th celebration of this country, or, you know, the World Cup, it was just going to be a shit show. And again, we got some clips and some articles to pretty much depict that exact thing. So we got that. We got another pay-to-play scheme revealed in the Trump corruption saga. You know, again, the most corrupt administration in the history of the United States. And we got another one that shows you just how easy it is to have a pay-for-play scheme now with this president. We'll be talking about how inflation has just hit a 3-year high. And this is, again, we're not even talking about the Bab el-Mandeb Strait being closed yet. So, I mean, the economic, you know, the economic failures and the economic pressures put upon the world right now are, I mean, we're teetering on an edge, whether it's, you know, jet fuel, whether it is fertilizer, whether it's obviously the Strait of Hormuz. We're talking about the Bab el-Mandeb. And that leads me to, we're going to have a clip from the Rest is Politics podcast. And they're discussing, I believe they were just in a conference in a Scandinavian country. I forget what country they said, but they had some meetings with people that know a lot about energy infrastructure, know a lot about energy and oil and kind of the impacts and ramifications of this war. And they're coming out of this a little bit astonished at the timelines that they were given, at just how close we are from economic disaster, whether that be the strategic oil reserves, you know, obviously countries all around the world dealing with the ramifications of the Strait of Hormuz being closed, like just how close we are to like substantial economic disaster around the world. So we'll be talking about that. There's more info coming out on the Russian general that went das vidanya, let's just say. So we got more about his name, what he was responsible for, as you know, as it pertains to the Russian military. It had to do with supplies. So you know, you can see kind of why it would be a justifiable military target. I haven't seen anybody take credit for it, but there's also suggestions out there saying that the guy's son could be in some way responsible for this, because he had put out on a Telegram post the license plate, the registration of his father's vehicle that he was using, and it's suspected that that was the same vehicle. So again, links could be made from that, but I think that's just people kind of, you know, suspecting and speculating. And then obviously, if we have some time, we got a battle plans update from the Sun detailing what's going on the front lines of Ukraine as well. But like I said, we only have an hour today on the early show. Anything that we don't get to today, be sure to pop on later tonight, 8:30 p.m. That's our late show. We got 2 hours tonight. So anything that, like I said, we don't get to today, we'll talk about on the late broadcast. So thank you guys. Make sure you hit that like button. I really do appreciate you guys listening to me on this early Wednesday edition. So again, if you could share it out, that would be fantastic. We're going to start it off the way we've been starting it off for the last week or so. And just a huge congratulations, a huge thank you. And again, a big push and urge to get this thing completed. We have hit another milestone. You'll see here, another milestone has been hit because we have just reached 69 donations. Come on. We can have a little fun with it. So thank you to the 69 people that have given so far, resulting in a total of 9,192 euro, which I believe is somewhere around 10,600-ish, something like that. If I'm not mistaken, let me know in the chat. But in dollars, I think it's about $10,600. So again, another huge and substantial leap that we've made overnight. We're now up to 44% of the way done. Again, almost 50% of the way there in less than 2 weeks is unbelievable. Let's just say I'm going to go out and I'm going to go out on a limb and pat ourselves on the back here. Not only you guys as a community, but this platform in general to be able to get this thing done. 20,000 subscribers is nothing to shake a stick at, but it's obviously nowhere near the levels of a lot of people that are, associated and affiliated with some of these campaigns. So again, it is an honor. It is a privilege that you guys have bestowed upon me to get us into these positions to be, this much of a help. And it's crazy to see that we have a community that consistently, steps up where they say they're going to step up and puts their money where their mouth is. So thank you guys so much for doing that. And let's just see as we do. Let's go down the list here. See who joined the donation wall. So thank you so much to Gregory. Gregory says USA stands with Ukraine. I absolutely appreciate and second that notion. Thank you so much to Arthur for your contribution. Drone by drone by drone. Victory is built on consistency. Glory to Ukraine. Thank you so much, Thomas. Thank you so much, Philippe. Like I said, Colleen, MJ, Hugo, Dame, Suzanne, Rox, Alicia. This is from Nance in the chat. Anonymous contributions are welcomed as well. Thank you to Tom and Victoria, Nicole, Christina. Yakov has made a few substantial donations that I am very appreciative for. This is on behalf of all of us here at the Blunt Politics family. Berja, Mark, KO, Yakov, again, Todd, all of you guys. And then to all the people that, don't put their name on the wall or don't want or need any credit for it, thank you so much. And then obviously the people that are sharing it out. This website here, Help 99, gives you all the information, whether it's, info on the exact type of truck that we'll be sending and all the, the details and the, the kind of add-ons that are on there to go help towards the safety of the Ukrainian soldiers. You can look at a video from the exact 3rd operational platoon, the artillery platoon that this truck will be going to. And then obviously, like I said, you can see, who's donated. I really do appreciate it. I really do. So like I said, let's keep pushing. Let's see if we can make that 50% mark halfway there. And then from there, we'll continue to 75 on to 100. And who knows, maybe we'll be lucky enough to hand over this truck in person. So like I said, thank you guys for the, everybody contributing to the Summer of Drones campaign. But all right, let's dive into some of the talk and the ridiculousness going on with the World Cup, if I may, because it's been a disaster on so many fronts, as we knew it was going to be, right? It's just, whether, like I said, you're talking about the immigration stance, whether you're talking about the stadiums, and even like I've seen multiple videos going around of the teams themselves looking at like the conditions, the field, like, how much the ball bounces and what it feels like on the turf. And they're not too pleased, right? So we're talking about that and people being detained all over the place. I think the number that I saw was something around 20 or so. I think it was like 17 to 20 different people, whether you've been, officials, referees, coaches, fans have been detained after spending God knows how much money to try to come over here, knowing how expensive this whole thing has been. But this is from the Washington Post. Says World Cup players and officials are being detained or barred entry into the U.S. Immigration authority says the tensions of a Somali referee and 2 Iraqi national team members were part of a routine vetting, but officials and fans in their homelands want an explanation. And again, this is just kind of a small piece of this. Some World Cup players and team staff are being questioned, outright barred from entering the United States, angering their fans and heightening concerns about how immigration enforcement will be carried out during one of the most international sporting events. Somali referee Omar Abdulkadir Artan, who was named Africa's best men's referee last year, was denied entry to the U.S. on Saturday at Miami International Airport and forced to fly all the way back home. Artan has a, quote, iconic status in Somalia and is a, quote, symbol of resilience, end quote, said Cisse Aden Abshir, senior advisor for Somalia's Ministry of Youth and Sports. Quote, he was the first referee from Somalia who was absolutely reached these heights, end quote, one of 52 referees selected by FIFA for this year's tournament. Now, Abshir said, quote, the dream has been shuttered. The whole nation is pissed off now, Abshir said, adding that the fans are angry at both the U.S. government and FIFA, global soccer's governing body. The tournament should be given to a country that gives everybody equal opportunity. And this is nothing new for FIFA, a well-known corrupt organization. This was something we talked about. Was it how many years ago at this point with, the stadiums they were building for their last World Cup, and all of the, the death and destruction that came from that as well. This goes on to say that everything was under control, that the Somali officials are waiting to hear from the U.S. government on why exactly he was denied entry. Abshir and Artan reported being detained for 11 hours and questioned. Artan was greeted by a crowd of supporters and official when he arrived Wednesday in Mogadishu. He says, I promise you, God willing, that I will attend the next one. He told those gathered at the airport, according to the Associated Press. I want the Somali public to take comfort in this and remain confident. And like I said, this is just a small piece. There's been fans, that spent thousands and thousands of dollars that were not able to get entry into the United States, that lose all of that money. It goes on, too, because you can see this is another aspect of it, because it's not only a disaster as far as the immigration stance, but, this is a Financial Times report saying FIFA's resale portal currently lists 176,000 tickets for the opening group phase of the competition. When each team plays 3 other countries, it says FIFA faces empty seats as 180,000 World Cup tickets hit resale market. And like I said, towns and cities all over the place around here are spending exorbitant amounts of money to try to get enough protection, to get the enough personnel in place to block the roads that need to be blocked, whatever it may be that goes along with these events taking place in these towns and cities that they're happening in. Like, they're also struggling to get ad revenue the last time that I checked. So a lot of companies don't want to invest in this. They don't want their names attached to anything associated with Donald Trump or anything associated with FIFA. So they were struggling in that aspect too. So towns and cities were wondering, okay, so if we're spending $30 million, let's just say, how do we expect to get repaid? Who are we billing for that, right? Are we getting that money now from FIFA? Because it clearly didn't come up front for us to spend on this security and obviously blocking off traffic. And again, all the things that go along with this and is associated with the town that has to put on an event like this, but not a good thing to see. And this is a lot with the ticket prices. I mean, we've talked about how this is endlessly too expensive for normal, everyday working Joes to be able to do. And of course, there are people that are splurging because it's a once in a lifetime thing. But believe me, they're recognizing how expensive this is, from the ticket sales. I mean, from the ticket prices to the hotels, to the taxis, to the drinks and food where they're staying. I mean, all of it is ridiculously overpriced. This is just to show you it's not just that one Financial Times report. Here's one from Independent. Nearly 180,000 tickets are still available through World Cup resale portals. And again, not showing. It says soccer fans hoping to snag a World Cup 2026 ticket may be in luck. There's still approximately 180,000 tickets left in resale portals for the big tournament this summer. According to new analysis by the Financial Times, nearly 180,000 tickets for the World Cup, which kicks off this Thursday, are still for sale on FIFA's official resale portals. FIFA's ticket prices are so high for the tournament that in some cases, scalpers have had to discount their holdings by approximately 20% just to move the paper. The Daily Beast reported. Tickets for even low-profile games in the U.S. can run fans around $140 per ticket. The most expensive tickets for regular seats at the U.S. opener were priced at $2,735. Get the fuck out of here. Before you've had a fucking Duga, right? Before you've even had a beer. 2,000. That's not even getting to the place. That's not even your stay, depending on where you're coming from. Like, piss off. I'll watch it on TV so I can see the replays and not have to worry about the jackass next to me, apparently. Even though, of course, I'd love to be at that. It's a great environment, great experience regardless, but still, not for that amount. I'll sit right in my air-conditioned house on my fucking couch with a nice cold beer that I paid not as much as you'd pay for it in this stadium, and I'll be all set. I'll get all the angles, I'll get all the coverage, and you guys can have fun with that fucking $3,000. That's more than the final cost at the seat for the 22 World Cup final. The cheapest seats for the opener are around $1,000. The Athletic recently reported that the price for any game at any stage of the World Cup 2026 is higher than any equivalent ticket for any prior FIFA tournament. The World Cup will be hosted by U.S., Canada, Mexico this year, but ticket sales have been the slowest for the U.S. games, according to the Financial Times. Again, dealing with a lot of the backlash, mistrust, distrust, and how people don't respect Donald Trump on the world stage, and obviously attributing that to the general public of the United States, and clearly the ticket cost. I mean, the cost of travel, the cost of everything right now having a huge impact. It says there's still approximately 4,000 tickets on sale for the U.S. team's opening match against Paraguay. So this is United States opening match against Paraguay, and there's still 4,000 tickets. And I saw a couple videos and Instagram posts from a couple games down in Miami. I don't know if they were prelim games or whatnot, whatever they were, but the stadium was nowhere near full. Like, I don't even think the lower bowl in the stadium, and it might have been, I think it was Raymond James Stadium down in Miami. Down in I don't know if it's Miami where it's exactly located, but I'm pretty sure it's Raymond James, and even the lower bowl wasn't even full, wasn't even close to full. But it says Canada's opening match against Bosnia at BMO Field, Toronto, also on June 13th, had 226 regular ticket sales left as of Monday. Mexico's opener against South Africa at the Mexico City Stadium on Thursday is the only host country opening match that is actually that is a sellout. Right. So that's not even in the United States, in Mexico City. Despite all the political turmoil surrounding President Donald Trump's immigration and visa policies, ticket experts have largely agreed that the largest contributor to poor ticket sales is FIFA's pricing. And again, I don't know. I think that's people trying to be, a bit generous to Donald Trump. Obviously, it's a lot to do with that, the ticket sales, and I'm sure, some other aspects as well. But to say that it's not really about, people hating Donald Trump, I think is trying to obviously, give him a little too much credit there. But it says, quote, "I would certainly like to be there, but I wouldn't pay it either, to be honest with you," Trump told the New York Post. Fucking Jesus Christ. No, what a salesman, huh? That's apparently a quote from Trump. "I would certainly like to be there, but I wouldn't pay it either, to be honest with you." The president of the United States acknowledging that the ticket sales are so outrageously expensive that even he, as a billionaire, wouldn't pay to go. So he's expecting what? Regular Joe Schmoes to fork over that much money? I mean, to fork over that much cash to go to these things? It's ridiculous. It says swaths of empty seats at stadiums wouldn't be a good look for FIFA, which often claim the World Cup is the world's greatest sporting event. FIFA president Gianni Infantino boasted earlier this year that all 104 games were effectively sold out, but that doesn't appear to have been true. And again, they go on to detail a little bit more of why the ticket sales are so horrendous. But this is, let me throw this on the screen too, because this was, and I forget this gentleman's name, my apologies, but I believe he's a presenter, and I do believe he was actually a professional soccer player, and I know I'm going to probably get it in the chat for not knowing his name. I've seen him a couple times. I've seen him in a bunch of clips. I've seen him on broadcasts. I'm just not too familiar. But anyway, he's in, I want to say, I don't know if he's in Mexico or the United States, but even he is talking about not only the detentions in the immigration portion, but also the high cost as well. So I figured I'd play this for you. It says, "Righty official." And is this Chris Wright? No, not Pele. Jesus. Come on, Rocks, for crying out loud. Jesus, don't date us that much. No, it's not Pele. But let's just, I just wanted to, like I said, this is just a minute or two of him talking about the ridiculousness of the detentions and asking basically what the hell is going on here. So I figured this would fit in with the coverage here. Just check this out real quick.
And I say, bro, just read that the Somalian referee.
Thank you, Free Vent. Appreciate that. Thank you so much, Ian Wright. I knew it was something along those lines. I just didn't want to get it wrong. And I've seen him in, like I said, a bunch of clips with, his mates, and they're pretty funny together. I'm not gonna lie, they are pretty funny together. All ex-footballers, and they are a hilarious group. But again, what he's saying here is obviously poignant. This one's got 423,000 likes. So God knows how many, views this has. So obviously this was, resonating with people, let's just say.
The Somalian referee has been denied entry. Every few hours, it's another story. Another story about fans denied, players denied, officials denied, journalists denied. Now refs, you know something, I'm laughing, but it's not funny. It's actually not funny. Something has to be said. It's expensive tickets, most expensive tickets ever. Expensive accommodation, transport through the roof. It has to be said. You know, is this how the hosts behave, really, for the greatest game, the greatest tournament in the world? Is this how the hosts behave? Are we not hearing more? Are we seeing how Qatar got dragged? Are we not hearing more? Is this the spirit of football? Really? You know who I feel for? I feel for the American fans who are desperate for this. American soccer fans who are desperate for this. How embarrassed they must be. How embarrassing for them this must be. This is, you know what? This is the World Cup. This is a World Cup of chaos.
It's very reminiscent to the feeling that I had and a lot of other people had after the Ryder Cup. Again, where the American crowd was very disrespectful, hostile, and even violent in some cases to a lot of the European players, and the disgust that came from a lot of the Europeans on after that tournament, and obviously the people that respect the game. And obviously want people outside of the United States to respect the United States, and the embarrassment that was felt. It's a similar aspect here where it's like we can't even fucking get this right. You know what I mean? And you knew it was going to be a disaster. You knew it was. It's just anything, like I said, under this administration, anything that this guy touches turns to shit immediately. But again, it's to see it crumble right in front of our faces and to see how bad it is, and what people are feeling and saying about it all over the world is it's embarrassing. It really is.
Whoever wins this World Cup is going to have to go through some serious chaos to get this done. I hope we can do it, but something has to be said. Now. This is just like, this is the World Cup. And I say, bro.
So again, that was his piece there, and like I said, 423,000 likes there on Instagram alone. So obviously people feeling the same thing. And then if you go into the corruption aspect of this same story, you can look at this. Quote, for the past year, FIFA has leased an office on the 17th floor of New York Trump's tower that has sat all but empty. The rent goes to President Trump's family business, but soccer officials say the space sits largely idle. So again, this is a pay to play. Okay, this is what Donald Trump has been known for quite some time, having these lavish guests that have residences in his buildings, but don't actually fucking stay there. Nobody's actually ever seen them there. They just happen to pay every single month or whatever their fucking deal is to Donald Trump and his family for whatever they're getting on the back end. Right, whatever it's deals if they're a foreign dignitary, whether it's deals if they're a businessman here in the United States, whatever it may be. But obviously they're not just going to shell out millions of dollars for an empty space in Trump's tower for nothing. So you can see here how one hand fucking washes the other. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours, and why they're so closely affiliated in Donald Trump's second term here. Like I said, look no further than this. And then like I said, talking about corruption, we might as well go into this. Pretty good segue into this story. This is from the Huff Post here. And this is basically just how everything has worked behind the scenes for Donald Trump in his second term. This says an Indian billionaire was targeted by Trump. Then he poured money into a startup secretly backed by Don Jr., which I'm guessing got him out of that trouble or got him out of that, whatever he was being targeted for. So let's read on. It says an obscure Texas firm secretly connected to the president's son said it received at least $100 million from Mukesh Ambani Reliance Industries. At the same time, the Ambani family secured major policy wins from the Trump administration. Quid pro and quo. You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. Okay, we're going to announce this prosecution. We're going to announce, the fact that the State Department's looking at your family or looking at your companies or whatever it may be. But if you just send $100 million through crypto, if you just buy $100 million in Donald Trump's fucking, Bitcoin or whatever the fuck he's got going on at this moment in time, if you just, throw something into a Don Jr. backed startup company, then guess what? All of those investigations go away. Not only will they go away, but you'll also get and secure major policy victories where if the United States puts something into law or if we decide on a policy shift, it will benefit your company. Okay, so this is pay to play, quid pro quo, whatever you want to call it, in broad daylight. So just another example. I'm not saying that this is like breaking news here that, the Trump administration is fucking abjectly corrupt, right? But, we go on. It says that in late November in Jamnagar, India, excuse me if I mispronounced that, the scions of the two most powerful families in the world stood face to face. On one side was the 30-year-old Anant Ambani, son of one of the richest men in Asia. On the other side was Donald Trump Jr. For months, the Trump administration administration had been on the offensive against the sprawling Ambani energy empire, placing it at the center of an escalating tariff campaign against India. So, right, attacking or at least threatening to attack this company with massive tariffs. So what do? Put $100 million in a Don Jr. backed company. Next thing you know, that company's not being tariffed. Not only are they not being tariffed, but hey, maybe the United States is going to work with that company. Next thing you know, we're doing, major deals worth billions of dollars, and it's going right into the pockets of them. And in case you don't know, let me see here. I'm pretty sure. Let me see. Bonnie, just stick with me for a second here. Residents. Just in case you guys might not know who you're talking about or who we're talking about, you might recognize this. Let me throw this on the screen. Have you guys ever seen this residence? And I believe it's Mumbai, if I'm not mistaken. So this is, I believe, the world's most expensive private residence. Correct me if I'm wrong. It says Mukesh Ambani's residence in Antila, which is the name of it, is a 27-story, 400,000 square foot private skyscraper located on the Altamount Road in South Mumbai, India, valued at approximately $2 to $4.5 billion. Let me repeat that. A private residence, a 400,000 square foot private skyscraper valued at approximately $2 to $4.5 billion. It's widely considered one of the most expensive and elaborate private residences in the world. Let's see here. What else does this thing have? Parking and automotive. 6 entire floors of this motherfucker are dedicated to a garage that can hold up to 168 cars, right? Plus a dedicated car service station on the 7th floor, 3 rooftop helipads, because one's never enough, of course. You got his own air traffic control facility, multi-story hanging garden, 50-seat private cinema, a grand ballroom. Jeez, I wonder where that idea came from. I wonder where, like, all of these dictatorial fucking authoritarian rulers or just really rich people throughout the world having their grand ballrooms. I wonder how that seeped into the mind of Donald Trump. Swimming pools, a spa, a temple, an eco-friendly snow room. Don Jr. probably loved that one, although I'm not sure that's the snow he's talking about, but that produces artificial snowflakes, climate control, rather than standard air conditioning. It utilizes natural cooling system that integrates flora, water features, and advanced air circulation. He's got a staff of about 600 people in this bastard. Jesus Christ. So just in case anybody was like, who are the Ambanis, right? So we'll just go back here. That's who we're talking about. So, Donald Trump clearly picking his mocks, wisely, going after the richest of the rich, to make sure that, they could do away with $100 million. They're not going to cry over $100 million, but it would be substantial to Donald Trump and his corporation. But I go on. It says 4 months later, an obscure Texas startup called America First Refining announced that it had received a 9-figure investment from the Ambani's company. Right, the deal puzzled numerous energy investors familiar with the project, which aims to build the first major new oil refinery in the United States in about 50 years. The company is run by a serial entrepreneur with a history of bankruptcy and lawsuits alleging fraud. Jesus Christ. It's amazing how these fucking roaches, these outer cockroaches attract each other, right? After more than a decade of failed attempts to raise money, blown deadlines, and rebrands, it has been floundering. America's First Refining unexpected breakthrough came after it forged a previously unreported relationship with Donald Trump Jr., who secretly acquired a stake in the startup, according to the records of 7 people familiar with the company. The new details reveal the role of the president's son in the role that he played in a theme of Trump's second term, overseas investors with interest before the administration putting money into the Trump's family business interests. So it's like it's a clear order. I think I recall, and again, you guys can correct me if I'm wrong in the chat, but I do recall Donald Trump at some point saying that he was explicitly telling his sons, Ivanka, his sons, Jared and Donald and his daughter, Ivanka, to stay out of the administration. Like he was specifically keeping them out of the administration for the second term. Right. And I think it's for this exact reason, right? Because he was going to send them on all these fact-finding missions to go harass, threaten, make relationship with the richest people in all of the different countries that he could now be open to as the son of the president of the United States. So this is an ongoing thing that we've talked about. So this is not anything new, but again, just the latest detailing how blatant and obvious this is. But let's see here. We'll go on. It says that over the past year and a half, Donald Trump Jr. has amassed a fortune from stakes in companies ranging from crypto startups to a drone business to firearms retailer. Some firms tend to some tend to the president's son have received contracts and other support from the federal government, part of what critics describe as a run of Trump family self-dealing. In December, Forbes estimated that Donald Trump Jr.'s net worth had skyrocketed from roughly $50 million to $300 million since the election. Gee, I wonder why. That's crazy. But the Forbes figures were based on the investments that have been publicly disclosed. The America First refining episode suggests there is much about the family business that remains secret. So again, you could suggest or speculate that it's much higher than his Ambani's son. Right there. There's a picture. Yeah, that's Anat Ambani, son of the billionaire tycoon and chairman of the Reliance Industries, Mukesh Ambani. I think he had, I don't even want to put a price on it, but I think he had something like $1 billion wedding. Correct me if I'm wrong. Something ridiculous like that. Was it like a $500 million wedding or something insane just for this fucker's wedding? Just to show you the immense wealth that they've fucking been able to accrue and why Donald Trump would be going after them. All right, let me just throw this back on the screen. Like I said, I was reading without you guys reading along. But it says, America First Refining has flexed its Trump Jr. connections during pitch meetings with foreign officials. Early last year, Donald Trump Jr. joined the company's leadership for a meeting in South Florida with potential investors from Saudi Arabia, according to two people familiar with the matter. Sound like Jared Kushner may have something to do with this, right? Or at least he's following in the footsteps of Jared Kushner, seeing that he got $2 billion from the Saudi investment fund there, right? So it says another foreign government official pitched on the project told ProPublica that the company's team emphasized that they had backing from the Trump family and suggested that an investment would help the White House access. So again, if you invest, you'll get more access to the White House. More access to the White House opens you up to more economic opportunity, whether it's with the people that you'll meet or, again, just directly from the government of the United States and their policies, right? So it says Trump Jr. spokesperson said that Trump Jr. has no operational involvement in AFR and is simply a passive minority investor in an American company that aligns with his worldview. Of course, that's what he's going to say. The entire premise of this story relating to Don is false, said the spokesperson. Don does not interface with the federal government on behalf of any company that he invests in or advises. Excuse me. ProPublica did not find any evidence that Trump Jr. was aware of refinery executives suggesting that an investment would help with White House access. But again, keeping him away from that would probably be the goal. So that doesn't show or tell us anything either. In response to detailed questions, a spokesperson for America First Refining said, quote, the claims in this story are false, but declined to specify what they were referring to. The company's CEO previously denied wrongdoing in the lawsuits against him, reviewed by ProPublica. In the suits were either settled or dropped. The Ambani family had long been cultivating its relationship with the Trumps. Reliance paid $10 million to the Trump Organization in 2024 as a development fee for a project in Mumbai, according to the president's financial disclosure. Despite the payment, Reliance has yet not announced that Trump project. Oh, that's funny how they get $10 million for a project. That project doesn't happen, but seems like Trump kept the $10 million, right? So again, pay to play, quid pro quo. It's right in front of your face. Ivanka Trump attended Anat Ambani's wedding party in India that year, where guests were treated to a Rihanna concert. Anat's father, Mukesh, was worth an estimated $90 billion and lives in a 27-story home, like I said. To Washington, D.C. What did it say? It came to Washington, D.C. for Trump's second inauguration, posing with the president at a private reception. So again, just kind of detailing the ongoing relationship that they have. But I mean, what else do you say about this? What else is there to point out as far as, they were announcing the targeting by tariffs of this company. Next thing you know, either 10 million rolls in, $100 million rolls in, and nope, all of a sudden we're going to weddings. We're best friends. Not only that, but here's your, economic opportunity as far as relationship with the United States government is concerned. So just the latest, you know what I mean? Nothing new, nothing surprising, but I want to make sure that, most of these don't slip through the cracks because there's so much corruption going on that inevitably some of it is going to filter through and, go through the cracks. But, we're here to try to call out as much of it as humanly possible. And again, that going on while Donald Trump and his family are enriching himself and themselves to no end, we have this that we're dealing with in the United States. Okay. This is from the BBC. It says U.S. inflation surges to a 3-year high of 4.2%. And again, this is separate from the problems and the economic ramifications of the Bab el-Mandeb Strait on top of the Strait of Hormuz now becoming a problem, now coming into play as far as the war in Iran is concerned. And as we'll talk about in this next clip, the United States is still firing on Iran. Iran is still firing on Israel. Iran is still firing on U.S. bases. Israel is still, moving its way into Lebanon. You got the Houthis firing into Israel, but everybody wants to call it a fucking ceasefire, right? Bullshit. All right, but let's just read into a little bit of this because, like I said, 4.2% U.S. inflation surges to 3-year high. U.S. prices in May rose at their fastest rate in 3 years, with inflation surging to 4.2%. The rise from 3.8% a month earlier was largely driven by rising energy costs, says the Bureau of Labor Statistics. It marked the third month in a row that the consumer price index has risen, with households increasingly feeling the strain of the U.S. and Israel's war with Iran. Higher inflation raises the likelihood of the U.S. Federal Reserve raising interest rates in a bid to curtail spending. The last time inflation was higher was in April 2023, when the U.S. was still grappling with the fallout from the energy shock sparked by Russia's invasion of Ukraine. Overall, energy bills, including gas and electricity, were almost at a quarter higher in May than a year earlier, with petrol responsible for much of the increase. According to separate figures from the motoring group AAA, the average price of a gallon of gasoline of regular petrol in the United States is currently at $4.15, a sharp increase from $2.98 on February 28th, when President Trump launched strikes on Iran. In response to the strikes, Iran has effectively shuttered the crucial Strait of Hormuz waterway, typically responsible for shipping around a fifth of the world's oil and gas, which has resulted in a surge in prices, as we've seen. And again, like I said, this isn't even bringing into account yet the Bab el-Mandeb, which is something we've said could be a problem and would likely come into play the longer that this lasted. And it looks like that's becoming more and more a reality, unfortunately. It says the CPI is a measure of how much prices have risen in a given month compared to the same month over the year prior. The Fed's long-term inflation target is 2%. May's inflation increase captures the challenge facing President Trump and the Republicans ahead of November's midterm elections. Economists have warned that even with a swift resolution to the war, it could still take until 2027 for the normal flow of goods through the Strait of Hormuz to be restored. It raises the prospect of Americans heading to the polls under the strain of significantly higher prices following a 2024 campaign in which Trump promised cutting inflation would be at the heart of his agenda. Trump previously said he does not think about the cost of living facing Americans, quote, even a little bit. Definitely not something that's going to come back to bite him in the ass during midterms at all, or the Republicans going on into the general at all, I'm sure. But he says that we cannot let Iran have a nuclear weapon. That's all. Higher inflation also poses a challenge for Kevin Warsh, the new governor of the Fed, ahead of his first interest rate decision in charge of the central bank next week. When inflation is significantly above the Fed's target rate, the central bank's board of governors typically moves to raise interest rates, then in turn pushes up borrowing costs and restricts the flow of money into the economy, limiting further price hikes and bringing inflation under control. In the run-up to Warsh's appointment, Trump repeatedly called on his predecessor, Jerome Powell, in the central bank to cut interest rates. Economists expect rates to remain at their current level between 3.5% and 3.75% next month, but warned further evidence of inflation persistent could force the Fed into an increase. Stephen Brown, chief North America economist at Capital Economics, said May's rise alone was, quote, not large enough to prove any ammo to those on the Fed's rate-setting committee who would want to push up interest rate. But Isaac Stell, investment manager at Asset Manager Wealth Club, said an interest rate hike is, quote, the most logical conclusion from today's data combined with last week's blowout jobs numbers. And again, it goes on to further detail a little bit more of why we're facing these economic hardships that we're facing. But, just as far as using that as a segue, let's go on to the exact reason why that everybody knows is the reason why. And it's this ridiculously destabilizing, unconstitutional, illegal war involving war crimes that has done nothing but hurt not only the United States, but also people throughout the world, which we'll hear in just a second. This is just a quick kind of recounting of what happened after the Apache helicopter had gone down, was shot down, I should say. So again, this is just CNN real quick, and then we'll go on to this, which is the rest is politics, and they're detailing, again, the similar aspects of what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz, but also the information they got from their recent meeting they had at a Scandinavian, I don't know, it was kind of like a forum, I would guess, that they were at. But again, they met some brilliant people that had some really good insight as to the troubles the world could be facing. And again, they seem to be a little bit shocked at the news that they were getting. So just real quick from CNN here, and then we'll dive onto that. Make sure you hit that like button, guys, if you are enjoying the podcast. If you do like what you're hearing, if you like what you're seeing, like, share, subscribe goes a long, long way. I know it's mundane and repetitive that you hear on these channels, but it does go a long, long way in helping grow this platform. So again, CNN just detailing Iran targets U.S. bases with retaliatory strikes after the U.S. struck again, after Iran took down an Apache, after Israel had struck inside of Iran, but also a ceasefire.
Iran says it launched strikes on U.S. assets in the Middle East, including an American base in Jordan. This follows U.S. retaliation for the downing of an Apache helicopter. Iran also targeting the U.S. Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Video geolocated by CNN does appear to show a flash coming from the area of a U.S. naval facility there. Both Bahrain and Kuwait say they intercepted a number of Iranian strikes. The president told Fox News he's getting close to ordering new strikes on Iranian bridges and power plants because negotiations have been so slow. And before that, on social media, he wrote of Iran, now they will have to pay the price. This follows a range of back and forth.
Just typical negotiating tactics, right? Just threaten to blow them up once again and then hope that they come to the table with, all of the deals that want to be made, right? I'm sure they'll come hat in hand this time that he threatens the entirety of the population of Iran. I'm sure it's going to bring Iran to their knees. I'm sure they're going to come running to the negotiating table after the fucking 37th time he's done this. I'm sure this will be the change. This is going to be the moment, I'm sure, guys. But again, just out of the deal, I don't know what chapter that was, but threaten the existence of a country just before or while you're engaging in negotiations with that country after you yourselves has attacked that country. I forget what chapter it is, but I'm sure it's in there somewhere.
Attacks between the U.S. and Iran overnight. Iran saying it launched strikes on U.S. targets in the Middle East, including a base in Jordan and the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Iran state media says U.S. strikes hit 2 reservoirs, cutting off drinking water to 20,000 people. CENTCOM has not yet responded to that. I want to get right to CNN's
and
Elena
what did we
Train
say earlier when this was a thing that we were talking about, going after water supplies, right? Like, if you thought that bombs and missiles could kill a lot of people, wait until the water supply in the Middle East starts getting attacked, right? You just wait until you see that fucking happen. And apparently here it's starting. Right. I know that's something that was threatened by Trump, threatened by the Pentagon, threatened by Hegseth for a long time. But it seems like as far as these retaliation strikes are concerned, we did, in fact, hit one of their water treatment facilities. And whether or not they're going to try to attribute that to the military, Iran is coming out and saying that it is supplying a lot more civilians than it is anything on the other side. So, just see where this kind of escalates from here. But I think this is what they're talking about going on.
With the president talking in a much different way this morning than he has.
No, absolutely, John. This is quite a sharp turn from what we had heard from President Donald Trump not even 48 hours ago, when he had said early Tuesday morning that he believed a deal could be 2 to 3 days away. Now, of course, posting online that he believes that Iran has taken too long to negotiate a deal, which he said would have been great for them. Now they will have to pay the price. Those are the words from President Trump this morning. I should note as well, he also spoke with Fox News, and he indicated that he was considering wider military action toward Iran, arguing that peace talks have continued to falter. Again, very different.
So again, just a little taste of what's going on during this ceasefire, right? So we got U.S. strikes Iran, explosions near the Strait of Hormuz. Iran targets U.S. base in Jordan. They targeted the Fifth Fleet in Bahrain. Exchange triggered by Iran's downing of the U.S. helicopter, and also strikes threaten fragile ceasefire is, again, the most ridiculous point that they could possibly make on that. You know what I mean? To even have to label that last one is just like, what are we doing here? What the fuck? Do you think we're that stupid? Come on.
We've heard from the president. I note that over this entire ceasefire, which started back in April, the president at least 37 times has been trying to indicate that a deal is close. Now, of course,
37 fucking times. We're 100 and something days into it, and 37 days out of those 100 and something, Donald Trump's come out and tried to make you believe that a deal's right around the corner. and I'm sure closely followed by Axios and Barack Ravid's reporting, right? Poking his head out of Donald Trump's asshole to be like, yep, I second that. Donald Trump said so. He called me on my cell phone. And then he just climbs right back up into Donald Trump's ass. You know what I mean? But 37 fucking times is asinine. It's asinine.
I think some questions around, is this really, is the president being sincere when he says this?
And again, here's more evidence of a ceasefire, guys. Just, in case you're just listening to this podcast on the screen, CNN side by side of the young lady reporting is showing us clear evidence of a ceasefire. And of course, I'm being facetious because they're showing launches of missiles, which clearly is not what happens during a ceasefire,
These strikes, the exchange of fire that we saw between Washington and Tehran yesterday, the U.S. saying they were defensive in nature.
What's a different word for like exchanges of fire between two militaries, between two warring nations? It's almost like you could call that a war, you know what I mean, as opposed to a ceasefire. It's almost like that's a war.
Response to that downing of an Apache helicopter on Monday. Has this really changed the president's mind about where talks are and whether or not a deal is actually possible? Or, of course, could this just be bluster from Trump trying to exert more leverage and pressure on the Iranians at a time?
Yeah, because we know it's worked so many times before, right? And again, it remains to be seen whether this is, bluster and bravado, because a lot of military experts have rightly, in my opinion, suggested that neither the United States nor the Iranians want to go back to this full-scale war aspect, right? They want to go out to, we've talked about the United States stockpile. We've talked about the Gulf nations interceptors stockpile, right? We've also compared that to the amount of missiles and drones that the Iranians still have left. But, also recognizing that the blockade is definitely having economic ramifications and impacts to Iran, and also that they probably can't consistently keep up with a full-scale war for too long, but it may just in fact be longer that the United States could hold out, so it's something that I don't think either side wants to risk, but will threaten. And obviously the bluster and bravado of, trying to stick out your chest and beat the war drums in hopes that the other side's going to come running to the negotiating table is still something that's in play, right? So let me see if I can dive onto this next one, because I know I'm running out of time swiftly here. So we'll get through a little bit of this. We might even have to save a little bit for tonight's podcast. And then, like I said, we'll probably get to the Ukraine stuff tonight as well, because I don't want to just fly through that. I want to give it the due diligence it deserves. But this one I did want to look at for just a couple minutes with you guys. This is The Rest is Politics, right? And this is titled, quote, "The Worst Economic Crisis." And it says the consequences of Trump's Iran war. And like I said, they have just come back from, I want to say an energy forum or something along those lines. I think they are representatives or kind of guests of an electricity company or some organization put together in Europe for electricity. I know I'm probably getting that wrong, but anyway, they got the opportunity to speak with some pretty brilliant people and people that understand energy and the ramifications of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. And they're kind of shocked at just kind of the time frame they were given at, what we're looking at as far as jet fuel, as far as fertilizer, the reserves as far as oil from different countries around the world. None of us are quite on the level of China as far as, the stockpiles of oil that they've put together to make sure that they can be somewhat insulated from what's going on with the Strait of Hormuz. But all right, before I waste too much time, this is, like I said, The Rest is Politics, detailing just how close we are to this substantial economic worldwide crisis, right? Not just here in the United States. We've talked about the Asian Pacific markets, Africa, European markets, the whole shebang at this point, right? That's how closely interconnected and intertwined we are as a global trading force, right? That's how this works, right? It's not just if you have stuff that you directly need coming through the Strait of Hormuz. It's if you have, a nation, an ally that has stuff that comes through the Strait of Hormuz, then you're going to be directly impacted, right? It's kind of what Volodymyr Zelensky was saying inside the Oval Office that time, where J.D. Vance and Donald Trump were berating him because he said, just because you have an ocean in between you doesn't mean that you guys are safe from the impacts of all of this. So again, I'll go on just a couple minutes of this. I think they do a pretty good job at detailing just how close we are
Donald Trump has driven us into something that is one of the worst economic crises that we've faced in living memory, and something that we're very, very poorly prepared for.
And if the Straits of Hormuz don't open anytime soon, we are not that far away from an energy crisis, which of course has the potential to lead to an economic crisis as well.
We could be a few weeks off a massive crisis on jet fuel, diesel, that we're not even beginning to talk about.
The damage done is now going to take months in the case of gas and possibly even 2 or 3 years in the case of oil. We, Europe, became reliant on Russia for energy, China for the economy, USA for security. We're now facing real security pressure from Russia on energy, and we're facing political pressure from the United States. Welcome to The Rest is Politics with me, Alice Campbell.
And with me, Rory Stewart. We're going to be talking about Iran, the Strait of Hormuz, and energy and renewable energy before we get on to the tragedy of Henry Nowak and his murder and what that means for British politics. But the first half comes out of a conference that Alistair and I just attended in Finland, where we had some very interesting conversations about renewable energy and about Ed Miliband and about Britain's energy policy and the world's energy policy, which I suspect we're going to get into a bit of an argument about. But we're also going to look at the biggest unreported story, I think, which is probably the biggest story in the world right now, which is the way in which the Strait of Hormuz, which continues to be blocked, is on the verge of crippling Asian economies, African economies, European economies, and not just through oil, which is people talking about, but through oil products, jet fuel, diesel, naphtha, fertilizer, and the way in which no national politicians are being honest about the fact that Donald Trump has driven us into something that is probably one of the worst economic crises that we've faced in living memory, and something that we're very, very poor.
Donald Trump has driven us into one of the worst economic crises in living memory. Okay. And again, that's kind of selling it short even, and they'll go on to detail like the people that they spoke to and what they were saying as far as a time frame and kind of that ticking clock that we have, whether it's oil, fertilizer, jet fuel, diesel. This could all really quickly go over a cliff. And if you thought the ramifications and economic pressures put upon us right now are bad, wait until, again, we face that cliff. We inevitably get to that cliff.
Poorly prepared for. So, Alison, let's start maybe back with the conference. Tell us what you felt about it. Tell the audience about the conference.
This was a really interesting, very enjoyable conference, essentially about electricity. It was hosted by Your Electricity, EUR Electricity, which is the electricity sector across Europe. And two parts in a way, which is why I left a bit troubled. The first part, absolutely amazing progress that's being made on the whole renewables agenda, especially in that part of the world where we were. Scandinavia's kind of, showing a lot of leadership on this. But then also talking to people who really know the energy markets worldwide inside out, who say that we're not remotely being educated sufficiently about just how severe the energy crisis that we're possibly facing really quite soon as a result of Trump starting the Iran war and now his failure to stop it. And if the Straits...
So again, he's saying that he comes out of this conference and he should be happy with the advancements being made and, the work that people are doing, especially in the Scandinavian countries, as he said. But what he really took away from this was like these backroom meetings that he had and people just kind of pulling him aside and saying, hey, listen, the world is not upset enough. The world is not talking about this economic, impact enough and just how close we are to falling off that fucking cliff. Right. So you can see in the way that they're both talking how like that's what stuck with them. And again, like I said, the time frame and the timelines that apparently they were given and just how close we are was something that, above and beyond all of the technological advancements and good things that people are doing as far as renewable energies and electricity in particular with this conference, like that's what they took out of this. Right. They were even to the point where I don't know if we'll get to it as, before I have to let you guys go before tonight's podcast, but they even talk about how just leaving this, they were like feeding questions into ChatGPT and different AI chatbots about like just how severe the economic impact would be and how close we are away from those. And they were astonished by, again, the findings.
If Hormuz don't open anytime soon, that we are not that far away from an energy crisis, which of course has the potential to lead to an economic crisis as well. This episode is brought to you by Fuse Energy.
I'll skip here where they go through the little ads. Well, there's probably a couple moments we'll have to skip back and forth because, like I said, they touch on a few different things, but only a few of them pertain to what I want to talk about. Let's go on.
It was, of course, as always, completely astonishing and impressive, the progress, and particularly many of the Nordic countries, which are getting incredible backup renewables from things like hydro. and of course Spain, which is doing incredible stuff on solar. One of the problems in the debate, of course, is very quickly people will say, well, look, how come this is happening in Scandinavia, or how come this is happening in Spain and it's not happening in Britain, and Britain can do the same? And the truth is Britain doesn't have that enormous hydro, and it doesn't have the sun that Spain has. But there's other particular problems with Britain, which at some point we're going to get into, which is to do with the fact that we're still paying enormous amounts for the cost of the renewable energy that's already been installed. So even though it's cheaper, put in this stuff, the way the government subsidized it, all of which is sitting on our bills around taxation, still paying.
Just going to skip ahead for a second here.
Put all the wind turbines in the southeast of England. The problem is that you have them in Scotland and the transmission costs are too big. Anyway, enough on that. One of the things, though, that I think brought us to this is that it wasn't just about electricity. And we began to realize how much the story of the Strait of Hormuz is causing an existential threat, not just to Asian and African, but also European economies. And that it's not just striking through the electricity bill, it's striking through things like jet fuel, diesel, and fertilizer. Over to you.
I think the thing that probably stuck with both of us was we had a private briefing with a leading figure in the sector who painted a pretty bleak, but the longer he went on with the detail, I felt highly realistic scenario if the Iran crisis is not resolved and the Straits of Hormuz don't open sometime soon. And the other big point that was made to us was that even if it does open, like tomorrow, the damage done is now going to take months in the case of gas and possibly even 2 or 3 years in the case of oil.
And we've talked about that on the show endlessly, right? I think one of the other reports we talked about a couple of weeks ago was it could be as far away as 2032 before you see, a 2 at the beginning of your gas prices at the gas station again, right? And again, even if it's not 6 years down the road, even if it's 2 or 3 years down the road, what's another 2 or 3 years of these prices, or God knows what prices we'll be paying, if the Bab el-Mandeb comes into play, if we fall off this economic cliff as far as oil, as far as jet fuel, fertilizer, diesel, all of these things that, the globe needs to function, what's going to happen then in 6 months, a year, 2 years? I mean, forget 6 years, right?
As you say, we've been at these presentations. I mean, the stuff that, just to give 2 or 3 of the things that really impressed me, Norway now, every single new car sold is electric battery run, every single one. Iceland's power, 100% renewable electric. And in Finland, where we were, if you take renewables and nuclear together, you're talking more than 90%. Okay.
And I don't know if we'll get to it if we have enough time. Like I said, we can pick this up later tonight because, again, they have some pretty good information going forward as well. But they talk about the daily cost. And I forget if they're talking about specifically to European markets at this point in time. But they talked about something like another $400 billion a day thrust upon. And like I said, I forget if it was the European markets or what market they were talking about at this point. We'll go over it when we get to it. And there's no benefit coming from that. That is strictly just an added cost because of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu's war in Iran. And there's no benefit to that. There's no, okay, we'll get this on the back end, even though we're spending more now, this is going to come to us. Nothing. It's just pure cost. Pure just throwing away money at a rate that was, again, unheard of before February 28th when Trump and Netanyahu enacted this. But just another minute, and then I'll get you guys out of here. My apologies. I always run out of time during the early show. But thank you guys for sticking with me, hitting that like button.
Bad news on Iran. We were briefed that since the start of the Iran war, energy costs in Europe have gone up 465 million euros a day.
And there it is. I should have shut my mouth for another second. So he was talking about Europe. So I'll let him say it again, but 456 million euros a day energy costs have risen. And again, that's not seeing anything in return. That is just strictly because of the war, because of the closure of the Strait of Hormuz, and the dumbness of Donald Trump and Benjamin Netanyahu. So again, I'll let him repeat.
Energy costs in Europe have gone up 465 million euros a day. Now, 465 million, I went into one of your friends, Claude type friends, and I said, What could I buy for 465 million euros if I was a government? And it said, it sent me this thing from a German government website that said that the German government estimates that 465 million is the cost required to offer what they call robust tax reductions for corporate zero emission vehicle purchases. In other words, you could subsidize your entire corporate vehicle fleet in Germany for that cost. So we're talking.
So in comparison to what the added costs are for the entire European market, he's just given a comparison there. You could literally subsidize the entirety of the corporate fleet in Germany for the amount that the people in Europe are now paying for added energy price because of the war, obviously, in Iran. But unfortunately, we've run out of time. We'll pick it up today. We'll pick it up later this evening. We're at 7 minutes, 23 seconds. Somebody remember that in the chat. I'll write it down somewhere. 7:23. That way we can pick it up later. And then, like I said, we have a few different. Do I have enough time to play this? No, screw it. I'll put this on the screen. We'll play this real quick. Sorry, MySpace. This space, real quick.
Trump is waking up to what the rest of the world already knew, right? Which is Putin's been playing him. Putin's been taking the piss out of him.
Isn't it lovely that he's sort of the last person to get it?
Yeah,
All right, we'll get into that later because it pertains more to Ukraine. But we also have some updates from Denis Davidov talking about some frontline updates. And then, like I said, we have this one from The Sun, The Battle Plans Exposed, also talking about some movements and some threats to Crimea as well. So I appreciate everybody over there on this space. Thank you to Matt. Thank you to the mods. I appreciate you. And I will kick it over to my main man, Jeff Waldorf. And everybody on the Blunt Politics side of things, make sure you stick around for another couple minutes so I can thank everybody that contributed to the channel. All right. But thank you to this space. Salute. Take it away, Jeff. And I'll see you guys next time. Appreciate it.
Young women aged 18 to 29 moved 7 percentage points for Donald Trump in 2024. Nearly a third of them supported him in 2020. Now, that number went up to 38% by the time Trump was elected again. Now, that shift was not an accident, and it wasn't organic. It was actually built by a network of conservative Christian social media influencers who made the case, post by post, reel by reel, that Donald Trump was the real pro-family, pro-economic growth, anti-war candidate who would bring down the high cost of living, keep the country out of new wars, and deliver real material change to the lives of young women, the ones who feel left behind. Now those same influencers are publicly saying, oops, we were wrong. Now, before Donald Trump launched his war with Iran on February 28th of this year, the national average for a gallon of gas was $2.98. As of this weekend, it's well over $4. And one of those influencers recently told the White House directly that people want fight, fight, fight Trump. They don't want ballroom Trump. But what they failed to realize is that fight, fight, fight Trump never existed. He was always the ballroom. Let's get into it. Turning Point USA's Women's Leadership Summit had ran through June 5th through the 7th in San Antonio, Texas. So that's the annual gathering built by the late Charlie Kirk's organization. And it drew more than 2,000 conservative women. Politico sent reporters into that room, and they asked the people that were there what they were thinking. So these are not random conservatives that they pulled off the street. These are the influencers, the ones with large social media followings, the ones who make content, who build the pipeline that moved young women 7 points in just 4 years. And now they're saying on the record that Donald Trump has failed to deliver. One of them, Savannah Faith Stone, said this, quote, "We're not really identifying with the MAGA party anymore. Promises that were made have not been delivered on at all. And I think young women are realizing that." And there it is. Yes, they're realizing the promise of lower gas and grocery prices was made up. And Stone said that in a room with thousands of conservative women at the very organization that helped put Donald Trump back into office. Alice Clark, another prominent conservative influencer, put it even more starkly. She said, "I cannot express to you the level of alarm bells that should be ringing for the GOP." Remember, she was the one who said they didn't want ballroom Trump. Now, she also directly named the issues: the ongoing war in Iran, the administration's policies on pesticides. Yes, RFK Jr. had cut food dyes, while the same administration quietly kept the same pesticide policy that they were railing against. But that's an entirely different conversation. She named inflation and the cost of living. She did not talk about trans people or woke video games. She talked about the actual material conditions of people's daily lives. Now, that is telling. So let's put the gas figure in context here, because this is a number that kept coming up in every single conversation that Politico had at that summit. You see, before Donald Trump and Netanyahu attacked Iran, gas was cheaper. I mean, you can't say otherwise, okay? Now, in response to the attack, Iran effectively shuttered the Strait of Hormuz, which is a narrow shipping lane through which roughly a fifth of the world's oil supply passes through. Now, in many places in the country, gas is over $4 to $5 a gallon. And in some places, it's even higher. Now, I remember when Republicans spent all of 2022 plastering "I did that" stickers of Joe Biden's face on gas pumps all across the country. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise went on CNBC last month, and he argued that gas had been almost $6 under Joe Biden, which was not true. And you know who had to correct him? Conservative CNBC host Joe Kernan. And I love this quote. Here's what he said. "Oh, you must have been on vacation in California. I think 2 years ago in April of 2024, we were at $3.65. So we're actually above where we were then."
Whoopsie.
Scalise was over there just making up numbers, man. Now we get to Marjorie Taylor Greene, former representative. She said, "I think about all the single mothers and women out there trying to make it. And it is extremely difficult with inflation continuing to rise and overall cost of living continuing to rise." Now, she is not wrong about that. Now, she had also called Trump's tone and language a major turnoff to women, and she would know. Now, that said, the White House did respond to all of this. Spokeswoman Anna Kelly issued a statement saying that Donald Trump is proud to have delivered on the most pro-woman agenda in American history. Really, and what exactly was that agenda? Women's sports, decreasing violent crime, expanding the child tax credit, this is all what they're saying, cutting food dyes, and creating the most renter-friendly market we've seen in years. Really now? Okay. So, for one, violent crime has actually been decreasing steadily for years, decades even. Now, there was a spike during the pandemic, yes, but that's gone, and crime has gone back to decreasing. What about the child tax credit? You know, the one big beautiful bill did increase it by $200 a child. That's it. At a time where childcare is prohibitively expensive, that $200 isn't going to touch it at all. And at the same time, gas and groceries have shot up, and rent. Since 2020, the asking rent for apartments has gone up by nearly 30%, while single-family home rents have increased by over 40%. This is all while incomes have remained relatively flat. Look, any income gains or reductions in taxes have been offset by rising prices and ridiculous tariffs. So all the things that these women were talking about is absolutely real. And that brings me to what those 7 points actually represent. In a presidential election decided by roughly 1.5 percentage points in the critical swing states, a 7-point shift among a specific demographic isn't a footnote. It's the difference between winning the race and losing it. Those points didn't move on culture war issues alone. They moved because of a materialist pitch. Lower gas prices, no new wars. The cost of living will go down and the economy will get better. This was a practical argument about real-world conditions that affect everyone. Delivered not by Trump directly, but by the network of influencers who had genuine credibility with their audiences because they spoke the same language and shared the same faith and showed up in the same spaces. And now that same network is describing alarm bells. Now, here's what's interesting. Many of these women are obviously not talking about switching to the Democratic Party. No, of course not. They're talking about not voting at all. In a midterm election where turnout is the entire game, they stay home is functionally identical to their voting against you. So the pipeline that helped build the 2024 Trump victory is running the other way now. And the administration's response, bringing up women's sports and lying about the economy, well, that tells you exactly how much they care about this, which is not at all. Look, these women, they voted for fight, fight, fight Trump and got a $400 million ballroom instead. Play stupid games, win stupid prizes. In 2025, President Donald Trump signed an executive order shutting down the United States refugee program. That means Afghans who had waited years in the queue after helping our troops, Ukrainians fleeing the war with Russia, as well as people from crisis-torn countries who had been formally vetted and approved, could no longer come here legally. But Trump made one exception: white South Africans. Executive Order 14204, signed in February of that same year, was an emergency refugee resettlement program specifically made for Afrikaners, the descendants of Dutch and French settlers who make up roughly 7% of South Africa's population. Now, in May, the first group of them landed in a Washington aircraft hangar, and the Deputy Secretary of State was on the tarmac to greet them. Since then, 6,300 people in total have arrived from South Africa. 206 of them were settled in Ohio. They came as Donald Trump's personally invited guests. The one group that got through the door after he slammed it shut for everybody else. Now, about half of Ohio's South African arrivals have left. They didn't go back to South Africa. They just didn't want to stay in Ohio. Let's get into it. So here's a fascinating number. As of April 30th of this year, 6,069 people have been granted refugee status in the U.S. since October 1st of last year. All but 3 of them are from South Africa. Just 3. So Donald Trump cleared out the entire queue for exactly one group of people who were not actually in real danger. Then his own administration cut the federal refugee cash assistance program from 12 months down to 4. And then Ohio's Republican-run legislature had passed driving restrictions so onerous that the administration's handpicked guests couldn't afford to stay in the state. How's that for a warm welcome? Now, first, I want to give you a little background on who these arrivals are and why they came to the United States in the first place. You see, South Africa was an apartheid state for 48 years until 1991. It's a system under which white South Africans largely prospered as landowners and business owners, while black South Africans, the majority, were subjected to systematic dispossession, forced labor, and institutionalized poverty. Since the fall of apartheid, a segment of the white South African community has claimed that they are now the victims, that they face a so-called white genocide, a targeted campaign of violence and persecution driven by the post-apartheid government, something that government, of course, vehemently denies. Not only that, but international human rights organizations and independent fact-checkers have consistently described this white genocide claim as nothing more than a debunked conspiracy theory. But of course, Donald Trump embraced that, probably thanks to Elon Musk, or just the fact that his brain's a, porous sponge where it just sucks up anything that's close to it. I don't know. But Trump's executive order had cited it, and 6,300 people flew across an ocean based on it. And then they landed, of all places, in Ohio, and tried to get a driver's license. Now, here's what Ohio's Republican-run legislature had passed last June. For lawful residents who are not citizens or green card holders, so that includes refugees, it says that every applicant must complete 8 hours of lessons through a designated driving school. Okay, well, hey, look, that makes sense, right? Now they also need 24 hours of classroom instruction. Okay, 50 hours of behind-the-wheel driving with a licensed adult. And then they're given a driving exam. Now, the total estimated cost of all of this is approximately $500 a person. However, the total time that it takes to complete all this could actually run up to 9 months. Now, we're not talking about teenagers. We are talking about adults from other countries who likely already know how to drive. Before this law passed, it usually took about a matter of weeks to get a license, which seems like a long time. This, however, according to Caitlin Resikar at the International Welcome Center in Akron, which has been working with between 50 and 70 South African arrivals a year since 2024, is why she said they're out-migrating. Quote, they arrived here and they choose to opt out of the program and move out of state. And it's pretty much because of the driving. Look, some of them reportedly couldn't even find secure transportation just to be able to get to and from food banks in Akron. A crowdfunding campaign on the conservative Give, Send, Go platform launched by Pieter Vendevolt raised more than $10,000 by May to help these refugees pay their rent when the government funding runs out. It also allocates $500 a person towards driver's licenses and transportation, so they can get back and forth to the food bank. They had to set up a crowdfunding campaign for the president's personally invited guests. Wow. But it gets worse. You see, the federal cash assistance situation is very much connected to all of this. See, back in March of last year, the Trump administration's Office of Refugee Resettlement cut refugee cash assistance and refugee medical assistance eligibility from 12 months down to 4, citing the need to avoid a significant budget shortfall. Along with that, food assistance for newly arrived refugees through the SNAP program was ended under new guidelines from the One Big Beautiful Bill. From one of the women The Guardian spoke with, her monthly rent in Ohio is $1,950 a month. Jeez. Her cash assistance was, and I'm just going by averages here, $230 to $600 per household for 4 months. And then it goes down to nothing. Now, this woman said she had left South Africa because, quote, we were persecuted by the government. Our police force can't look after us. It's basically non-existent. On top of that, there is the crime. Though when asked, she admitted that she had not experienced any specific attacks on her personal safety. Now, she added, here, we don't receive any support, specifically from the resettlement agencies. My experience is that they don't assist us and that they are set up for failure. And there it is. And this is somebody, by the way, who wants to stay in America and actually likes it here. Amazing. But that said, when the Ohio Department of Job and Family Services was asked if they were aware of financial difficulties facing refugees, they said this, and I'm going to quote them directly. We have not received any direct reports of financial hardship and therefore cannot speculate. Oh, okay. No reports, huh? Interesting. And now look, here's the thing. In order to establish yourself in a new country, you're going to need income. To earn income, you're going to need a job. To get to a job, pretty much anywhere in America, you need a car. And to drive a car, legally, you need a license. Now, in order to get that license, you now need about 9 months, $500, and 74 combined hours of coursework and practice driving time. While your cash assistance runs out in just 4 months, while your rent is $1,950 a month, and your food assistance ended last October. Yeah, no wonder these folks are surviving on crowdfunding or just straight up leaving. I mean, anyone who actually believed that the benefits for refugees were too generous, you all fell for the conservative outrage bait. Funny enough, speaking of conservative outrage, you have supporters now of the South African refugee program actively out there lobbying Ohio Republicans to reverse the driving restrictions. One prominent conservative YouTuber even called this law deeply discriminatory. Oh, now they get it. Now that white refugees have been affected, now they say it's too discriminatory. Oh, the caucasity of it all. I tell you. Look, okay, the Episcopal Church, which builds and operates much of the refugee resettlement infrastructure in this country, they have formally ended their working relationship with the government. over this exact policy, citing the church's steadfast commitment to racial justice and reconciliation, which, by the way, is super based. The institution that does the actual ground level work of settling refugees decided that it wanted no part of a program built on the premise that one very specific group deserves protection while everyone else doesn't. And so, as of right now, about half of Ohio's South African arrivals have left. They're gone. The Trump administration plans to bring in 10,000 more this year. They're going to need driver's licenses, but they're going to have only 4 months of cash assistance. And the Ohio Department of Job and Family Services can't speculate about how that math's going to work out. Hey, look, the photo op was real. The Deputy Secretary of State on the tarmac, he was there. But everything that came after was pure MAGA immigration policy. It's election night, June 3rd. Spencer Pratt, the Republican in the race, a former reality TV guy, because of course, a professional provocateur, and as Donald Trump himself called him, a big MAGA person, is sitting in second place in the Los Angeles mayor's race. MAGA's loving it. They're loving the idea of liberal LA having a MAGA mayor. Now, Pratt had been running a viral campaign built on the grief of the Palisades fire and their survivors, the outrage of a city that had felt abandoned by the government. And so, you know, it's a deeply relatable image, right, of a displaced homeowner living in a trailer. That's what Pratt had done. So this was supposedly a humble Airstream trailer, right? However, the LA Times had found out that his campaign had actually paid more than 15 grand to the Hotel Bel Air. But we'll get back to that. So election night had come and Pratt was actually in second place. Then the mail-in ballots started coming in. Now, California is, of course, a vote-by-mail state, and ballots postmarked by election day can be received and counted up to a week later. So that's kind of why these elections take so long in California. And if you've been paying attention to what Trump has been telling his voters about mail-in ballots for the last, 6 to 10 years, you already know exactly what happens next. Because here comes DSA-backed city council member Nithya Raman with the steel chair. A week after the election, she ended up ahead of Pratt by more than 3,000 votes. Oops. Which means Spencer Pratt's moment in LA politics is over. But of course, MAGA then immediately cried election fraud. So let's get into it. You know that for years, Trump and MAGA have been telling Republican voters that mail-in ballots were filled with fraud, that real patriots vote in person on election day, and that mail-in ballots were the primary mechanism by which Democrats steal the elections, even though Donald Trump himself uses mail-in ballots. But let's just forget about that. So Democrats heard that message loud and clear and responded by voting by mail in massive numbers because it is legal, it's convenient, and it works. So on June 3rd, the in-person votes came in first and Pratt ended up in second. Then the mail-in ballots arrived, which skewed heavily Democrats because California Democrats actually use mail. So Nithya Raman, she rose while Spencer Pratt fell. The final vote tally, per the Associated Press, had Raman at 28.6% and Pratt at 25.8%. Now, who exactly is Spencer Pratt anyway? Well, if you remember early 2000s MTV reality TV, which I do not, because I never watched it, turns out Pratt was the villain boyfriend on The Hills. The guy producers built the whole show around love and hate. He married Heidi Montag and spent the next 2 decades turning that professional infamy into a political career. And at 42, he decided the LA city government needed his energy. So look, I think we all know how hard it is to win as a registered Republican in one of the bluest cities in a state that hasn't voted Republican for president since the 1980s. It's possible. I mean, Arnold did it. So Pratt's campaign look, it was anchored on fire loss, public safety, MAGA, of course, and the frustrations of a city that was still trying to recover from all that. Now, the problem is that Pratt meant none of it. Despite being a victim of the Palisade fires that destroyed his home in January of 2025, look, after that happened, and that genuinely does suck, by the way, I'm not going to lie. But afterwards, Pratt initially moved to his parents' house, beach house, up in Carpinteria's Santa Barbara County. Now, when the LA Times started asking questions about where he was living, because he didn't have a house, Pratt posted a video of himself standing in front of an Airstream trailer on his burned out lot and said, "This is where I live. Can you believe it? And it's all thanks to Karen Bass and the Democrats." However, TMZ actually reported that he was staying at the Hotel Bel Air.
Whoopsie.
His campaign finance records obtained by the LA Times showed 10 separate payments to the hotel equaling more than $14,900. The payments were earmarked for candidate travel, lodging, and meals. It also showed another $600 for fundraising events. So when pressed on why he posted the trailer video when he was actually staying at a 5-star luxury hotel, Pratt said a security team wouldn't allow him to stay in the trailer because of alleged threats that he received. Okay. So let's get this straight. The Times asked where he lives. And so he's like, I live in a trailer, man, down by the river. But TMZ actually finds him at the Hotel Bel Air. And then campaign finance records show that the hotel tab had been running for weeks. You know, it sounds like he wasn't being all that honest. What a shocker. But it actually got worse during the campaign because Pratt had been buddy-buddy with Alex Jones. Back in 2009, Pratt went on InfoWars and told Jones' audience that the September 11th attacks were, quote, 100% an inside job, based on Jones' research. Now, that's when he was 26 years old. And the reason I bring that part up is because Jake Tapper played that clip for him on his show. And in response to that, said, well, I only believed in that stuff because I was young and naive. Seriously? Look, homeboy wasn't some teenager just figuring things out. He was a 26-year-old adult co-signing one of the biggest conspiracy theories in modern American history. And you know, it's funny. Pratt is a member of a party that believes 16-year-old girls are old enough to have babies. And yet this guy says I'm too young and naive to not fall for dumb conspiracies. Yeah, there's some irony there. Look, I'm not sure how much of that contributed to Pratt's loss. I mean, after all, MAGA celebrity candidates losing in blue environments is not exactly a news story or a surprise. For example, Mehmet Oz ran for Senate in Pennsylvania with Donald Trump's full endorsement and still lost. Herschel Walker ran for Senate in Georgia with Trump's full endorsement and lost to Raphael Warnock. And of course, loser Kari Lake, she ran for governor of Arizona with Trump's full endorsement and lost. And then ran for Senate in Arizona with, again, Trump's full endorsement and lost again. What do you expect from loser Kari Lake? She just loses again and again and again and again. But look, here's the thing. Trump's endorsement does activate the base. But the base is not always the majority. In LA, it's actually a minority. So he lost. But now, thanks to Donald Trump, MAGA can't accept losing. I mean, already conservative influencers and pundits are calling Rahman's surge impossible and attacking the results as illegitimate and calling LA Democrats cheaters. For example, ex-user DC Drano said the results showed insane levels of fraud. Republican Representative Abi Hameda, whose district is in faraway Arizona, said the steal is blatant, while Elon Musk spent his Monday morning amplifying nonsense conspiracy theories. Their proof? Just trust us, bro. How completely disconnected from reality are these people? To sit there and spend the week after the race flooding social media with nonsense fraud allegations backed by no evidence other than, well, we lost. Oh, there's your evidence. We lost. So here's where we land. Karen Bass, the incumbent mayor, whose fire response Pratt built his campaign around criticizing, is now in a November runoff against Nithya Raman. And let me tell you what, I love Nithya Raman already. You see, this is going to be the more interesting race now, because you have an establishment Democrat versus a Democratic socialist, along the vein of Zohran Mamdani. But look, at the end of the day, getting back to Spencer Pratt, he's not the victim of a stolen election. He was a shit candidate running in a very liberal city. He lost because he didn't get enough votes. That's not a rigged election. That's just how elections work. The Pentagon recently cut its official list of recognized military religions from 211 down to 31. Gone are most of what you'd expect. Atheists, humanists, pagans, Wiccans, all removed. But also gone from the Christian subcategory is the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, the Mormons. Now the two Republican senators from Utah, both of whom have been all in on the MAGA agenda, are not happy. Senator Mike Lee wants to know why his church was excluded, while Senator John Curtis says the decision is, quote-unquote, unacceptable. Note that these are the same two senators who voted to confirm Pete Hegseth, the man who renamed the Pentagon the Department of War, who holds Christian prayer services inside it, and who invited a self-described Christian nationalist pastor to preach there in February of 2026. But now they're mad, because what he did affects them. So let's get into it. So I want to start with the social media freakout. Senator Mike Lee posted this question on X. He asked, can anyone tell me why the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints was left out of the list of Christian churches? Then in a separate post, he said, if only we as Latter-day Saints belonged to a church that had Jesus Christ in its name and his image in its logo. Oh, wait. Now I'm going to answer that. But first, here is Senator Curtis, who said Latter-day Saints are among the most patriotic, service-oriented individuals in our country. They are also unequivocally Christian. Just look at who's in the name of the church. He added, it is unacceptable for a government entity to characterize a faith in a manner that contradicts the religion's own foundational tenets. I'm working now to ensure a correction is made. Oh, good luck. Now, here's the thing. A lot of mainstream evangelical Christians do not consider Mormonism to be a part of Christianity. They see the Book of Mormon as literal biblical heresy. So it's no surprise to me that a Christian nationalist like Pete Hegseth would leave them out of the list of officially recognized military religions. Which is why it's so funny to see that these folks are crying now. What did you think was going to happen? Oh, and by the way, here's the final hilarious irony of this. The list of recognized military religions includes Islam. Now, what's funny is that Mike Lee, he voted for this. Again, this is a guy who's been a U.S. Senator since 2011. And he is one of the most reliably far-right MAGA members of that body. John Curtis, I guess, was a little bit different. I don't know too much about him, honestly. He did replace Mitt Romney, the most prominent anti-Trump Republican in the Senate, after he retired in January of 2025. Now, Curtis was described at the time as a potential moderate voice in the Republican caucus, which, of course, never seems to amount to anything. But what's important here is that both men are practicing members of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints, and that's because it's the dominant faith in Utah and represents the majority of the state's population. Now, I want to talk about who these folks voted to empower. Pete Hegseth, he's been pretty explicit about his ideological project that he's running at the Pentagon. In February of 2026, Hegseth had invited a Christian nationalist pastor to preach inside of the building. In March, he held a Christian worship service there, where he prayed at an official Department of War event, on the record, for violence, quote, against those who deserve no mercy. Not only that, but the department has spent months posting scripture-laden military videos that mix Bible verses with war preparation messaging. So This is what critics have called a deliberate Christian nationalist rebranding of the American military, which they are also attempting to mix with the Israeli military, which, look, that whole thing is going to require an entirely separate video to break down. Now, on May 20th, the Undersecretary of Defense had issued a memo. The official list of recognized military religious affiliation codes used by chaplains to understand the composition of their units and allocate spiritual care was being reduced from 211 codes to 31. And most of those 31 happen to be Christian denominations. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints does appear on that list, but not under Christian. It is separately listed as a completely different religion. Hement Mehta, author of the Friendly Atheist Substack, summed up the new list like this. He said it looks like a list made by Christian nationalists who have no awareness of the world that exists outside their bubble. True. Now, of course, in response to the outrage, a Pentagon spokesperson said the reduction was purely administrative. It was only designed to help chaplains provide better spiritual care to service members. He said, with this move, we're returning to the original intent of collecting the data. That was Sean Parnell. Oh, sure. Yeah, the original intent, huh? Well, let's talk about original. You know that Unitarians and deists were removed from this list? That's important because that happens to be the faith of several of the founding fathers. No, they were not all Christians. But here's the thing. What's actually happening here is not just part of some theological debate. Christian nationalism has never primarily been about actual theology. It's a political project built around a specific kind of religious identity, one that determines who is in the in-group and who isn't. And you know, in-groups function through exclusion. And when you hand the apparatus of government to a movement built on that, well, the movement is going to use that apparatus, that power, to make those distinctions, to separate out people who are not pure enough. And what's funny about that is that Lee and Curtis had to have understood this on some level. I don't know, maybe they thought that the leopards wouldn't come for their face. But now they have. And since they have, Curtis says this decision is unacceptable. And look, he's not wrong. I do think it's unacceptable for a government entity to define which religions count and which ones don't. And you know who else agrees with him? Every humanist, pagan, and Wiccan in uniform, who got removed from the list too, but didn't get a Senate statement. They didn't get 2 senators announcing that they're personally working on a correction. They just got deleted. Now, you have Utah Representative Mike Kennedy, who is also a member of the Mormon Church, posting this. I'm a Latter-day Saint and I'm a Christian. Christ's name is on our church for a reason. This must be corrected. Well, maybe it will be. But here's the thing. This project has never been about protecting everyone's right to their own faith. It has always been about elevating a certain kind of Christianity over other religions, even ones that are technically considered Christian. And that's what this is. And that is what Lee and Curtis ultimately voted for. They voted for it, defended it, and confirmed the people running it, and endorsed the agenda behind it. And now it's doing exactly what we said it would do, turning this government into a Christian nationalist one. And if you don't follow their version of Christianity, then you don't matter to them. Raina Schrader had voted Republican for the first time back in 1980. She voted for Ronald Reagan. And in the decades since, she has lost friends over her anti-choice posts on social media. Raina is now 62 years old and has spent her entire adult life as a committed, loyal member of the Republican Party. Then she found out that OpenAI's $500 billion Stargate project, one of the largest data center investments in American history, was going up just south of her ranch in Texas. So she did what a lot of people on both sides of the aisle find themselves doing, going to her local party precinct meetings and proposing data center bans. Now, the response from her local GOP was not what she'd hoped. Apparently, they started screaming and yelling at her, causing her to walk out of the meeting faster than Donald Trump walking out of an unfriendly interview. But that's not the only thing Reina walked away from. She said, the only thing I'm going to revise right now is my commitment to the Republican Party. Goodbye. She now identifies as an independent. Now, Reina is not a fringe case, and this isn't just her story. Right now, 82 data centers are either operating, under construction, or planned in the state of Texas right now. And 60% of them are located in Trump voting House districts. And so far, the state has handed the industry billions in tax exemptions over 2 years. Your money, your water, their profit. Let's get into it. Now, recently, Texas passed House Bill number 5, the Data Center Economic Development Program, which grants sales tax exemptions to data center operators in the state. They will get a total of $3.2 billion in tax exemptions over the next 2 years. That is $3.2 billion in revenue that the state of Texas will not be able to collect from an industry that does not pay meaningful local property taxes and does not hire locally at any serious scale. And a March 2025 Quinnipiac poll found that 65% of Americans oppose the idea of having a data center in their community. That's not a small number in politics, man. That is overwhelming. It's not like this has been led by liberals. No, this is a majority position that happens to cut across party lines. Everyone hates data centers. And yet it's being systematically overruled by politicians that a lot of these voters actually put into office. So let's lay out how the situation came to be. Texas Republicans had spent years positioning the state as the AI capital of the country. They pointed to the cheap land, low regulation, and the abundant tax giveaways. And so, of course, the industry was going to jump all in it. The Stargate project alone, OpenAI, SoftBank, Oracle, they're a $500 billion infrastructure commitment. And Texas ended up landing a significant piece of that, thanks to, of course, Republican state lawmakers and the massive amounts of cash they were promised. AI-aligned super PACs poured approximately $4.2 million into Texas during the primaries, with nearly all of the funds directed towards Republican candidates. Follow the money. And while Republican voters generally tend to back things that help giant corporations, this happens to be a little different. Why? Well, because it affects them. You see, it turns out they don't like the idea of the 24/7 industrial noise, or the massive amounts of water they will require, or the strain on a power grid that has already failed catastrophically back in 2021. Not only that, but rural landowners like Reina Schrader would have no legal recourse against a facility like this going up right next to their property. Now, I mentioned the corrupt bought politicians who are pushing this. That brings me to Ted Cruz. Now, Ted Cruz is currently advancing federal legislation that would, get this, block states and local governments from regulating artificial intelligence and data center development for the next decade. Now, that position was probably due to this little fact. You see, leading figures in AI, such as OpenAI co-founder Greg Brockman, reportedly made the maximum allowable individual contributions to Ted Cruz's campaign. Not only that, but Meta alone spent $1.3 million on Texas primary elections in March of this year alone, almost entirely backing Republican candidates who support the AI build-out. Then you go to Elon Musk, who controls XAI. He dropped $500,000 into a Texas Senate PAC in the same cycle. And then you have Governor Greg Abbott, the governor who called Texas the epicenter of AI development. He started 2026 with $1.6 million in his campaign coffers from these very same tech executives pushing AI. Cruz's bill would hand every one of those donors exactly what they paid for. 10 years of local interference in their build-out plans. Now, let me note that this is the same Ted Cruz who had spent his entire Senate career building on his brand of states' rights and local control. Shocker, but not really. Now, under Cruz's bill, Reina's local GOP precinct, the same one that screamed her out of the room, also loses whatever limited regulatory leverage it still has, because the federal government will have preempted the whole thing. The party is not merely indifferent to her concerns, and they are real, but it's also actively working to eliminate her ability to do anything about it. Now, let's talk about the power grid. You probably already know that how bad the Texas grid is. Even they're warning that surging data center demand is straining their grid. The same grid that failed spectacularly during the February 2021 winter storm that killed 246 Texans. You know, they're supposed to be fixing that, but I guess they're not. You see, the industry's power load continues to climb, while grid hardening keeps getting deprioritized. And then, of course, there's the water. You know, a single large hyperscale data center can consume between 1 to 5 million gallons of water per day for cooling. In a state already managing drought conditions across its western counties. The rural communities in which these facilities are being built will end up bearing the water draw, the noise, the grid strain, and the land disruption, while being asked to simultaneously subsidize the industry's build-out through the billions of dollars in tax breaks that will not come back to their school districts or their roads. I would say that that's a pretty shit deal. And if these communities even try to pass a local ordinance or a moratorium to slow any of this down, Ted Cruz's bill will take that option off the table for at least a decade. And this is what pumping big money into local elections actually buys you. There is no upside here. They can't even claim that this will create jobs. A modern hyperscale data center typically employs somewhere between 30 to 50 people permanently. You know, plus some temporary construction jobs. But that's all. All for a facility that consumes more electricity than a mid-sized city, draws millions of gallons of water every day, and generates industrial-grade noise around the clock. It's no wonder why everyone hates the data centers. Well, everyone but the politicians, who, as I mentioned, are taking in massive amounts of money to put these in communities that they don't live in. You see, they don't have to deal with any of the drawbacks. They just collect their checks and then go to Cancun. This is why longtime Republicans, or ex-Republicans like Reina, are pissed. And she is not alone. You have county commissioners, Republican state legislators, and rural landowners all across Texas that have been introducing ordinances and moratoriums. And they, of course, unfortunately keep hitting the same wall. A state government that has already made its choice, and a federal delegation that wants to make that choice permanent. The irony is that Republicans who claim to be for small government are the very ones that keep overruling small government. But it's not just a Republican problem, though. At the end of the day, it is a money and politics problem, and you can't solve that if you keep allowing corporations, any corporation, to continue funding our politicians. At the beginning of June, the Trump administration published a nearly 400-page rule. It is called a Community Engagement Requirement for Medicaid, which is a new legal terminology for prove you're working or you're losing your health care. So this rule will apply to 43 states, and it starts January 1st, 2027. Most adults on Medicaid between the ages of 19 and 64 will be required to document at least 80 hours per month of paid work, job training, volunteering, or school attendance. And if they don't, they lose their health care. Now, Medicaid currently covers roughly 72 million Americans, and the overwhelming majority of them, they already work, or they care for children, or they face genuine health barriers to employment. And most people would assume that if you carry a serious medical diagnosis, for example, cancer, HIV, Parkinson's, multiple sclerosis, then the system would look at your chart and say, oh, no, this person is clearly too sick to work. They're automatically exempt. Unfortunately, that is not what this rule says. So let's get into it. Now, here's the actual language, according to KFF health policy analysts. They said the rule does not allow states to exempt all people with the health issues that I had just previously mentioned. None of those diagnoses by themselves are enough to guarantee that you are exempt from work requirements. Under this rule, a state is not allowed to say, hey, this person has cancer, they're exempt. Now, states have to evaluate each individual case and determine whether that specific person's condition prevents them from meeting the 80 hours a month threshold, which ironically creates even more administration and therefore cost, while forcing people who are already sick to provide even more proof of their illness. And this is exactly what happens when you vote for Republicans. And this isn't new. Medicaid work requirements have been a big Republican goal going back to even before the Obama administration. Now, the thing is, they finally got their wish. They got the Medicaid work requirements inside of the one big, beautiful bill, and then they passed it. And now, for months leading up to this rule, states had been in communication with CMS building their implementation systems. And based on informal guidance from the agency, they expected the medical frailty exemption to be defined broadly enough to be able to protect their sickest enrollees. But obviously, that assumption turned out to be dead wrong. Now, the rule adopts what CMS itself calls a more restrictive definition of medical frailty, which is Washington for, we don't care about you, just get your ass to work, and if you die in the job, well, that's your problem. Now, technically, they changed the terms after states had already built their systems around the old ones. KFF analyst Jennifer Tolbert had described it like this. States had expected a definition that mirrored an existing standard already in Medicaid law, and had expected flexibility to expand protections beyond that. But instead, CMS, headed by Dr. Oz, tied medical frailty specifically to an individual's ability to comply with the work requirement, and then explicitly prohibited states from adding any additional categories of people to that exemption list. So even if a state wants to protect all of its cancer patients, which you think would be normal, right? It is no longer allowed to write that into its implementation plan. Whatever happened to states' rights? Now, they all have to look at each individual person individually, okay, and waste time and effort while those very people have to also manage their health problems, you know, because they have cancer. And all of this, of course, is by design. Designed for what purpose? To purge the Medicaid rolls, of course. Here's the thing. They're not going after the illegals because, well, they don't actually get free healthcare. And so who's left? Well, they're coming for you. Look, former Representative Alan Grayson was 100% correct when he said that the Republican healthcare plan was this: if you get sick, die quickly. And by the way, the rule does not provide states with a list of approved diagnoses or even a methodology for measuring severity or a system for evaluating whether a given patient's condition means they can't work 80 hours a month. The states, that's all on the states to build. And they have to do that by January. Yeah. So now I want to talk about the work requirements in general. Studies have already proven that work requirements do not meaningfully increase employment among Medicaid enrollees. And of course, the Congressional Budget Office is saying the absolute same thing. What it will do is kick millions of people off of their health care. And states already know it. This is not about getting people back to work. This is about stripping healthcare away from the people who need it the most. So when the administration frames this as being all about the dignity of work, the value of work, you gotta have skin in the game. Again, you're literally telling a cancer patient, you gotta have some skin in the game. Understand what they're actually describing. They're saying that the loss of coverage is not a bug. It is a feature. And that's because at the end of the day, this isn't about protecting Medicaid or protecting the taxpayer. No, this is about destroying the Medicaid program by making it as restrictive as possible. And if they succeed here, you know what they'll be coming after next: Medicare and Social Security. At the end of the day, this government, this movement, they want poor people to die, all in order to feed the appetites of the rich. They won't be able to do it if, and only if, we all stand up against them. Now, if you appreciated this breakdown, please like this video, subscribe to the channel, and consider supporting us on Patreon or through our channel's membership program. And I hope to see you here for another one.
Okay, we're recording. Hey ho, let's go. I'm Mark Allen Derry, and this is Resistance Radio, where natural selection selects resistance. So public health had better select common sense. Today we're talking about an Ebola outbreak you're probably not hearing enough about, and unfortunately travel bans that you're probably hearing way too much about. Right now in the Northeastern Democratic Republic of the Congo, also known as the DRC, and across the border into Uganda, there's an epidemic of Ebola disease caused by the Bundibugyo virus. Think of Bundibugyo as Ebola's lesser known cousin, genetically related, deadly, but inconveniently outside that narrow target zone of the tools that were built after the big West Africa outbreak of 2014-2016. The WHO has declared this a public health emergency of international concern, the same legal alarm bell that was used for H1N1, Zika, and COVID-19. We're talking about several hundred suspected cases and over 100 deaths, roughly enough to fill a couple of packed high school gyms and enough fatalities to fill every seat on a commercial jet. For the communities living this is not an abstract epidemiology. It's names, it's families, and it's empty chairs. So here's the catch for the Bundibugyo Ebola. There's no licensed vaccine. There's no approved specific treatment. All the shiny tools that you heard about previously, like the Fville monoclonal antibodies that changed the game in the previous Zaire strain outbreaks, like when I was in Sierra Leone, the Fville had not already come out, but that's where they had learned how to use it. See, they were built for a different flavor of Ebola. For Bundibugyo, the playbook is old school. Find cases early, isolate quickly, gear up health care workers correctly, do safe but dignified burials, and bring real resources into clinics that are already stretched very thin. Now let's cross the ocean to the U.S., where the risk from this outbreak is currently assessed as low. Ebola spreads or transmits through contact with blood and other body fluids of someone who is sick. It's not floating around airport lounge like secondhand smoke. You don't get Ebola from walking past someone in the terminal or sharing a row with a asymptomatic traveler. And yet, the Trump administration has rolled out new travel restrictions. Non-citizens, including lawful permanent residents who have recently been to the DRC, Uganda, or even South Sudan, where there are no cases, but plenty of proximity, South Sudan that is, are now being banned from entering the U.S. U.S. citizens coming back from those countries are being funneled through a handful of airports for screening and 21-day monitoring instructions. On paper, this sounds decisive, but in practice, Ebola experts are lining up to say that this is more theater than it is threat reduction. Well, why is that the case? Because the science hasn't changed. People with Ebola are not contagious before they develop symptoms, and even early non-specific symptoms, fever and aches, don't magically aerosolize the virus. Transmission happens when you're dealing with vomit, diarrhea, blood, or unsafe burial. Exactly the kind of close contact, high exposure settings that you see in overwhelmed hospitals and households in Ituri, not in the middle seat of a Houston layover. So instead of investing heavily in the response where the outbreak is actually burning, supporting isolation wards, oxygen, PPE, contact tracing, community workers, we've chosen a policy that makes for good cable news chyrons. We've closed the border, problem solved. It's like bragging you've locked your front door while your neighbor's house is on fire, then acting surprised when the flames reach your roof anyway. And if you want to contrast, look at another scary sounding virus in the news. That's the Andes strain of the hantavirus on the MV Hondias cruise ship. 11 cases, 3 deaths, all linked to passengers. The CDC is crystal clear. The risk to the general U.S. public is extremely low. But yes, we should watch close contacts and be ready to test. That is targeted, proportionate public health. Focus on the small circle of people who actually have meaningful exposure, not everyone who's ever seen a picture of the Atlantic Ocean. Meanwhile, back home, we have threats that are both less exotic and far more common. Malaria was eliminated in the U.S. in the 1950s, but 10 people in 4 states picked up locally transmitted malaria in 2023. No travel, just mosquitoes being mosquitoes. And 10 people is a dinner party, not an epidemic, but it was enough for the CDC to publish a full operational guidance on how to investigate and contain locally acquired malaria because the conditions for comeback, climate, housing, travel are here. Oh, just let me just think about that CDC from 2023. How we miss thee, and wow, you guys are amazing people, 2023. But it's 2026. And inside our hospitals, for example, something that we hear a lot about, sepsis, which quietly kills on the order of 250,000 Americans a year, roughly the population of a mid-sized city like my city of New Orleans. There's a new AI-based early warning system that just got FDA clearance that can cut sepsis mortality by 18% when clinicians act on its alert. That's like preventing tens of thousands of deaths, the equivalent of keeping multiple jumbo jets from crashing every single month. That's not border drama. That's electronic health record plumbing and boring sounding quality improvement that actually saves lives. So here's the through line. In DRC and Uganda, people are living through the Bundibugyo Ebola outbreak with limited tools and a long history of being everybody's afterthought until a virus threatens rich countries. In the U.S., we're dramatizing airport screening and travel bans that experts say do little for actual risk, while in our own backyard, fights with malaria returning and sepsis quietly mowing down patients one ICU at a time. If we really cared about keeping Ebola out, we'd be pouring resources into the outbreak zone, supporting labs, protective gear, staff, and community engagement, instead of punishing people for the crime of having a Congolese passport. Because viruses don't care about borders, they love power vacuums and neglected health systems. So this is Resistance Radio, where we believe if natural selection selects resistance, then good policy should select solidarity over spectacle. So please stay curious, stay kind, vaccinate the kids, fund the outbreak response, not just the airport theater. And remember, the scariest pathogens are the ones we let politics handle instead of public health. Thank you for tuning in. I'm Mark Allendary.
Are we live? Hello, and welcome once again to another episodic showcase of Welcome to Fville. I don't care really where you are or why you are. I think regardless of our coordinates, that I think we're all in some sort of Fville as of this moment. This is the first show that I'm doing a little reformat. We're doing a format change. A little small format adjustment, and we'll see how it's good or bad. Don't know. It could be bad. It could be terrible. I don't actually I don't know anything. Anyway, today I will be covering news a little bit, I guess. I think we're going to be covering some news. Typically on my shows, I kind of just waffle about. But today I'm going to put the waffle maker away and make some pancakes, if you will. So, I'm going to be getting into news here. I haven't done this before. I should have probably practiced, but I'm going to share my browser. Okay, browser. Okay, and that is this one. I'm going to be talking about an election that I personally have. I'm a little sick and tired of this, actually. A little sick and tired of talking about this fucking election, but I'm going to get my opinion out here. Check this out. I'm going to be talking about the Maine Senate primary, which is finally over. So now I'm letting myself talk about it a little bit because I've been seeing a lot of dick suckery, a lot of cock engorgement in regards to this Senate campaign. And it kind of makes me cringe a little bit. I'm not trying to make a big deal over this one, but it's a little cringy to see how people talk about the Senate for Maine. And so now I'm going to say this. I think probably I'm a vote blue no matter who type of character. I hate to say it. I hate to be that person. But I got to start this little show off here by saying I'm going to vote blue no matter who here. That's the kind of scenario I feel. But regardless of whether or not, I don't live in Maine, by the way, so it doesn't matter. My mentality when it comes to elections is I refuse to lie to people about the quality of our candidates here. And when I say our, I just mean our as in our republic. I think the candidates that we see in this country suck a lot of dick. And it makes sense that considering the candidates suck cock for a living, that so many people would gleefully leap at the opportunity to engage in a little fellatio when it comes to these kinds of situations. I have seen many people on the internet, on this space and that space, that is to say all over the place, talk about how Graham Plattner is the best candidate in the world, how he's a wonderful man, and he's a lefty superhero. And to me, I find this shit to be a little cringy because this is a guy who, not like literally, I'm not like, hey, 10 years ago, not even, okay? It was like 7 or 8 years ago. He was working with Blackwater. He was working with a motherfucking private military corporation or whatever company. Not even 10 years ago. Like, we're talking, he was joining up with a fucking, like, Nazi death genocide cult in 2018. So, I as far as I'm concerned, I read about that shit like a year ago. That feels like forever ago that we found out this motherfucker was working with Blackwater. And it's so, when I've seen, this entire campaign, come and go, and again, we still got this election in November, but I'm blowing my load a little early. I can't save it anymore. I can't edge anymore. I got to just get it all out over there. This guy was working with a fucking PMC like 8 years ago. 8 years ago, right? But people are sucking his dick. Now, I will admit, right? He looks like someone who you often would see, with a Republican banner, draped behind them, a long vertical red banner with a white circle and some black, icon inside of the white circle. He looks like that kind of character. And I understand that a lot of, I don't, what word do these people identify? Like progressives? What do they call themselves again? I don't know. These people, like, they love that kind of character being on their team, right? But, like, what has this guy ever done or said that has given him this, this aura that people are bestowing upon him because he talks negatively about Israel? I find the bar to be pretty low when it comes to the fellatio that people give to their Democratic Senate candidates. I find the bar to be very low. Like, he says, Israel's bad. Also, we need to strengthen the U.S. military. That's like a core pillar of his campaign. is that he cares about veterans. Like, I'm sorry, man, you're never going to get me to pretend to care about veterans on a live show, right? So when Graham Plattner is going out there and going, "Wah, my best friend in the world got his head blown off in front of me. Oh, dear heavens, I'm so sad." But like, he went back a second time. He went back to Iraq and Afghanistan 3 fucking times. He went on this fucking tour, right? So again, I like this guy going around there. "Oh, my friend got his head blown to pieces. I'm so sad." And then he's fucking talking about how the U.S. military is under, they're using the funds incorrectly, and they got to make veterans' health better and all that stuff. I gotta say, right? I'm just gonna go out there and say this: if there's anything I'm okay with defunding first, it's veterans' healthcare, right? Veterans' healthcare, right? I would say, in my socialist utopia, right, if I were to become president, I would pass Medicare for all asterisk unless you're a veteran. That's my opinion. Okay. Hopefully this video does not haunt me in the future when I run for office. But if there's any group that I care the least about, it's veterans. Oh, your friend got his head blown off. Good. What the fuck were you doing in goddamn Fallujah in the first place, you dumb bastard? Right. So, the point of my segment here is I dislike when elections are happening, everyone has to become a propagandist. And I don't use the word propagandist in an inherently negative way. I don't mind doing propaganda when it's something I truly believe in. But like, people become propagandists for things that like otherwise, like if this guy were not running for Senate, like everyone would be like, oh, he worked for Blackwater 10 years ago. Oh, wait, no, I'm sorry. Not even 10 years ago. 7 years ago, he was with Blackwater. And then he lied about it. He lied about it over and over and over and over again. Then there's videos that come out of him with like Blackwater merchandise. He's got like Blackwater fucking fridge magnets and t-shirts, and he's proud of his time in Blackwater. But when you ask him about that on a podcast, he says, "I never even worked for right." So my problem with characters like Graham Plattner is that everyone in this, like, I guess you can call it progressive. I'm not sure what it is actually, but they just start lying. Like they start lying. They do this dick sucking campaign. And that's something that I just don't really want to partake in. I've kind of not talked about this too much because, to be honest with you, I don't really care about elections right now. I mean, I care about it a little bit, like the midterms I'm concerned with. But I mean, you know, when it comes to doing, again, a dick sucking campaign or a competition even, like, you know, if you look in the lefty media on the internet, is that what you can call it? I don't know. It seems like there's a competition who can suck the biggest dick, or rather who can suck the dick the best, I guess. I don't know. But, you know, there's been these scandals that have come out recently. I don't really even understand. Like, he was sexting or whatever. And then he like locks some bitch in a room, and that's like fine, I guess. Just like locking someone in a bedroom I guess that's fine because they were a Republican. I'll be honest with you, you know, I'm a little bit more lenient on it. Like, oh, if Graham Plattner is throwing a Democrat and locking them in the bedroom, I'll be like, ooh, that's a little bad. Graham Plattner's throwing a Republican and locking her up in a bedroom. If it's on election day, hey, I mean, don't let her outside the bedroom on election day. That's how I feel. If you got Republican family members, lock that door on them on election day. That's my opinion. But either way, I just don't understand. It came out like a year ago. This guy was a fucking Blackwater mercenary. This guy is like fucking bragging about being on a machine gun, fucking shooting at children in Iraq. He's fucking bouncing up and down, you know, on the goddamn fucking turret, right? Like fucking target practice on a bunch of fucking 7-year-olds. Like it's fucking goddamn like we're in Dave and Buster's or Chuck E. Cheese. You know, like in the carnival game where you have that turret and it's got like the water pistol bullets and then you have to shoot the fucking target or whatever to get the giant fucking teddy bear. That's what Graham Plattner was doing. And I don't know, man. I just find the whole dick suckery to be a little embarrassing. So I just wanted to talk about that, I guess, primary a little bit because it's a little embarrassing. It's an embarrassing situation. And then also like Janet Mills, she's like the governor of Maine and she kind of like lost really badly. Like that's like, talk about like pathetic. I mean, Janet Mills, holy fuck. But also, if I'm going to provide any sort of overarching message here, it's that I feel like people take things too lightly. If someone just virtue signals about Israel is bad, all of a sudden they're like a super duper lefty hero. I find that to be a little bizarre because Israel has been bad our entire lifetimes, Israel has been pretty horrendous. And so now all of a sudden it's popular for Israel to be shat on or whatever. And, a lot of people will say it's not popular to shit on Israel. And I agree when it comes to the governments and all that kind of stuff. But this rings to me like a Tulsi Gabbard type scenario. And I didn't even bring up that Graham Plattner's got a fake oyster farm. It's not a real business. He comes from money. He was recruited by some shady fucking operation or whatever. Again, he went to the fucking Iraq and Afghanistan for 20 years. He was 7-year-old. Oh, let me get my sniper rifle. Boom, like that. He was doing that shit to kids, like children and fucking non-combatants, right? So again, I don't really like all the other scandals. I don't give a fuck. But he said Israel is bad, so now let's suck his dick or whatever. And this is something, again, you're going to be seeing this a lot. Assuming we don't go to super fascist hell world. We might go to super fascist hell world. I mean, it seems like it's coming up. But if we don't go to super fascist hell world, if we maintain this pseudo Republican style of government, we're going to be seeing a lot more Tulsi Gabbard type characters that come out there and they know the writings on the wall. They know what's going to be popular 2 to 3 years down the line. So they get their shit out there sooner than later. Does that mean he's going to vote badly? Well, he supports the U.S. military. It's a core plank of his campaign is he loves the military. So I think, yeah, he's probably going to vote badly. However, again, vote blue no matter who. Susan Collins is legendarily bad. So I don't know. It's unfortunate that our republic is so terrible. But I just wanted to provide a little bit of counter dick sucking, a little counterweight to the rabid cocksucking. And really, it's like a humiliation ritual. It's like a public humiliation ritual. People are going out there and fucking defending a literal war criminal who's machine gunning children in Iraq and Afghanistan as if he's some superhero or whatever. I don't know, man. I like my candidates who didn't massacre children in other countries. That's my preferred candidates. All right. This is a news show, by the way. I don't know if anyone knew that, but this is like a whole news show. I got a show here that I'm doing. I guess we're talking about Israel. I like Israel. Just kidding. Actually, I don't like Israel. Vote for me, guys. Vote for me. I whichever one you want to hear. Israel is insert whatever one you want there. Israel. But I'm going to talk about Israel here. Here we got here's an image. I found this image online. This is an internet image. I'm going to show this image here. This is what Israel is doing. They're getting the bulldozers out. I know that my cropping here is not so great, but they're getting the bulldozers out and they're going hog fucking wild. They're crushing everything in the West Bank. They're crushing everything in Lebanon. I could show pictures of dead babies, but then I'm probably going to get censored. So let's just keep it here. This is an image of some Israeli destruction. So let's talk about Israel for a minute here. Now, I want to start my segment by saying I love Israel. I love Jewish people. I think that Jewish people are the best people. I'm actually really racist. It's just that, I think Jewish people are better than me. That's my racism. And I'm so racist and I love Israel so much. I just wanted to get that out of the way as we go into this segment. So because I love Israel so much and I'm a super fan of Israel, I'm happy that Israel is, of course, murdering dozens of people on a daily basis, an hourly basis. They probably murdered 15 people since I started the show, right? And that's a good thing. That's a good thing because if you said it was bad, then that's anti-Semitic. And as we know, anti-Semitism is on the rise. And I don't want to be affiliated with anti-Semites. And so either way, again, the Jewish people, the Israelis, and again, Israelis and Jewish people are totally distinct groups. There's no overlap whatsoever. They're not even in the same category. They're on different planets. They're not even close, right? But the Israelis are basically, they're taking these kinds of bulldozers and these fucking, these weapons, they're, I guess you could say they're construction, whatever, but they're deconstructing as well. So they're weapons. These are weapons. Defensive weapons. It's defensive to tear down houses. They're tearing down houses in southern Lebanon. They're going all throughout the West Bank. They're taking over parts of Syria. And this is all good. This is good because Jewish people are great. They're the best race of all time. It's actually, did you know Jewish people are a race? if you can believe it. They're a race. I thought it was a religion, but it's actually a race. And once I found out that Jews were a race, I mean, Jewish people, you're not allowed to say Jews, actually. But once I found out that Jewish people were a race, that's when I became racist. Because, oh, now that they're a race, that explains why they're so much better than everyone else. That explains why they're able to snipe children in the face 15 times before breakfast, and no one cares, right? Because they're a race, and we're all racist. We live in raceland. But anyway, Israel is getting us, and you ever hear that? They're getting us into this war. But like it is correct, because the country that I live in is called us, US. It's a stupid country. It's the United States of America. It's like one of the only countries that doesn't actually have a name. You ever think about that? Like Israel is a name. Canada, they got a name. Mexico, that's a name. America, well, that's the name of the continent. The United States, I mean, there's a lot of countries out there that have United States, like, I don't know. But anyway, so Israel has basically been, there's been this ceasefire. Does anyone hear about this ceasefire? Let me pull it. Let me get this shit out of here. Has anyone heard about the motherfucking ceasefire? I'm trying to fucking read my newspaper, right? I'm like fucking Tony in The Sopranos walking down with my bathrobe trying to read the newspaper. And all I'm seeing is ceasefire. The ceasefire is being tested. They're testing the ceasefire. Israel just sniped and killed 17 children at a school procession. Will the ceasefire hold? You ever see these fucking shits? You ever see that shit, man? I remember the other day, I actually woke up. Can you believe it? I woke up and I was reading the news, and I read like a headline. I don't remember what outlet it was, but the headline was like, Israel, does some fucking strike in Lebanon. This is the biggest test of the ceasefire yet. And it was like death toll. It was like, 15 dead in Lebanon. The biggest test of the ceasefire. What the fuck? This shit's crazy. But anyway, I love Israel. So, when we use, the weaponization of language to distort reality, that's a good thing, because Israel is great. And I personally, I'm excited that Israel is also currently building a colony in Argentina. Did anyone hear about this? Argentina? Now, who else was building colonies in Argentina? You ever think about that? There's one group of people throughout history that have been known to build colonies in Argentina. So Israel is following in their footsteps. They're building a colony in Argentina, and Peter Thiel is going to be spearheading this colony project. So, and I love Peter Thiel almost as much as I love Israel. I love Palantir. I love that Palantir is able to synthesize all the information on the internet to create targeted kill lists, of which artificial intelligence systems, if you can even call them that, are then used throughout the Israeli government, because you can't hold Israelis accountable for anything because they're anti-Semitic, so that they can actually use those kill lists and use drones to target people in all kinds of countries. It doesn't matter if you're in Lebanon, it doesn't matter if you're in Iran, it doesn't matter if you're in Iraq, Afghanistan, anywhere. If you're anywhere within a 5,000 mile radius of Israel, you're probably going to die at some point. But anyway, I love all that. I love Israel, and I love Peter Thiel, and I love that they're building a colony in Argentina. And I also love that this war is continuing to happen. I saw that the United States, what kind of name is the United States? I'm not sure. But Donald Trump announced that we're bombing desalination plants in Iran. Hell yeah. It's not like anyone needs to drink water. I don't drink water, of course. But, again, Israel is demolishing everything from southern Lebanon, Gaza. Obviously, everyone's fucking dead in Gaza. You ever hear someone who's like, oh, did you know 60,000 people died in Gaza? 60 fucking thousand. It's like 15 times higher than that. So Gaza's fucked. They're going to turn the entire world into Gaza. You don't think Netanyahu wants revenge on Europe? You ever think about this? Fucking Netanyahu's got Europe in his sights. He's going for Turkey. He's fucking doing public fucking events talking about why Turkey is the new biggest evil after Iran. And of course, that's a good thing, because I love Israel. I love the Semites. I'm actually pro-Semite, if you can believe it. But again, that's your Israeli update for you. They're continuing to destroy the planet, and that's good, because I love Jews. I mean, Jewish people. Can't say Jews. And we got some more news. I'm doing a news show today. Did anyone Did anyone know that I'm doing a new show? It's kind of like a new thing here. I'm kind of messing around this new style. It's a new format. It's a news show. It's a little bit of a show. I talk about news here because it's a news show. And on news shows we discuss news in the world and all, and there's and there's news. But anyway, we got some bull fucking shit going on here. Some crazy ass bull fucking shit, if you will. Let's see, we got a couple pictures here. Let's pull up this picture. Let's pull up this picture. I like this picture. I don't like any of these pictures, but we got some shit going on in Belfast. Has anyone heard about this? So we got some. So here's a timeline. Has anyone been paying attention to like the? I don't know if I would say it started when the Musk man bought Twitter. It's been around before that. But really when Twitter sold out to Elon Musk, which, by the way, what the hell kind of name is that? Can we just say for a second, Elon Musk? What the fuck? Musk. His name is Musk. But anyway, so he bought Twitter. And basically he poured gasoline on this this machine, if you will, of this like kind of right-wing psychosis chamber. I saw that there was this story like a year or two ago where some woman was on a bus and she got like stabbed to death or whatever the fuck. Like they take these like heinous crimes and then they like create like it's like that that fucking show with the guy with the bulletin board and the red yarn, and it's going all over the place with the push pins. They kind of do this thing where like they take like one horrific criminal act, and sure, some of these crimes are horrific. Someone like just goes on a fucking stabbing spree or whatever the fuck. That's some crazy shit, right? And they harness that human reaction of going like, oh dear heavens, right? And then they turn it into it's the immigrants or whatever the fuck. So somebody in Belfast was like stabbed to death, or they're still alive, they're in a coma, whatever. And Elon is like, look how immigrants are destroying Ireland, because Elon is a huge Ireland head all of a sudden. He loves Ireland. He loves the Irish people. He's just a huge fan. And so, basically there's this apparatus where some hate crime or just a crime happens, and they turn it into this narrative where like white people are under attack, immigrants are taking over the world. Now, what does that mean exactly? Like I don't know what I want this segment to be. Is this about Belfast? I mean, I'm kind of building up to it. But like, what does it mean to say immigrants are taking over the world, right? What does that mean? Well, first of all, we're all immigrants from Africa. I hate to be that one to say that. I hate to say that. But I mean, Elon specifically, even, he more specifically than anyone else on the planet, Elon is an immigrant from Africa, but still, we're all immigrants from Africa. And so, when does this magical line in the sands of time begin? Like in the United States, we, white people, I should say, I wasn't there at the time, but white people emigrated, that is with an E, and to America. Now, there were people in America, but, they killed them all, obviously. Well, not all of them. Some of them they kept around for like, case studies on what, like, it, if you go against America, you'll end up like these guys. And then they show a camera at some fucking reservation with everyone emaciated or whatever the fuck with like, guns drawn or whatever, cross us and you'll end up like them. But like, when does that start? Because Italians, like fucking 50 years ago, like people are alive today, right now. They're alive today. That remember anti-Italian discrimination. You ever think about that? So let's think about this for a moment. All right. So why do people hate Italians in the United States? And I guarantee you, I'm going to bring this back to Belfast. In fact, Let me go full screen for a moment here. I guarantee I'm going to bring it back around. It's called the Weave. I don't know if you've ever heard of it. So Italians, well, first of all, you have the mobsters, right? They come over, and then the United States basically just says, we're going to pass a new law that is basically, it amounts to the largest wealth transfer that this country had ever seen from the government to organized crime, right? It's called prohibition. I'm not sure if you're too familiar with the prohibition era, but basically there were a bunch of loser Italian criminals, a bunch of nobodies, a bunch of losers, a bunch of two-timers, a bunch of morons, a bunch of like fucking the dregs of society, right? Then prohibition starts, and then the government just starts literally printing money and giving it directly to the Italian mafia, right? So then the Italian mafia, all of a sudden, now they have all of this money, right? And they use all of that money that they got during Prohibition to bring in their Italian guys, to fucking for the mafia or whatever. And then turns out, right, when you have crime it's organized, but it's not that organized, right? You got the 5 families or whatever. How long did that last? They all start fucking popping at each other, doing car bombs, bringing it back to Belfast. I told you it's called the Weave, right? So they're doing car bombs. Kids get killed. Now all of a sudden, no one likes the mafia, right? All the mafia guys, they're Italian, right? And so then everyone is just like, well, I don't want to deal with the mafia, so I'm going to discriminate against all Italians, right? That was like, and then that kind of shit is still going on up until like around maybe 30, 40 years ago. I would say like when the RICO Act started taking care of that thing, and now Italians are white people, right? Great, yay, right? So that's my point. Is that over the course of like 100 years ago up until now, Italians went from the dregs of society to the kings of society to on the way out to now they're just assimilated. Now Italians and white people are one and the same, right? So this all goes to say, what the fuck does it mean to be an immigrant? I don't know what that means. Now, I don't believe in nations. I think nations are kind of stupid. I'm going to be honest with you. So it's like, so it's a country, but like everyone in the country has to think the same way. And that's good. And then, so if you enter my country, my nation, and then you have a different opinion, that's bad just by nature. Or God motherfucking forbid, you got a darker skin tone, And so my point being is, what the fuck are immigrants? So let's bring this back to Belfast, right? So we got this fucking shit going on in Belfast, right? Where there was some immigrant or whatever stabbed somebody and they're like gonna die or whatever. Sucks for them, right? And it does suck. It's a heinous crime, whatever. Right? So then Elon Musk, like basically he activates this machine of like, the anti-immigrant machine. You must hate immigrants. The immigrants are all the problem. It's not Elon Musk now trying to buy the politics of, Irish people and the United Kingdom and also the European Union at large. It's certainly not him. Also, he's an immigrant, by the way. It's just that he's a white immigrant. You ever think about that? So immigrants are the problem. Except for me, I'm the best immigrant. How about you go back to fucking Africa? Like what the fuck? But anyway, actually, I wouldn't wish that on the Africans. They don't need Elon. They don't need him. They got enough problems. Maybe Elon can stay somewhere else. But either way, maybe he'll go to Argentina. So they activate this machine on Twitter. There's a little bit of a machine that when a crime happens, right, they can plug it into these existing modes of thought. It's all the immigrants. Never mind all the crime committed by Irish people in Ireland. I mean, hey, Irish people got their own little mafia situation going on. Never mind all of that. That's irrelevant. And so basically Elon started tweeting out like a bunch of locations to go and protest. And he started retweeting a bunch of super Nazi figures in Belfast. And lo and behold, we get a situation where like a bunch of people are running around in like skull masks, lighting everything on fire. So we got this cool little picture here. I got another picture. Hold on. Let me see if I can. I have multiple pictures. There's like I have two pictures. This is another photograph from the situation here. It's hard to tell with these photographs. Are they AI generated? I don't know. Maybe they are AI generated. I'm not sure. But either way, here's another photograph. Look at this. So we got cars flipped over, right? And this is all like in residential areas, right? There have been dozens of people. They had their houses destroyed. And that's good because immigrants are bad, right? So like, let me get this straight, okay? So an immigrant stabs somebody, and that's bad because it's an immigrant. If an Irish man stabbed somebody, that would have been it's just whatever. It's fine. So an immigrant stabs somebody, and then I go on the internet, and then another immigrant tells me to take revenge on behalf of the people of my nation against the immigrants. So an immigrant is telling me to hate other immigrants, and then I'm going to go out there and I'm going to just like literally what happened in Belfast is they're going door to door and they're pulling people out. It's kind of Israeli-esque, if you don't mind me saying, a little Israeli-esque, a little Israeli-esque, I guess. There's other words I could use, but I'm not going to use them because that's anti-Semitic. But it's a little Israeli-esque. So they're going door to door, pulling people out, bashing their fucking skulls in. There's a bunch of people in the hospital, and white people too. By the way, they hey, I mean, this puts a little bit of a dent in my argument that they hate non-white people. They were throwing white people out in the street too and burning their houses down because they're the wrong white people. Yeah, but Elon Musk, he's the right white person, even though he's from Africa. So white people from Ukraine, evil. White people from Africa, great. I don't know. I'm not really understanding what's going on. But either way, a bunch of buildings got destroyed. A bunch of fucking people are now homeless. What's the government going to do? Probably nothing. I'm going to assume they're going to do nothing. They're going to continue to let Elon Musk destroy their politics as if, hey, I know that we got this Northern Ireland situation going, and then you have the UK, and that's a little complicated, but the whole region is fucked up. Let's be honest. There's a whole bunch of fucked up garbage there in the whole region. And is anyone really going to do anything about the source of this? The source being there is a right-wing propaganda machine that will take every minor, and again, I know someone got stabbed to death, or he didn't even die. He's in like a coma or whatever. And I'm not saying, hey, I'm just saying, if you are willing to be animated to this degree because of an immigrant, right? Because of a fucking immigrant stabbing somebody, then what the fuck am I supposed to believe about the reaction to Gaza? 6, 7, 800,000 fucking people, maybe 900. I don't even know. The numbers are really hard to quantify. The last time I read a number that was even moderately believable, that is to say that there's evidence behind it, like it's hard to get evidence when everyone's dead, was about 600,000. Where did I get that number from? I actually got it from Netanyahu. He let it slip at one of the meetings where he said that they're going to need to relocate like 1.5 million people when there were like 2-point-something million people there to begin with. He let it slip. So that's the number I believe, right? 600,000 minimum. It could be 7, it could be 8 at this point. We don't know. But you don't see right-wingers react about that. You ever think about that's interesting? Isn't that interesting? And who, think about this. Who's given immigration a bad name more than the Israelis? Okay, I don't want to be this person. But no one else is going to be this person, so I think I have to. Let me remove this from the screen here. Who is given immigration the worst rap? Right? Some random fucking guy in Ireland or Israelis? Now think about Israelis. They're all immigrants. They're 9 million or so, 10 million. I don't know how many Israelis. They just keep multiplying. They just keep spawning more, right? So there's a shitload of Israelis. They immigrate from Europe. So they're Europeans and they immigrate to the Middle East. Now, do you ever think about that? What is the Middle East? So East, which is relative, right? And then it's the Middle East, and middle is relative to East, and East is relative to whoever was writing a book in 1756 or whatever when the term got it. Middle East? It doesn't even mean anything. So they take over parts of Northern Africa, Western Asia, Southern Europe, whatever. And Europe's not really a thing either, but that's just, I'm trying to do a lot right now. They just take it all over. They start killing everybody. They're bombing children. They're fucking sniping children. Now, if anyone's given immigration as a concept a bad reputation, it's the fucking Israelis. And yet you don't see Elon Musk be doing anything about Israelis. Right? Some random fucking immigrant in Belfast stabs somebody, not even to death. It's a huge fucking problem. Now it's time for the Night of Long Knives or whatever the fuck. Israelis are sniping people every 15 seconds. I love Israel. I love Semites or whatever the fuck. I just find the whole machine to be really confusing. It's illogical. And everyone involved in this right-wing psychosis project, they're all a bunch of dipshit motherfuckers. And that's really what it is they let the internet dictate their emotional state, because that's what Twitter does, is it ramps up your emotional state. You are literally scrolling in bed with fucking Cheeto dust, and I love Cheetos, right? Cheeto dust, but it's not red anymore or orange. Did you see that they took the food dye out of Cheetos? Did anyone see that? It's called like the naked Cheetos or whatever. So it's no longer orange dust, but either way, Cheeto dust regardless. And you're scrolling on your phone, all right, drinking beer, and Twitter manipulates your subconscious to make you feel like, even though you're sitting in dust, you feel as if there is a lion chasing your butt, all right? And they're about to kill you and your entire family, even though you're literally just scrolling on your phone, right? This is you. Oh, no! Oh, man, I'm scared. Oh, they're coming. Oh, they're coming. Oh, my God. And then, I don't know, man. These are emotionally pathetic individuals that didn't even get past, first grade when it comes to emotional development. Right, so the internet manipulates their emotional state. And then Elon is saying, now go hang out here and put your skull mask on. And then there's some guy, you leave the house for the first time in 12 years, right? And then you see that there's this fucking guy looking like Skullman from Rockman 4, for Christ's sake, just saying, hey, we're going to go kill some immigrants. And then you go do it because you're already emotionally fragile, right? But again, it's illogical, because who are the worst immigrants in the history of immigration? Now, let's get rid of the Bronze Age. There's not enough information on the Sea Peoples, all right? I feel like the Sea Peoples have been given a really rough time when it comes to historians. But let's just say, second to the Sea Peoples, who's the worst case of immigration in the history of the world? I'm just fucking saying, right? So, again, these motherfuckers are going crazy over in Belfast. And it's pretty much all because of Elon Musk. It's kind of incredible. Anyway, I'm going to take a short break. My skin is red, as you can see. My skin is red. I have red skin. Why is that? Because I'm excited. The internet has hijacked my emotional nervous system, and I am excited. And two, I'm drinking alcohol. And so as a result, I need to pee. And I will be back after this commercial break. Oh, shit. Don't mind me. I was just catching up on my history. You think that it'll be able to make peace? This is, of course, the June 10th, 1996 edition of Time Magazine. And I'm just trying to catch up on my history here. The right way to make peace? They were saying this shit when I was born. This magazine came out the week of my birth. Which was 30 years ago. Believe it. I'm 30 years old. Spoiler alert, I don't think he ended up being able to make peace, but I guess time will tell. and we'll see how that goes. But either way, you are currently watching Welcome to Fville. This is a show. I do a show, and it's on This Space. Has anyone ever heard of This Space? This Space is it's a place, but it's also a little bit of a space, and we do shows on This Space, including but not limited to Welcome to Fville, which is my show that you're watching right now. This is a little interruption. I'm interrupting my own show with myself. But you know, hopefully the main show will be back soon, and hopefully it'll be good. Okay. Back to history time. Are these cigarette ads on the back? Look at this. Way to go! Holy shit. Man, 1996 was a hell of a time to be alive, I'll tell you this. Alrighty, I am back. I am freshly urinated. Now, one thing about doing a show like Welcome to Fville is that I often, because I am emotionally and mentally fragile, rely on substances such as the Pabst Blue Ribbon in order to get my points across. And they often provide to me a, let's say, a yearning for the urine. That one didn't really work. But either way, hopefully you have been enjoying my relatively new format. I'm actually covering news. I'm trying to get clipped. Are they clipping me? Clip me. Are the clips here? Clip me. Anyway, so I'm hoping to get clipped by This Space. I don't get clipped too often. People tell me that my show is a little bit too all over the place. What the hell are you talking about, bitch? That's what I get. I wake up in the morning. All right, and I'm scrolling, not unlike the guys in Belfast who like fucking burn down houses, right? I'm emotionally fragile. I'm scrolling, you know, your show is hard to follow. What the hell are you talking about? Like that's what that's the feedback that I receive here from our wonderful This Space audience. I noticed that our This Space audience is looking a little on the low end. Today. I wonder what the hell's going on. Why aren't you people watching? I don't know. But This Space has been here for 1 year, if you can believe it. We launched on June 10th of 2025. Pretty crazy. Do you remember when we launched? We had this, we had a whole extra character that was very frequently on screen. Something about, I don't know, it's kind of like, you know, number cruncher or something, the letter or something, I don't know. But either way, we're still here, we're still alive, we're still having a great time. Dare I say we are thriving. You know, we only have like 5 viewers, but we're thriving. You know, I'm sure the viewers will kick up any minute now. But tonight at 10 p.m., I will be joined by another founder from This Space Industries. Not the one who's gone. He's gonna stay gone. I think. I don't know, man. But Ben Dixon will be showing up. And we're gonna do a little thing tonight at around 10. And we'll be talking about the 1 year anniversary. Has anyone enjoyed this? Do you enjoy this? Is this worth is this anything? I don't know. But either way, I'm changing the format of my show to adapt to the new times. I must be doing some more clippable material. But either way, I got like 10 more minutes here to kill. So while I'm killing time, let's talk about Israel a little bit more. Does anyone else love Israel? I love Israel. I'm a huge Israel fan. One of my favorite things about Israel is when they directed the United States to attack desalination plants in Iran. I loved when Israel did that. One of my other like top 5 Israeli moments, top 5 Israeli moments of 2020s. All right, top 5 Israeli moments. All right, some of my favorite Israeli moments. I love when they had this game in Gaza where the IDF soldiers would pick body parts and then practice their sniper aim. You know, so they would pick body parts, right? And that, like, you know, today we're going to target the legs. And then they would snipe the legs off of kids. Like, we're talking like 5-year-olds. We're talking 4-year-olds. And I love that about Israel. And because they were targeting 5-year-olds, that's why it's in my top 5 Israeli moments of 2020s. My top 5 Israeli moments. My 4th favorite Israeli moment is when the Israelis directed the United States to bomb these oil production facilities in Tehran, and it rained down toxic oil acid rain on millions and millions of people. I think more people live in the capital of Iran than live in all of Israel, I think. And so millions and millions of people have cancer and are going to die much younger now. I love Israel for that. I think Israel did a great job there. Top 3 Israeli moments of the 2020s. I love when Israel started buying elections in the United States, like when Cori Bush was getting a little bit too annoying, and then Israel just got her out. Remember that? That was one of the best Israeli moments of the 2020s when they just decided to buy all of our elections. Remember Jamal Bowman? No, you don't. I'm sure Israel doesn't remember him either. And then they had that Republican or whatever. He got kicked out too. He's kind of a piece of shit. But either way, I love when Israelis started buying all of our elections in the United States. It's one of my favorite parts. My second favorite Israeli moment of the 2020s is when they announced, this was like October 9th, I think, of 2023. They were ready to go. But they announced the Greater Israel Project, right? The Greater Israel Project, where they're going to take over Syria, Lebanon, Egypt, and all this other stuff. They just told the world. They said it on live television on like the week of this genocide starting. And now they're doing it. They're implementing the Greater Israel Project. They got fucking Syria on lock. They got half of Lebanon is gonzo. Gaza is ready for construction any minute now. We're going to be flying to Gaza by 2030, going on a resort. That's one of my favorite Israeli moments. When they just told everyone the plan, and then everyone was like, that's not the plan. In fact, just saying if you just quote an Israeli, that's actually anti-Semitic. And so this also goes to my number one, and maybe this could be a clippable segment too, but my favorite number one top Israeli moment of the 2020s is when they redefined anti-Semitism. Now, this is a good one, right? Because this really gets at the heart of the Israeli project, right? So if you just quote an Israeli politician, literally word for word, if you just quote the politicians, that's anti-Semitic. Holy shit, man. Brilliant. I gotta say, brilliant job when it comes to Israel. And I say this, I love Israel. I just want to, if anyone from Israel is watching this, just so you know, I love Israel. I love Israel like Kanye West loves Hitler. All right. That's how much I love Israel. Okay. So I love Israel. So my favorite Israeli moment is if you just quote Benjamin Netanyahu, anti-Semite. If you go shopping, let's say you're going shopping and you decide, maybe I've been farting a little bit too much. I'm going to skip the chickpeas this week. You guessed it. That's anti-Semitic because the Semites, or I guess they're called, they're Israelis. I don't know. Is it anti-Israeli, anti-Semite? They have all these different words. I don't really understand it. But either way, they export a lot of chickpeas. And so if you avoid the chickpeas at the grocery store, you're an anti-Semite. I mean, that's brilliant. It's really good stuff. One of my other favorite things is, again, if you, for example, just quote Benjamin Netanyahu saying that Hitler had some good ideas, anti-Semite. Sure, it was the leader of the Semites who said that Hitler had some good ideas. But if the leader of the Semites says it, then you can't say it because you're not a Semite, and that's anti-Semitic. So I love Israel, and we'll be talking about Israel on this show for many, many years to come, I am sure, because I'm just such a huge fan. I love how they have been able to massacre over 500,000 innocent children for no reason whatsoever, and they got away with it. I mean, they're providing like a sick blueprint. Like, think about this, right? Israel got to kill a free genocide, totally free, right? How can we replicate this, right? Like, you know, that's what I'm thinking. You know, if Israel's allowed to do it, it would be a little anti-Semitic if anyone else was allowed to do it. But who's Israel's next target? What are they planning next? They got a free genocide in Gaza. They're doing a free genocide in Lebanon. No one's doing anything about it. They're going to do another free genocide in Iran. What are they planning next? I'm really curious to see the sequel. But as much as I love Israel, the other things I love are my fellow This Space contributors. You know, This Space, we've been here for quite a while. My fellow contributor, you may see him, Max the Dog. Max the Dog is my favorite This Space contributor. He's kind of looking like one of those Egyptian pharaohs a little bit. He's look at him. He's kind of sleeping with all of his earthly objects. So shout outs to Max the Dog. He's great. But the midterms are coming up soon. This Space will be reformatting a little bit in a good way. We're adding some formats, and I really have nothing else to talk about. I got 5 more minutes here. But yeah, so the internet is fucked. Like I said on when I was talking about Belfast, is that there's this entire right-wing like ecosystem and machine that is built around hijacking people's nervous systems. And I mean that in specifically the nervous system. If you can convince people that they are under attack 24/7, literally all like they just, I'm under attack. Right? If you can convince people that they're under attack just by reading the news, and then you can redirect, you can channel that lightning, then you can kill 600 or 700,000 children in Gaza and get away with it. So just a little bit of a lesson to anyone out there that if you want to do a genocide, if you're planning on doing a genocide, all you have to do is call everyone anti-Semitic and hijack people's nervous systems. And hopefully you have a trillionaire on your side. That would be ideal if you had a trillionaire on your side to do that for you, even though he is an immigrant himself, which kind of, you know, makes things a little bit weird. But I think that the world we're living in, the world that we're heading into, is a rather scary universe. And I'm hoping that this space can be a space that is somewhat inoculated against the right-wing psychosis machine. Maybe that's why we only have -7 viewers on this space. It's because the YouTube, the Google, formerly known by their motto, "Don't be evil," they removed that motto. Around the same time, they started giving technology and free access to their systems to Israel. Around that time, they removed their "Don't be evil" motto. But you know, it's really hard to get people to pay attention in the modern world that we live in, unless you hijack their nervous system and show them 17 picture-in-picture views of vertical images or whatever the fuck. And maybe this space will do that in the future. It's possible. We may have some vertical images up for display that can fill the sides of your screen and your periphery so that you're never, without any sort of attention whatsoever, being stripped away from your body. Maybe we will do that in the future, but at least right now, our goal here at This Space Industries is to provide some sort of non-psychotic view of the world. And that's not to say that I'm against psychosis in total. I think that some psychosis is fine. I personally enjoy going psychotic on a recreational basis. Once in a while, I enjoy it. But it's specifically this right-wing psychosis. I didn't talk about today, maybe I will next week, about how the United Kingdom and the United States are working to ban transgender people from everything. This show is a very salacious, lewd, pornographic show, as you can tell. I am constantly inundating the audience with pornographic imagery just by being here. And so that's another thing I might touch upon in the next show or a show after that, is that if you're gay or trans or whatever, you're going to be erased from the internet pretty soon, or at least you'll be on the internet. It's just no one will be able to see you. I saw that there's this new AI smartphone that it automatically blurs sexual imagery if a user is under 18, and that's good, right? And then they define sexual imagery as being transgender. Yeah. So hopefully no children are watching, and if you are watching, hopefully your screen is blurred, because I wouldn't want you to see this. But either way, we're trying our best here. That's not true. I think we could all be trying harder on this space, but we're at least trying a little bit, and that's serviceable. And coming up next, we got Left of the Box, and that's a new. We're getting a new episode of Left of the Box, and I'm excited for that. And so and I'll see you all at 10 for a little bit of I don't know how long it's going to be, but I'll see you then. Yeah.
Do do do, theme song. Do do do, I'm broke, so this is my theme song. Do do do, just imagine this is an awesome theme song. Do do, theme song. Left of the box. This space. Ooh. Right, I gotta take this off. There we go. Hello, welcome to This Space with Left of the Box. Bonjour, bienvenue. I'm Sandee, and on my lap right now is Abernathy. He's being a real big pain in the ass today. There we go. Can I get a thumbs up that you can see and hear me okay? StreamYard just changing things up. And no, you're not going to. Okay, you got to get down. He's being such a pain in the ass right now. Yeah, StreamYards is changing things up. The settings, they do that. It's super annoying. Things default. So let me know if you can hear and see me okay. But welcome everyone to this Wednesday afternoon. I have some stuff planned for you. Okay. I am seen and heard. Okay. Yeah, it was kind of, I don't know, last minute, but I figured it's important to cover. And so there's a fair bit on this one particular story that is from the UK. So I'll need to share my screen, get that ready to go. Where's the global news? There we go. Okay. So I'll be sharing that in just a moment. Oh, go away. There we go. Yeah, so there's some violence that's been happening in the UK that if you are just watching, our regular circuit of shows, you might not necessarily know about. And they are some pretty bad race riots going on. You'll never guess who the perpetrators of the violence is. white people. Yeah. And it's important to highlight it there because, you know, Canada, the United States, UK, we're all entwined like this. See, I can do that with my middle fingers. Yeah, we're all entwined like this. So this is the UK, this is the US, and this here is Canada, and then it's all entwined. Yeah. When we see something like that happening there, it's only a matter of time before it happens here. Well, Donald James, you see, I can do that with my fingers because I have an extra tendon in my hand, which means I can also do this. And it gives me the ability to cross my middle fingers without any assistance from others. Anyway, what happens over there eventually trickles over here, especially when it involves right-wing agendas, because the right wing is, what's the word? Organized. They're organized. And they work across borders far more than the left does. So quite often we don't hear about these things that are happening in other countries when we're just, you know, doing our regular circuits of shows. But it's important to know that this is happening because everything just feels like a tinderbox lately. And if this type of thing can just happen and the right wing stays quiet about it, because, you know, the right wing isn't reporting on this, what else is happening right now that we're unaware of? Because it favors the right wing, so they're just keeping quiet on it, hoping that it will spread. And left-wing outlets tend to not be so aware. So, yeah. The reference frame can do all of those things with their fingers. Well, reference frame says all Canadians can do that. It's, yeah, it's part of our healthcare package to have very nimble fingers. Anyway, I'm in an ADHD type of mood. So let's see if we can actually get through all of this. It's, yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. Oh, right. I have to share the screen over this way. Boom. There we go. So we'll start with this global news article. Belfast stabbing suspect arrested. Starmer urges calm after brutal attack. For those who don't know, Keir Starmer is the Labour Prime Minister of the UK, and he is to the UK what Mark Carney is to Canada. As in, they ran on a liberal platform, and then as soon as they got into office, made an extreme hard right. The only difference is that here, well, there's a couple differences. Here, Mark Carney hasn't gone after trans folks or queer folks, and has been, you know, not great on immigration, but not stoking the flames. Whereas Keir Starmer's government has outright attacked trans folks and immigrants and things of that sort. Whereas over here, Mark Carney has been getting away with a lot more of a conservative neoliberal agenda because he's staying out of the spotlight by not diving into these the social what's the culture war issues. So a lot of what he's doing is going under the radar because nobody's paying attention to actual policy. So we have a law in common, Canada and the UK. And we also have a law in common, Canada and the US. We're kind of sandwiched in between, you know, that shitstorm and that hellfire. So it's like a shitty hellfire storm here. So we're going to go over, this is very recent too. This has just been happening in the past couple days, but I figure it's important to show, and we get to watch a lot of Owen Jones. Sorry. So I just listened to the video. I don't think we need to actually then read through this article. Because I think the video... Okay, well, actually, this part is... So this isn't just about this recent attack, which was a white man was attacked by somebody who was not white. And it was a brutal attack, survived the attack. That's important to know. Whereas last December, Henry Nowak here, who was white, was killed by a Sikh who falsely claimed to police that he was the victim of a racist assault by Nowak. When police officers arrived, they initially treated the wounded Nowak as suspect before noticing his injury and trying to resuscitate him. It's a very generous way of saying they handcuffed him, dragged him along the ground, and threw him into the back of a vehicle. Yeah, he wasn't treated very nicely by the police because, you know, when it comes down to it, the police are more than happy to brutalize white people too. The sad thing is, this guy was only 18. He was like a kid, teenager. The perpetrator was convicted of murder for stabbing Nowak with a Sikh dagger and sentenced last week to life in prison with a minimum 21-year term. But the case has spurred heated debates about policing and race, and then protests over Nowak's death turned violent, with some attacking police with chairs and rocks. Several people were charged with violent disorder over the protest. So that happened. So this stabbing happened back in like December, but the verdict just came through, and that's why it was rekindling some of the flame. So then also last week, a separate case of a university student who was stabbed to death in Southampton, England in December. Yeah, so J.D. Vance was commenting on this, which he was saying nothing good. So there is a video from Global News on this. We're going to have to skip through part of it. Even though they don't show the most graphic stuff, I still want to skip through part of it because apparently this recent attack was caught on camera and shared over social medias and news networks. So I'm sure if you're on the Hostile Fart Sauna Twitter, you can probably find video of this absolutely brutal attack.
Prime Minister Keir Starmer's office called for calm Tuesday after police said they arrested a Sudanese suspect over a stabbing in Belfast that drew national attention because of graphic videos of the attack shared online.
Yeah, those ones.
Suspect, who was in his 30s.
Let's just skip past that. Of course, the donuts over what I want to skip over.
Concern not only here in Northern Ireland, but much further afield. And I understand also that there will be questions regarding the nature of the attack. Throughout today, we've been liaising with senior counter-terrorism partners. At this stage, we have no information to suggest that this was a terrorist-related incident. However, I must stress, we are still...
So this is recent. There's no evidence. Got a private chat? Okay, yeah. There's no evidence that it's terror-related. It could just be two people who knew each other, kind of like a domestic fight situation. Like, I don't mean like necessarily a relationship, but they were two people who knew each other. It could have been motivated by multiple different things, but there's no evidence at this point that it's any sort of terrorist attack. But the way the rioters are acting, it's scary how far they've gone and what they've done. And we see this happening. So this was happening in Ireland. It's only a matter of time before this type of violence starts trickling over here to this side of the pond.
At the early stages of our investigation. The victim was taken to hospital with significant injuries to his eyes and serious slash wound injuries to his back and face.
As of this moment, the victim is in serious condition, but is still alive.
The suspect, a man in his 30s, who we now understand to be Sudanese, was arrested at the scene on suspicion of attempted murder. He is in custody, and at this time we are not seeking anyone else in connection with the investigation. And what is believed to be a kitchen knife was recovered at the scene. We're also aware of calls this evening for protest activity across Northern Ireland and continue to monitor that situation accordingly. I understand that last night's attempted murder will leave people feeling a range of emotions from fear to anger. Our officers have a role to facilitate and accommodate peaceful protest. Everyone in Northern Ireland will, however, sadly remember the disorder which took place over the last 2 years. No one needs to see a repeat of this. This only causes damage to local communities, and unfortunately, young people often get caught up in that disorder. So I appeal for calm and the safety of all of our communities in response to this.
People are feeling a bag of emotions about what they have witnessed over the...
Now, again, won't necessarily be surprising that a lot of the rioters that we're about to, get into and learn about what the rioters actually did, also men. And so here's the thing, oh yes, because of this one stabbing, there's going to be a range of, like a bag of emotions to deal with. Men seem to get very emotional, very fast, and they express pretty much any emotion through violence. Yeah, they always try to claim that it's like us lefties or women or queer folks who tend to get over emotional, especially if we snap at someone, like snap by just yelling because we've had enough of their bullshit. It's like, ooh, you're being so emotional. And yet these people went on a rampage, going door to door, checking for immigrants, burning things down, burning homes down, terrifying families. But as Owen Jones will point out in the next video, they don't have this reaction when it's a white man who attacks someone. They never have that, but in this one case, suddenly, all immigrants must suffer consequences. Similar things were happening here in Canada when there was that school shooting earlier this year, and the shooter turned out to be a trans girl. Suddenly, that's like a blanket statement on all trans folks from the right wing, when that was the first instance of a trans mass shooter in Canada. But this type of reaction never happens when it's a white guy doing it. There's never that same accusation that everyone in their particular demographic now is a reflection of this person. When there was the mosque shooting here in Canada by the white guy who was into right-wing content online, nobody was then saying all white men are violent and should be locked up and should be this and that and the other thing. But as soon as it's a person of color or a queer trans person, suddenly that entire group needs to be punished for the actions of one individual.
The course of yesterday evening and into this morning. But my message today is one of calm, and don't allow those people that don't care about people here to incite hatred, to incite fear. Don't allow those people who are faceless to orchestrate campaigns and on the streets. I think that is something that I would want to underline from today's press conference.
We are aware, of course, of protest activity being discussed across Northern Ireland this evening, and we continue to monitor this very carefully. And I understand that last night's attempted murder will leave people feeling enraged with emotions from fear to anger. But please, let the PSNI, let the police do their job.
Yeah, what happened last time?
So the appeal for calm. Oh, and here's Niall Farage. He's the Reform UK leader. That's the right-wing party in the UK. Also stands a very good chance of winning the next election because Labour has just been so flaccid in what they've done and how they've turned on their constituents and even members of their own party and started doing things that nobody voted for. But Niall Farage is probably a better he's like if Pierre Polyev actually knew how to present himself in front of camera.
The streets of Belfast, barbaric, horrific in every way. We know that the man was of Sudanese origin. Number 10, a point blank refusing to say whether he came here legally or illegally. All that we know is that he was given leave to remain. Well, I'm sorry, but we're giving out that sort of status. We're dishing it out like Smarties to people we haven't properly checked.
And so here he's basically saying, oh yeah, it's the immigrants we haven't properly checked. They could be illegals. They're bad. They're dangerous. We need to look out for them. And then you wonder why violence like we're about to see happens.
And I very much doubt whether this man should have been in Britain at all.
But amidst the horror of what happened, we also saw something extraordinary.
Yeah, it never says anything like that about the white men who do all this violence. Just like, oh, this immigrant who potentially, like, who did violence. Oh, okay. Maybe they shouldn't have been in Britain. But how about all the people who were already there who inflicted tons and tons of violence? Should they be there?
When confronted with scenes of terrifying violence, members of the public did not walk on to their own. Those individuals, I would like to say this. You showed the very best of humanity, and you have the profound gratitude of this entire house.
Okay, so now we're going to move on to Owen Jones. So, as some of you might know, I'm just a little bit of a fan of Owen Jones, like just a little. You know, he has his good qualities about him. And so he covers, you know, news from a progressive standpoint. He's been on the right side of the issue when it comes to Palestinians in Gaza and Israel, as well as trans rights and everything of that sort. And he covers like UK politics and does a really good job of pointing things out. He has also been the victim of a homophobic attack. And, you know, he has principles that he stands by and goes with, and really, really good writer and journalist. And so when it comes to kind of deconstructing what happens, like big stories in the UK, I do like to go to his channel to find out, you know, what the details are, because he usually brings the receipts, as you will see in this video. He brings the receipts. He doesn't just talk out of his ass. And there's going to be two videos. So the video that we just watched from Global News, that was basically some politicians saying, okay, this just happened. Can we not have violence? Well, violence happened. And so J.D. Vance was also, you know, lying about what was happening in the UK. And when you have other world leaders spreading misinformation about what's happening in other countries, again, this is why it will trickle over. Because the right-wingers, they know they have each other's backs. That if a right-winger does something really bad in another country, other leaders who are right-wingers, they'll have them covered. They'll go bat to them for them, you know. They'll support them. They'll do whatever. So they have safety in numbers across the borders.
Is lying about Britain, and the fact JD Vance is lying about Britain, and the fact that the ever more extreme British right aren't condemning a foreign politician intervening in our democracy with lies, quite the opposite, tells you all you need to know about their definition of patriotism.
Also, keep in mind here in Canada, we do have foreign right-wing leaders interfering with our domestic politics. In the case of the separation question in Alberta, there are right-wing politicians from the US who are intervening, who are giving their opinions, and then other right-wing organizations who are working together, you know, behind the scenes to promote separation and stoke that flame tension, that hatred.
Let's just read what JD Vance said. This is regarding the absolutely horrific murder of Henry Novak, which has been weaponized by right-wing extremists. The Vice President of the United States of America said the following: Henry Novak died the same way a civilization dies, abandoned, handcuffed by authorities who neither trusted nor cared for him, and accused of hate crimes he did not commit. His murder is as tragic as it is enraging. He should still be alive today, and he would be if the last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against the politics of self-hatred and the mass invasion of migrants, many of whom despise the West and the people who love it. Henry was far from the first to so needlessly lose his life, and I fear he won't be the last. Each time a life like his is lost, the proper response, the only response, is righteous anger. One of the most important things the Trump administration has proven to the world is that stopping the flow of mass migration and defending national sovereignty is a matter of political will and leadership. Anything else is an excuse. It is because we love the West that we want to preserve it. We love our civilization, we love our country, we love our children, and nobody should ever die the way that Henry Novak died. May God comfort those who...
You mean by police brutality? I don't think that's what he means, but yeah, maybe he shouldn't have died from police brutality. Like maybe he would still be alive if when the police got there, they actually tended to his injuries. We don't know. Instead of just handcuffing him and dragging him across the ground and ignoring him. Maybe he might actually still be alive then.
He loved him, and may God rest his soul. It's worth just restating the words of the father of Henry Novak. We do not want his death to be used to create further division, hatred, or tension. He additionally said, this is not a case about Sikhism. This is not a case about racism. This is a case about murder. Now, JD Vance obviously has utter contempt for what Henry Novak's father very specifically asked for from people's response about the murder of his own child. I mean, what he's doing there is using this horrific murder to promote division, hatred, and tension. Obviously, JD Vance has nothing to say when people who are white commit murders, commit sickening crimes. It's only when people of color have committed a crime that can be weaponized for these purposes. Now, it's striking that JD Vance says that Novak would still be alive if the last few generations of European elites had stood their ground against the politics of self-hatred and the mass invasion of migrants, many of whom despise the West and the people who love it. That's what
the idea that, you know, this person could potentially be alive if they hadn't allowed immigrants in, as if nobody domestically, like nobody who was born in the UK does violence. That somehow magically there'd be no more crime if all the immigrants were just rounded up and taken out, because, you know, people who are born in the country, they never commit crimes. When studies show over and over again, it's people who were born in the countries that tend to do more crimes because immigrants are a little bit more worried about being deported. And, you know, they came here for a better life and all that sort of stuff. And they had to pass through vetting and background checks and all that sort of stuff just to get here. But people who are born here tend to do more violence. And Owen's going to also point out that violence has gone down in the UK. So this idea that, you know, like, sure, if you had gone back in time and taken out a specific person, then, you know, generations later, this other person might be alive. But like, to do that for an entire population, like, I think if we just go back in time and limit the number of white men on this planet, you know, a lot of violence would be down. But the thing is that we can't do that. That's just like, it's a hypothetical game, because we don't know if we had gone back and targeted a certain group, how much violence would be here now and then. And it's a pointless argument, because it's more important to deal with what is here and now, not this idea of like going back in time, erasing a certain group of people, things would be better, so we should do it now. Because I think most of us here watching, we know that just rounding up all the immigrants and suddenly kicking them out won't get rid of violence. Like, that just seems common sense to me. And in fact, a lot of those immigrants would suffer untold violence through that sort of thing. Like, just being forced to move is violence.
That's what he said. What he calls the mass invasion of migrants is people overwhelmingly coming to this country lawfully to work, study, to settle down, to have families. Indeed, that includes Henry Nowak's own family. Henry Nowak was a Polish Brit. He had both British and Polish citizenship. He had both British and Polish passports. His family are an example of migrants arriving here and mixing with those who were born here. Without the immigration Vance vilifies, Henry Nowak would never have been born. He would not exist. The fact he had Polish heritage is worth just emphasizing, because for a long time in this country, I don't know why this has been memory hold, Polish people were the main targets of anti-migrant hysteria. In fact, one of the main reasons we ended up leaving the European Union was because of the demonizing of immigration from Eastern Europe and specifically Poland. Back in the 2000s, you had a relentless media campaign against Polish people.
Yeah, the right wing will always weaponize certain groups of people whenever it serves their agenda, and then ignore that they've ever done similar things to different groups of people way back when. Because, you know, you look at the United States and Canada, there was always a history of demonizing a certain group of immigrants, and then suddenly embracing them, and then demonizing another group, and then embracing them, or demonizing another group, or re-demonizing a group, and all of that sort of stuff. We've seen this time and time again. It's just the right wing's way of focusing people's hatred and anger and rage, and using it as a way to manipulate them, and to what's the word? They're molding them into the movement that they want by picking and choosing what groups of people to target their rage at, instead of, you know, targeting their rage at who should be targeted. And that's, you know, the Epstein class. That's the leaders we have in place right now who are slaves to capitalism and, you know, corporations, and making, you know, putting those things above the well-being of the citizens. Because if everyone in this country, in the UK and the US, had all their basic needs met, healthcare, housing, food, all of that, this desire to kick out all the immigrants wouldn't be there, at least not the way that it is right now. Instead, the right wing needs them as scapegoats. And so even if they were to eliminate one group, like be able to kick out one group completely, then they would find another group and another group and another group, because there always has to be a group they can use to weaponize and use as fodder.
Presented variously as scroungers, as people taking our jobs, but also as murderers and rapists. So, I mean, Henry Nowak is someone who comes from a community which was itself demonized. Now, the perpetrator of this sickening murder was someone who was a British Sikh from a community some on the far right, practicing divide and rule, and portrayed as an example of an integrated British minority to counterpose against Muslims. Who has gone around before this claiming British Sikhs despise the West, to use J.D. Vance's terms? That's not actually how Sikhs were demonized. Now they're being demonized in a mass racist scale because of the hideous actions of one person. But I mean, if we're talking about actual invasions, because that's what J.D. Vance was talking about, the British subjugated and colonized India. That is, of course, where people who are British Sikh, that's where their heritage is from. And that horror on the part of the British state resulted in tens of millions of Indians dying, largely through avoidable famine, as well as the mass impoverishment of India. And it should also be noted, amidst all that, 162,000 Indian soldiers died fighting for the British in both world wars. About half of them British Sikh soldiers. So, J.D. Vance talking about these are people they've imported who hate the West. We invaded, we took over their land and then made them fight for the West and die en masse for the West, even though they're not from the West.
Yeah, like just the idea of being mad at the groups that these Western cultures have colonized. Because all of these Western countries and cultures have done that. And then singling out someone from one of those colonized communities and using them as a representation of all the bad things that have happened while ignoring, like the genocides that Canada has committed or the United States has committed when it came to First Nations, when they colonized this area, or the expansion of the UK across the world and what they did to other cultures and whatnot in other European countries and what they did. And then they have the gall to be like, well, this one person from this one religious group from this one country did something bad. And so now everyone from that is to blame.
Ridiculous. The central argument, though, of Vance and the far right generally is that what he describes as the mass invasion of migrants has caused an explosion of violent crime. This is a lie, a raging lie, and indeed, I'm going to rely on statistics put together by a right-wing commentator to make my point. That's Fraser Nelson. He's the former editor of the hard-right Spectator magazine, itself guilty of pumping out all sorts of hideous racist nonsense. But nonetheless, what Fraser has done, he's not at the Spectator anymore, should be applauded because he set out the facts. And let's begin. There has been a huge increase in the migrant population in Britain, no doubt, from 4.6 million in 2002 to well over 11 million. Yet surveyed crime in Britain has fallen from 12.4 million in 2002 to nearly a third of that level now. What about murder? The murder rate in Britain peaked in March 2003 at 17.9 per million people in England and Wales. It has since fallen to 9.5 per million, nearly half the rate. In London, one of the most diverse cities on earth, with a huge migrant population, and it's the epicenter of Britain's migrant population, the rate of murders is the lowest ever recorded. In 2003, 216 Londoners were killed in a less diverse city than it is today. It's now fallen to 97. Fraser Nelson then confronts those who claim that this fall in murder could be down to advances in medicine, allowing people to live longer. Yet NHS hospital data shows that the number of people admitted to hospital because of violence has plummeted. In the mid-2000s, nearly 46,000 people were admitted to English hospitals because of assault. Last year, that fell to 20,000, less than half the rate. Knife assaults peaked at over 5,700 in 2007 and has since fallen to 3,132. The same goes for plummeting admissions because of bodily force, blunt object, and firearm. According to the British Crime Survey, which surveys whether people have been victims of crime, whether they report it or not, all crime peaked at nearly 30 million in 2003 and has plummeted to 4.4 million, about a third of the level. Violent crime was running at 2.6 million in 2003 and last year was 1.1 million, an astonishing fall in violence. The truth is, violence has fallen hugely in this country, even as immigration levels have massively gone up. The claim that immigration has unleashed mass violence in Britain is a lie. We are actually far more peaceful than we have been for a very long time. Now, indeed, the hypocrisy of J.D. Vance sticking his hateful awe into Britain is quite something. I think he should stick his awe into a far more violent American society. The homicide rate in the US is roughly 6 to 7 times higher than in England and Wales. To be clear, violence has steeply come down in the US too. The murder rate is nearly half what it was in 1991. Violent crime has also come down by a half because it started from a much higher place. But that again contradicts claims that increasing diversity means more violence. We are in a dangerous moment because extremists will seize on any hideous crime committed by someone who isn't white while ignoring hideous crimes committed by white people in order to whip up hatred and anger against entire minorities. Which brings us to the hideous attempted beheading, which was recorded on camera in Belfast on Monday. The suspect is a Sudanese national who has been arrested. It was originally misreported that he was from Somalia. Enter Patrick Christys, presenter on the hard right GB News channel. He tweeted, "Call me old-fashioned, but I preferred our country before Somalians started trying to behead people in the street." He then added an update. Police now say they got his nationality wrong. He's Sudanese. "Call me old-fashioned, but I preferred our country before Sudanese men started trying to behead people in the street."
Just goes to show they don't care. They just want a group to target. It could insert any group of color in there and he would have said the same thing. They don't care. They just want to demonize immigrants.
To be clear, there was no record of any Somali or Sudanese person trying to behead anyone on UK soil before this. There were plenty of examples of white people trying to behead people, though, like the white neo-Nazi who tried to behead a Kurdish barber in 2024. Did Patrick Christys say, "I preferred our country before white men started to behead people in the street after that happened"? No, he said absolutely nothing at all. Both the perpetrator and the victim clearly had the wrong skin colour for him to issue inflammatory social posts or indeed say anything. Or what about the white man who tried to behead his female partner in Gateshead in 2024? Nothing from Patrick Christys condemning white men trying to behead people then either. Or, again, in 2024, the white man who beheaded his girlfriend in Gateshead. Nothing from Patrick Christys condemning white men beheading people then either. Or, in 2022, a white woman who beheaded her friend in London. Nothing from Patrick Christys about white women beheading people then either. Or, in 2015, a white man who tried to behead a random Asian man claiming it was revenge for the murder of Lee Rigby. Nothing from Patrick Christys then either. These people are only interested in these sorts of hideous crimes if they can whip up anger and resentment against entire minorities. If they are white, they do not issue damning statements related to white people as a whole. Now, Patrick Christys responded to say, "Hi, Owen, thanks for your thread. I'd just like to make you aware I really don't care about what you say or think. Cheers." Now, leaving aside, clearly he can't respond to the thread because there was no reasonable response to that.
Yeah, he just outright acknowledges it. Like, I don't care. I don't care that you're right on this issue when it comes to this sort of thing. I want my talking point. I want to hate a group of people, and so I don't care about any receipts or anything. I'm going to use this for my own narratives.
Thread whatsoever that doesn't show up his vile race baiting. I would like to live in a world where I don't have to care about what the likes of Patrick Christys, some mediocre TV presenter, think or say. But he's a TV presenter churning out hateful propaganda at a broadcast channel and using his platform, as we see here, to whip up bigotry.
Platforms that allow this hateful bigotry. All of our countries have it. Where, like in the United States, there's Fox News. In Canada, there's Rebel News, even though they're not technically a news network. But there's all these places that have, wide reach that are allowed to spread this racist, bigoted misinformation that just stokes the flames of anger and rage. There's no crackdown on it. I'm not a free speech absolutist. I do believe in free speech, but I'm not a free speech absolutist. And, if these people want to have their own website and do whatever, that's one thing. But for like YouTube and Facebook and, news networks being able to promote this stuff, I don't think that helps. That it benefits, especially when a lot of our media outlets are bought up by right-wingers. And so there's no counterbalance to it. There's no mainstream media that's left-wing. The right will accuse some being left-wing, but that's a perspective thing because they're so far right-wing that somebody who's just slightly right of center seems left-wing to them. But there is no mainstream media out there that is progressive, and they often will shut down progressive newscasters or guests that they might have on to interview. They also do their fair share of demonizing people who are far more progressive.
If we let that spread unchecked, this country's got no future. Please like and subscribe.
So here's a little bit more from Owen Jones. He put together a thread just, again, pointing out that, you know, yes, this was, in this case, a sick man who tried to, who brutally attacked someone, trying to behead them. But there's all these other cases that never get called out by the same right-wingers who are using this story now as a way to promote all this violence. So I'm just going to quickly scroll through this because there is another video that I wanted to watch, and, you know, I'm totally getting behind. There we go. So here's Owen Jones responding to this news clip here. The idea of like violence is never justified, but this is a response from a program which families with little kids were burned out of their homes. His party demonizes peaceful protesters against genocide as hate marches. There is no but. People are understandably angry there. And so this person said, you know, violence is never justified, but people are understandably angry when someone enters the UK illegally and blah, 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 blah. Nothing justifies the riots that happened with the innocent families being burned out of their homes. You know, there should be no but there when it comes to what these rioters did. You know, violence is never justified, but I totally get it. And of course, they'll never say that same thing when it comes to, I don't know, let's say Hamas. You know, justice is never, violence is never justified, but, you know, they have been living in an open air prison where they've been repressed and no access to health care and, you know, financial aid and, you know, food and freedom of movement. And they've been targeted and harassed and shot at and kidnapped and all this sort of stuff. But, you know, you don't get that when it's a group like Hamas that launches the attack saying violence is never justified. But when you look at all these things, we don't need to watch the clip because this is the point of it here, this quote. So the riots happened in Belfast. And this is a video that Owen Jones just posted today covering the story and has a lot, again, he brings the receipts and shows a lot of the clips that normally I would have to, put together. There's a word for it. Anyway, here's Owen Jones.
Country to be destroyed? It's a very straightforward, very simple question. Last night, Belfast, the capital of Northern Ireland, burned. This was a pogrom. Families with little children had to be rescued from homes which were burning because far-right racists had set them on fire. These thugs went from door to door to see if
compile. The word is compile that I was looking for. So he's compiled all the clips, so I don't have to.
There were migrant families in them kicking down doors. They stopped cars to see if there were any migrants in them. They burned cars and businesses. This was violence and mayhem whipped up by Reform, by Restore, by the Conservative Party, by the media, and by Elon Musk and his ex.
I can't imagine how scared the people in these areas were, especially if they were immigrants. And even if you aren't immigrants, just seeing that violence and stuff, and there's going to be an example of a white man whose house was burnt down as, you know, collateral damage from what these rioters were doing. Like seeing an aggressive crowd of men with torches and weapons march down the street, that's pretty terrifying, I think, just in general. And of course, the police don't really do anything about it because they're buddies with a lot of those guys. And also, they're cowards. Whereas if this was like a peaceful left-wing protest, you often see those protesters get kettled and arrested and all this sort of stuff. But, you know, these right-wingers that are actually actively doing violence, no, the police just kind of stand back. Maybe pick out one here and there, but they don't really do anything to stop the rioters, like as a whole.
If they succeed, then what will happen to this country is what happened in Belfast, but on a much bigger scale. We already had a warning, or it should have been a warning. England, the riots, the right-wing uprising, indeed attempted national pogrom of 2024. Remember that. When they tried to burn refugees alive in hotels, when they attacked shops, cars, mosques, when they attacked the homes of minorities, and they attacked people of colour in the street, when they dragged people they thought were migrants from cars. But the right-wing uprising, pogrom, of August 2024 was simply scrubbed from the record as though it never happened. Why? Because it implicated our media and our political establishment who had whipped up the bile and the hatred that led to that national uprising, pogrom. And they have continued to whip up hatred, bile, and division. And now we face an even greater catastrophe. What the right-wing arsonists will keep doing is seizing on any crime committed by someone who isn't white and indeed using that to whip up hatred. Every time it happens, they get a thrill, a sense of excitement, a dopamine hit, because these people are scum. Unfortunately, very powerful scum at that. They ignore every hideous crime committed by a white person, not least the racist murders, which you can't divorce from the racist atmosphere that they have helped to create. They just wait, craving a crime they can weaponize to whip up hatred against migrants and minorities, and look where it leads. Before we look at what happened in Belfast last night, the pretext for this disorder, this pogrom, was a horrific knife attack against a Northern Irish man.
And we can skip over that because we just covered it.
Extremists and by our media, by politicians. What happened in Belfast? They set cars on fire. Lawyers' thugs went from house to house looking for migrants to attack.
Again, I can't imagine how terrifying that would be. They were going house to house. They were asking people if they knew where the immigrants lived so that they could go and burn down that home. People were losing everything, scared to death. And where were the police in all of this? And these same men will accuse women and queer folks of getting emotional if we tell them to shut up.
They stopped cars looking for migrants in them. They burned houses. Families with little children had to be rescued from burning homes.
Homes were targeted and burned. Families had to be led to safety through the flames, rescued by emergency services, risking their lives in the most dangerous situation. It wasn't just homes. Cars were also torched by young masked men.
I'm just going to skip through this a little bit.
Migrant families. This car too has been torched. You can see the damage to that house there.
That she knows of a dozen families, mostly Muslim, whose homes had been targeted.
And that's burned down the homes of white people born in Northern Ireland.
She said with the owner of that property, the occupant of that property, who had to make an escape out the back. She says there were children here. It was a terrifying experience. She is from Ukraine. She has fled war in Ukraine.
They even burned down the homes of white people born in Northern Ireland.
She stood right over there and watched the whole house go up. How are you feeling about that? I've lost a home, man. 13 years out here, and that's gone. The house is wrecked, man. The whole house is completely destroyed from top to bottom. It's literally all gone.
Did you see footage of? I mean, you were standing across the road watching it happen.
Yeah, I seen it. The car was here before it went up. It was a red car, and I seen them leaning it. I told them, "This is my house. This is my house." I knew it was going to catch fire.
So they were setting fire to the car, but then
I just lost a home. So
one journalist for the right-wing publication Unheard posted a photo of burned homes. They tweeted, "After taking this photo of burned out houses in East Belfast, two local lads scrolled through my phone photo library to ensure I hadn't captured any faces, telling me with no animosity, like, to fuck off away before you get kneecapped." The fury that drove this disorder was fueled by the right. Like Reform's Zia Youssef, who tweeted, "The horror of what you have seen in Belfast is a direct result of treacherous Tory and Labour immigration policy. Reform has already announced in big capitals, total ban on visas for anyone from Sudan. Enough is enough." Deliberately, they're linking one hideous attack to Sudanese people as a whole. As the riots were unfolding in Belfast, he added, "Some cultures are much better than others." We've had years now of politicians and media outlets claiming that Britain is spiraling into violent mayhem, and that's because of migrants. The facts show that on every measure, overall surveyed crime, the murder rate, NHS committing violent crimes, there are no riots. No riots when a neo-Nazi tried to behead a Kurdish barber. No riots when 2 teenagers stabbed to death to whip up division and hatred and indeed violence. Can you imagine their thought processes? Can you imagine it? Every time they hear a terrible crime has been committed, they get excited, they get a thrill. Could this be another one? If it's a white person, they feel this crushing disappointment and move on silently. If it's not a white person, it's like they've won the jackpot.
And I'm one of those people too that also I whenever there's a news report of a mass attack somewhere, there's like that holding of the breath of like, who did it? Because I know that if it was a person of color or somebody who was queer, then that means those groups are going to be under attack. Whereas if it was a white man who did it, suddenly, oh, it was a mental health issue, you know, dismiss it, still a horrific attack. But, you know, it's that constant fear of being targeted because an individual did something bad. And since I might be part of that same group, or my neighbors might be part of that group, that suddenly they'll become targets of generally right-wing white men because of this one attack. Because even here in Canada, we've had it so many times. You know, there was a white guy that drove his vehicle into a family, a Muslim family, and killed 4 members of that family. And, you know, the right wing doesn't say anything about it. But if that had been a Muslim man that drove into a white family, they would never let that story go. And we always hear that, like when the right wing says, oh, look at all the violence that the left wing does, and they'll cherry pick a few stories while ignoring the absolute avalanche of stories of right wing violence. We see that over and over again. And again, this is a warning. We see this happening in the UK. It's only a matter of time before it happens over here in Canada or the United States, this level of violence where there's actual riots in the street. And, you know, the reality is, I don't think the police will do anything about it. Like you look at the occupation that happened in Ottawa for 3 weeks of the trucker convoy. The police didn't do anything about it. They didn't shut that down. And I'm worried that if this type of riot were to happen somewhere in Canada and the United States, that the police still would not do anything to actually shut it down.
And note this. I've looked at the timelines of right-wing politicians and right-wing commentators, and almost none of them have anything to say about what happened in Belfast. Homes being burned whilst their occupants, families with little children, are dragged from the flames, cars going up in flames, businesses going up in flames. And they say nothing. These are the same people who have whipped up hysteria.
So these right-wingers who are spreading vitriol about this one person who did this horrific assault, meanwhile, they're not saying anything about this riot, about, you know, the family, the kids having to be pulled from burning homes, the cars being burned, the homes, like everyone, people losing everything. These right-wing commentators, newscasters, politicians, they're not saying anything about that. So if you are just in that right-wing bubble, all you hear about is this one story of the sick person who did this assault. And you're not hearing about the rest of this. And so, again, that helps to focus and funnel a person's anger and demonize one group of people because they aren't seeing the violence that is being unleashed by, you know, a horde of white men.
about peaceful protests against Israel's genocide. They have smeared people opposed to genocide as dangerous, hateful extremists, as hate marches. And they have nothing, zero, zilch to say about actual violent disorder, pogroms. It just goes to show what we're dealing with here. These people have turned the world on its head. These people actually are inciting violent hatred, rather than people who just don't like children getting blown up. Listen to what journalist Kevin Maguire said in Good Morning Britain.
After the attack on the Liverpool football parade, and it was a white guy, middle-class, former Royal Marine, no one went after other white, middle-class, former Marines and said this person represents that entire group. And it's the case here. We've got a lot of issues to be addressed and raised and have got to be resolved over the guy and how he was in Northern Ireland with refugee status. But don't tar all refugees, asylum seekers, migrants, people of colour with him.
Yeah. And indeed, it's worth noting, violence against girls and women. Northern Ireland has the second highest rate of women being murdered by men in Europe.
Unfortunately, Northern Ireland, we had brutal violence in our past. We also have shocking femicide rates. Last week, in a very high-profile case, the murder of Natalie McNally, the judge gave the ruling and he talked about a frenzied knife attack. He talked about wounds so bad the cause of death was unable to be determined. There were no riots over the perpetrator of that brutal crime.
I've got to say how it is. We are heading for a very dangerous place. If the politicians and the media outlets have their way, this country has no future. It will descend into violent mayhem. Our communities will burn. Their relentless incitement, turning entire communities against each other until violence erupts. Is that the future we want? Is that the future you want? It is a choice. We allow politicians to come to power on the basis of turning communities against each other, essentially so they can cut taxes for rich people like themselves. Or do we build a society where people from different backgrounds can live together? Friends, we're staring at the abyss. And we have so far to fall. Because we are now seeing a situation where if any violent act is committed by someone who isn't white, it will be used to whip up violence and mayhem. Whilst crimes by white people obviously are completely ignored because they're not relevant. If that happens, this country will fall apart. There's just no question about that. Where will this end? How will this end? Again, we've got to ask ourselves, is this the future we want? A country which descends into violent mayhem because we allowed our politicians and media outlets to whip up hatred and fear. It's up to us. Please like and subscribe.
And then just this one here too. So again, like here in Canada, we've had the occupation of Ottawa with the trucker convoy. They're having the race riots right now in the UK. In the United States, there was January 6th and the riots that happened there. The reality is the people who participate in these things, if they're willing to inflict this level of violence publicly, yeah, a lot of them are going to have, you know, violence in their past of things that they've done. And so Owen had posted about one of the rioters. He rioted supposedly over a heinous crime. His criminal offenses include mugging an 80-year-old woman. These are the scumbags who claim to be the champions of British people. And then this person here, he has 25 previous convictions for 55 offenses, including a 6-year prison sentence for GBH and robbing an 80-year-old woman, as well as public order and burglary offenses. And if you go into the criminal records or the backgrounds of a lot of people who were at the January 6th riots, you'll see the same thing. Some of them have been arrested for other crimes, horrific crimes since then. And, you know, again, if you look at the trucker convoy, I'm sure you would find similar things in their background. If they're willing to publicly go out there and commit this type of violence, you can be damn sure they've been doing it in their private life. Anyway, I'm going over. Everyone, thank Nicholas for putting up with me and going over. He's the producer here on this space, does great work. Unsung hero of the channel. Also, you can follow Owen Jones on YouTube and on the Hostile Fart Sauna and other social media platforms. Really good follow. He does great, fantastic work. He has a book coming out that he constantly talks about in the fall. He's written a whole bunch of books. And I believe he's also part of Zateo has expanded to the UK. And so he's going to be a part of that team as well. Not shocking. Him and Mehdi are friends. Anyway, you can follow me on Left of the Box for my political commentary. My next news live stream, I don't know if it's going to be Monday or Tuesday yet. I have a busy weekend ahead of me, so I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it on Monday or Tuesday. So, stay tuned to my channel to find out. My channel about my artwork here is Sandee Lovas, which is this one here. Go give that a follow. Once I get my fucking TYT essay done, I'll be able to focus more on my channels and get content out there on a regular basis. But now that I have a whole bunch of things for the vending markets out of the way, the deadline that I had a deadline for that, so that's all I was focused on. Now that that's done, next week, I can start going into a nice routine of getting that fucking essays done and off my plate so I can focus on other things. Anyway, follow me on social medias, both of these. And then I will say, salut, à la prochaine. Thank you for watching and stay tuned. I'm Sandee, wishing your tomorrow is better than your today.
Пошли. Все вместе. Какие ваши доказательства?
They want you to comply.
Cancel culture. It's about canceling.
Cocainum.
Up yours. Woke moralists. Up yours.
This is systematic bullying that's happening.
Woke moralists. Up yours.
And they believe that they can then shut us up. F around and find out.
Up yours. Woke moralists.
They seem animalistic is what I mean.
No, they're worse than animals.
The woke mob, they ruin everything.
They stop Ben Shapiro from going to events and speaking. They stop Ann Coulter from doing it.
I will never surrender even a single inch of ground to a pitchfork mob.
You never cave to the mob.
We will never bow to the mob. Ever. No matter what.
Do you see the final expression of cancel culture in terrorist groups like
yours. We'll see cancel.
Hey, Fred.
Oh,
hey,
how you doing?
How's it going, everybody? Ooh, audio works great out of the start. That's nice. All right.
There was some overlapping audio for a second. I don't know if that was just. Did anyone else hear that?
I heard it, but I don't know if the audience heard it. I'm going to assume they didn't, so that way we can have a perfect opening. All right. No audio. Oh, yeah. Yeah. So we have a pretty stacked panel today. We've got David Doel coming on. We've got Ariana Jasmine coming on.
We have David, a guest as like David Doel coming.
David Doel will be. And of course, as the title suggests, we have Olaimi coming on. Maybe you've heard of her. She is an attorney. She was once on the Breakfast Club. She debated Eric Adams while he was.
She was once on this show as a regular.
She used to come on the show before. You might remember.
Seems like you forgot about it. You mentioned that very relevant. You're like, yeah, she was you might know her from this show and that show and this show and that show. All right, she was on this show too regularly every week for a while.
Yes. So they do remember. That's good to hear. No, of course I'm trolling. Everybody knows Ole. Yeah, so it's going to be a really fun show. We've got a lot planned. When I say a lot, I mean we have a lot of people coming. I have nothing planned in terms of topics, but I am happy that we're going to have so many cool people here. Plus us, of course. We're also such a treat for you all. You're welcome for us being here.
Yeah, I think we are a treat.
I would like to think so. I would like to think so.
Everyone look at us right now and think to yourself, wow, wouldn't you like to have a treat like wouldn't you like to snack on these treats?
I was supposed to pay you a compliment. I'm going to take it back.
Yeah, we make it weird like immediately. It's just not.
What I was going to say was that it was really nice listening to the Majority Report podcast today, and then at the very end of it, it was like Emma brought on Matt Binder, and he's like, Matt Binder, tell me what's going on in your world. And you're like, oh, well, the Leftist Mafia tonight will have a lot of awesome guests. We've had a rotating, amount of great guests, and tonight I'll have some even better ones. I was like, oh,
yeah, I totally forgot Ole was coming on this morning when I was on the Majority Report, because if I did remember, I would have specifically mentioned her because she's a name. It's not like, oh, we're gonna have some great guests. We're having Ole on.
She's a big get. She's a big get for us. It's exciting. It's been a while since she's come on too, so it'll be awesome to hear her thoughts on Mom Donnie and just catch up because it's always really fun to hear from Ole.
We haven't talked to her since, right? Wow.
Yeah, it's been a while. So this is going to be a really fun episode. Also, there was the Dave Rubin debate that took place last Sunday, I want to say. And I have been milking that like a motherfucker. I have a video that went up on, I think, Monday. I have another one going up tomorrow with Mason, who actually debated Dave Rubin. And he's going to spill some tea. And so when you include those two videos along with last week's Leftist Mafia, I've done 3 videos about Dave Rubin in the past 7 days. Not my proudest moment. Nonetheless, I regret nothing because it has been really a joy to watch him kind of implode, because I don't know if anybody watched it, but holy fucking shit. He did so bad, and we all expected him to do bad, but
I saw he defended it on Twitter, or tried to. Like, I assumed he would have just moved on, but he put something out there that was like, everyone's saying that I had a really bad performance. They don't know. I was just like not, talking about things I didn't know anything about or something like that. And it's got like an ungodly ratio, right? Isn't it one of the like most ridiculous, embarrassing ratios on the internet?
It's like, if I'm remembering correctly, less than 1,000 likes and like 39,000 comments, which for those who don't tweet, that's a very bad ratio. That means everybody is shitting on you.
All right, I want to go look it up because I thought it was at like 93 likes. Like,
let me pull it up because Right Wing Cope took a screenshot of it, and I was blown away. So Dave Rubin has me blocked. I'm sure he has both of you blocked too.
Oh yeah.
So I couldn't verify if it was real or not, but it was a very, very impressive ratio. Because you don't mention that after you get blown out like that. You just run away from it, and you never ever mention it.
Or move on.
You move on.
You're only as good as your last show is the rule, right? Like if you're a band, you're only as good as your last performance.
Oh, so the ratio is actually worse than I thought. It wasn't even 100 likes on Dave Rubin's.
Still?
It was, well, I'm not sure what it is now. So this is the screen cap.
That's the one I saw.
Okay,
I've never seen that. I've never seen 93 likes to like 4,000 comments.
Yeah, I was a little off. I said like 39,000, so it's 3.7 thousand, not 39,000. So, a little bit of mismatch there. Nonetheless, still a very, very impressive ratio for Dave Rubin's haters.
Well, it's still on screen. Let me explain it to anyone who does some Twitter or Blue Sky or use these kind of social medias. So the likes by the heart, that's how many people basically like what he said. And then every single person who might not like what he said won't hit like and then want to tell him they don't like what he said. So they'll go to the comment section. So that's basically where you get the ratio, aka the ratio of the amount of people who appreciate, like, or share uncritically your stuff. And then you see the ratio of people who are commenting on it and quote tweeting it in the middle. 11,000 quote tweets. So wow, it's like, it makes me happy to know that he's kind of just this hated by everybody,
Yeah. With that being said, though, I won't lie, and I again, I've admitted this multiple times. It embarrasses me every time. I felt a little bit of pity for Dave Rubin just because it was so
no
brutal.
pity.
He was getting trolled to his face, and he was completely oblivious. They were laughing at him. Like, he would say something, somebody would challenge him, and he'd just, like, pause because he's very clearly stumped. They need to go, look. And then, like, they'd all just laugh because they know that he doesn't know what to say because he did not prepare at all. He didn't rehearse, didn't do any research, didn't fabricate any talking points. He just, like, honestly winged it and thought he would be good. And I just don't understand that, because you're debating 20 different people. You know, there's going to be varying degrees of skill there and whatnot, and, you know, whatever. But he didn't think to do the bare minimum even, and every single person that stepped up to debate him blew him the fuck away. It's crazy. He shared just one video of himself, and it was of him debating somebody that was a communist, and the reason why he thinks it was an own was because he was like, oh, so you're a communist, and that's it, just pointing out that she's a communist. And like, that was essentially the own, in his opinion, even though the communist, if you watch it, she also blew him the fuck out. And it's just, I cannot, and I've said this again and again, it's so hard for me to try to comprehend why he agreed to do this, because it's just not, it's not smart. But
because he wanted the attention. It's a chance to get in front of a large audience. Jubilee's a big, that's all he thought of. I mean, I highly doubt he had the awareness, the self-awareness to know that he was going to get owned. And even after he was owned, I highly doubt he realized he was owned.
Yeah. But without further ado,
topics, right? Like, we should be clear on that too.
yeah, he gets to pick 4 topics, and he got blown away on every single one of them. But I was going to say, our special guest is officially here in the waiting room. Folks, it is the one, the only, Ole. How's it going?
I'm sorry I was late.
No, don't worry about it. Welcome.
It's fine. It's fine. We're always late. How have you been?
I'm good. I'm behind on all my responsibilities. I have all kind of videos I need to finish writing, and the procrastination is out of this world.
Samesies.
Yeah, it's really nice to see your beautiful face. I love your library behind you and your Working Families Party t-shirt. It's just that chat is so happy.
The occasion.
The chat is very happy. You're clickbait for us, so you're all joining because you're here. But like, what have you been up to? How's life been?
How's life been? Life is good. What am I doing? I only have Raheem and Asada whenever we last went there. I have Raheem, Asada. We have 2 dogs now. We have Cleophas and Dennis. I could show CJ. Bring Dennis and Cleophas.
Nice.
I want to introduce y'all. Can meet them.
I've met Cleo before. I haven't met Dennis though.
Okay, you're gonna meet.
Wait, what are the cats' names again?
Raheem and Asada.
How do I gotta ask? How do you like? 3 of those names don't match with Dennis.
No, okay, y'all be saying that, but I want to be clear. This is because of Dennis. What is it? Dennis in some show like Always Sunny in Philadelphia. Dennis is an old black man. Okay, that is not going to help that the dog is white.
All those other names,
right? Cleophas and Dennis. That don't sound like 2 black uncles.
All those other names, Cleophas, Raheem. They're very.
How adorable.
And then Dennis.
Acknowledge the people. Thank you.
Is he a husky?
Yes, he's an Alaskan husky.
Oh, I love huskies.
Cleo. Hey, Mr. Cleo.
Oh,
my sweet yeah.
I love him.
Now y'all hear Raheem meowing. Now Raheem's making demands. Oh God.
Raheem used to be the king of the castle, and now he
still is. He still is. And honestly, the older he gets, the more like Raheem is getting less pleasant with age.
How old is he now?
I adopted him in 2020, and he was 3. So he's going on like 9.
Oh, he's a little old man.
Yeah, he's getting there, and he's acting like it. Okay, he's real. Like everybody else waits till you wake up in the morning. Everybody patiently waits. Nobody else. Not Raheem. Raheem gets up and starts digging out the carpet like, oh, you're not going to listen to me? I'm going to fuck this carpet up, bitch. Okay. Raheem does petty, rude, spiteful. So we took Raheem to the vet, and they told us it was spite. They told us like Raheem.
They actually said it was spite.
Yes, that Raheem is operating out of spite. Like,
oh my God.
But now
he's the original, right? He's the first one there.
It's
right?
his
so
territory.
All those others
Like, that's my mom.
He's like, oh, it used to just be me and you, and now it's me, you, CJ, Asara, Cleophas, and that is But he actually loves ever since we got Dennis, the cats weren't fucking with Cleophas for like the first year. And then we got Dennis, and they like seen Dennis as a puppy. So they're like, okay, he's a baby. And now I brought everybody together. Now everybody chills. They used to give Cleo no love, but they like Dennis.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
Dennis is a little uniter.
And it's funny because he's the worst behaved animal in this house, and it's not close. Like it's Oh, Dennis do some fucked up, spiteful shit nobody else would do ever. Like, first of all, Cleo would never shit in this house. And if he had to, he would go do it. He would be sad about it. He would go do something like respectful, go tuck it away somewhere, do it, let me try and do it on the tile floor, whatever. Hand to God. Dennis woke up in the morning, wanted to go outside, wanted TJ to go take him outside. So he runs across my back, like, wake up, bitch, tell him take me out. And when I look at him, I do it. It's not like I don't answer to Dennis' demands. I say him, I wake up, I say, CJ, like, get up, whatever. CJ did not roll over fast enough. Do y'all believe Dennis motherfucking Bullware stooped to go and shit on me? He's gonna shit on top of you, bitch. Like, I had to like I seen it like the wicked. I'm telling you, it was like I had just closed my eyes and God was like, "Wake up! The dog is gonna shit on you." And I woke up and caught him about the door. I was like, "No!" I said, I have to say, he is the worst animal, worst behaved animal in this house. Everybody has their traits, but Dennis has the worst ones.
Damn, that's hilarious.
Dennis and Raheem, they're running. They're right. Asada has taken to walking outside though. And that I know, like she tries. Asada will slip by your foot and be on. The other day, I got a delivery, and the only reason something was wrong, and I turned around to go back outside to tell the delivery guy. And when I opened up the door, Asada was on the lawn.
Oh shit!
Looking at me like, I'm like, bitch, if you don't, oh my god. So they're stressful. We have a tribe of animals in this house.
Damn, I had a cat that would run out all the time, and it was really stressful. She ran away for 4 days one time, and this was the first time she ran away. It was really traumatic. We were like putting clothes on like the patio to like maybe because we moved 2 weeks earlier, so we were wondering if she would be able to find her way back. So we were trying to like make sure our scent was there. She came back after 4 days. She was like super thin. She was like, "Fuck you! I was just having an adventure." And then a day later, she got out again because she just like ran past, like she wanted to be free.
Oh,
it was
no.
traumatizing.
My cat Brutus. I used to have a cat named Brutus before he passed. That was when I got Raheem. Brutus got out once. I don't know how long he was gone. He was gone for like a few weeks. It was traumatic. And I had signs like the only reason I got him back was I had covered the neighborhood in signs. And some like, oh, thank God for gentrification. Some white girl moves into the neighborhood and she was like, she like thought it was cool, like, oh, the neighborhood cat, or like that's on the signs. And so she literally, I get a text one day like, hey, I've got your cat, I've got Brutus. And I was like, oh my God, I like run over there. And I was like, how'd you get him? She was like, oh, I like recognized him from the signs. And I was like, oh, hey, Brutus in the air. And she's like, he just walked up to me. I was like, I've never been more grateful for a white girl trying to understand her surroundings. She said, I'm reading the signs. I'm doing everything around here. Oh, I was so excited. But I said it to say, that's why I'm traumatized. And Asada being on that lawn the other day, now it's like, no one opens a door in this house without checking for Asada. You have to first look and see, have eyes on Asada before you open the door. Like, because she be trying.
You would be proud of me because I had a white girl moment when I rescued a dog last summer. And this was one of the worst experiences of my entire fucking life because once I finally like tracked down the owner, they were coming back on vacation and the dog had escaped once the dog sitter brought her back. So she like escaped from the gate. So
I would have killed that sitter.
Yeah. Apparently she gets out all the time as well. It was like a common thing. But like I get a hold of the owner.
Dog to escape. We don't want to fix that.
Yeah, right. So it was. Yeah, it was really stressful.
The dog regularly escapes the gate, and you don't think maybe we should do something about the better security?
She like digs under, so it's like, okay, you have to fortify
maybe put your dog in the house.
Right.
Isn't this America?
There are things that you can do to mitigate that situation. But so I get a hold of the owner, right? And I walk the dog home. And this is a really big dog. It was like a golden retriever, really sweet dog, really nice, but very nervous. So on the way there, like halfway there, this dog stops and takes the fattest diarrhea shit in somebody's lawn. And this was all impromptu. I'm like walking around trying to find her owner. I did not have a doggy bag on me, right?
You didn't just leave? You tried to
No.
Oh.
So I walk all the way back home, get a doggy bag. And because one is all you need. I have 2 small dogs. They have tiny buttholes. I go all the way back.
Wait, only one?
I didn't even think. I just grabbed one.
One, like in general, you don't like you don't double bag it as a matter of policy.
It didn't even cross my mind. It was a dumbass moment. So I grabbed one.
Brave.
I could not even fit a quarter of this shit in that fucking doggy bag. I had to walk all the way back with more doggy bags to pick it up. And like these people are probably like, what is this fucking guy doing in my yard? Like digging in my grass.
That'd be my worst nightmare. I don't like when Cleo and them like shit in people's like yard, like at night or something. I'm like, please don't get me killed. Like I hate, like I'd be so like, I promise you, especially if there's a ring cam, I'm like explaining myself to the ring cam. I'm over here. Like,
I know.
Hey, just my dog shit. I swear to God.
Because like I'm short, I'm not very intimidating, but I have tattoos and a beard. So I don't know. Somebody's like, what is this fucking weirdo doing?
Oh,
you know?
I would 1000% call the law on you.
It's a little suspicious because it's like I'm like trying to clean. I'm like trying to wipe their grass because it's like it's just diarrhea. I'm like, how am I was like, bro, I came back home screaming. And I was like, what the fuck? I'm like, I'm gonna fucking like kill myself. This is insane.
Actually hilarious. There's no way. I wasn't stressing myself like that. But I definitely would have told you get off my lawn. I do scream at people to get off my lawn. I'm very much that. Really? I think 1000% people immediately like I do the works on making people because as soon as I see you in front of you can't even go to see the people next door and park in front of my house. I come outside and say, hello? Are you looking for something? Are you looking for someone? Like I act like a full white lady. Like I come on, I'm like, hello, hi. Oh, it tickles me. CJ be like excited to call me to get people off the lawn. Like
that's hilarious.
Yep. So that's all I got going on.
I wanted to ask because it's been a while since we talked to you, and now so much has changed. Eric Adams is out. I think he has citizenship in Albania or some shit. Mamdani is the mayor. What are your thoughts on that whole situation? Because it's a completely different city, it feels like.
It's wonderful. I have nothing negative to say. I love it. I'm very happy about it. I love it. Nice. Mamdani stands, rise up.
Yeah, it's.
I like that he's kind of just doing what you would think is kind of like his job, and it's being shown as like radical extremism. But I was like, all the things I'm seeing, it's like $30 minimum wage for people shoveling snow, getting millions back for corruption in Amazon, like things like that, or holding landlords accountable. I was like, that just sounds like someone doing their job, not like he did a communism, right? It's pretty wild. Just that's what the bar is what I'm saying. You know, it's just like, oh, he's not grossly publicly corrupt, and he's actually doing some things to try and help people. That's wild.
Right. Yeah. It's the bare minimum. And he's proving that all you have to do is try and you could do wonders for people. So it's really nice to see that.
No, y'all have to tell me what's happening in political land. Y'all have to catch me up. Pretend it's the first episode of Leftist Mafia again, and I don't know anybody you're talking about because I still don't.
Okay, I've been dying to know, and I should have sent this to you. So have you heard about the bricks and minifig situation?
This is real politics.
This isn't politics per se, but I think it pertains to it like crosses into law, right?
Okay.
Which is your wheelhouse.
I haven't heard about this at all.
Okay. So you have to. This is a long saga. I'll try to give you the TLDR. It's a lot, though. We talked about this last week on the show during Super Chat session. But basically, there's this YouTuber named Reckless Ben, and he came in contact with this guy named Brian Mansell. And Brian's father had like $200,000 worth of Lego sets. And he decided to, sell this, consign it to a bricks and minifig shop. This is a third-party Lego retailer. And
Reckless Ben meets
Brian,
and Ryan's daddy has Lego collection.
Yeah, Brian's father's in poor health, wants to pay for.
Brian's not a creator.
Brian's not a creator. He's just a regular
random guy. Okay, so the reason we know this is because of Reckless Ben.
Yes.
Okay, so Reckless Ben knows a guy, random guy, guy's daddy has Lego collection licenses.
Yes.
Bricks and
Reckless Ben is taking on Brian's cause because he couldn't get any success with the situation. So his father is in poor health. They're trying to sell the Lego sets that he collected so that way he can put their grandchild through school, help pay for medical bills, yada, yada, yada. So anyways, the bricks and minifig shop that he had consigned the Lego to ended up getting sold. The woman who owned it ended up leaving, and corporate kind of did a hostile takeover. They said she was default in her loans. So that fell through. And so they didn't let her get the Lego out, and they didn't let her catalog the inventory. And the new owners came in and they're like, okay, we'll deal with that. We're taking that on now. It's our consignment. So when Brian comes to pick up the Lego, which is still, I mean, they sold through a bit of it, but there's still like tens of thousands, if not 100,000. They're like, no, we're not giving you back the Lego. And then when he threatens to sue, the new owner's like, he actually crosses his arms like a villain. Let me tell you how this is going to go, okay? You can sue us. We're going to drag this out as long as possible, and it's going to cost more for you in the end. So basically, we're not giving you back the Lego. It's not our responsibility. We're taking it. It was like half the inventory of the store.
But like they weren't planning to like sell the Lego anymore to give him the money or whatever they're supposed to be doing?
They were still selling it. They were posting.
Were they giving him the money?
No. So the old owner was doing that. He would come in to collect a check like once a month. And when he came in to collect the check after the new owner had taken over, they're like, we ain't giving you shit. And that's when he was like, okay, well, I'll sue you. And they're like, try it.
You don't have the money to. Oh, okay. So, all right. Oh, so they're just like squarely in the wrong. Got it.
Straight up. And they're even posting social media posts about, hey, look at this set. It's worth $1,000. And he's like, that's my set. There's even like yellow tags to indicate that it was his. So it's very clearly like, okay, this is a terrible situation, but he doesn't have the money to sue. So that's when Reckless Ben comes in. And he does all kinds of.
I'm looking at his YouTube right now. He got stupid numbers. It's crazy how you can like not have heard of somebody and they get.
Like, I haven't heard about him until this. And it's one of the craziest stories that I've ever heard. And it's about Lego, mind you, but it gets so much crazier. So he basically concocts all these types of legal schemes that are legally dubious to try to get back Brian's Legos. He has spy cameras, tries to go in and tries to like, hey, where's my friend's Lego? And then he gets trespassed. They call the police on him, and the police side with the store owner because that's what police do, right? He tries to look at like different legal things he could do. He's like, okay, well, if it's a lottery, it's a felony. So the police have to get back the Lego if we auction off the Lego as like a lottery or some shit. So long story short, he does all this crazy fucking thing.
He didn't just like, I'm sorry, I'm confused. He didn't just sue like civilly with like
he
money.
Didn't sue because they didn't have money for the lawsuit.
The guy here with the millions of views on YouTube doesn't have the money for the lawsuit?
Well, he didn't have millions yet. So he blew up because of this.
Also, he's not the guy who owns the
right, but if you're gonna take on somebody's cause, like and like what they need is to sue with money, I would assume you're taking on the cause because you're gonna supply the thing that they need.
Yeah, it was more like I think he thought he could
taking on the cause because he knew the YouTube views in it. Which is also helpful to get the attention to it, but yeah.
But yeah, Ben, the YouTuber, also went to the headquarters of Bricks and Minifigs and was trying to explain the situation. And they were like, we don't know anything about that, even though they very clearly did. Like, corporate was on the phone. And I guess they said the same thing to the owners. They're like, if you want to, there's a recording of the previous owners who agreed to this consignment with this guy. They're like, if you want to do this, we're going to drag it out. And it's not going to be good for you. They have a recording too. Yeah.
Yeah, good. So more reason why like they should just sue.
Yeah. So what they end up doing at the end of part 1 of this multi-part documentary series.
Like, okay, you see what I don't like about YouTuber niggas? like
are
you doing a good? Are you like just do the thing that he needs? If the villain is like, ha ha ha, you could prevail if you sued me, but you don't have the money to sue me. Don't you come in and be like, ha ha, we'll sue you. You know what I mean? Not like let me make a bunch of content that I like make money of and like run it. Like what's like this whole.
Well, he even tried to bait them into suing him by trying to create their own LLC. This is Reckless Ben. Like taking their logo, but none of that worked. So what they ended up doing was he concocted this scheme where 10 of his friends got together and they bought the Lego from Brian and he gave them the money back as a loan, and they split it into 10 different small claims civil cases, right? That's what they decided to do. And then Brian, not Brian, excuse me. So the owners of this store, they did not respond to any of these small claims cases. So because they thought they were fake, presumably. So they defaulted and they won all 10 of them. So they were owed $10,000. But when they go to collect the money and let them know that as of this date, You lost, the store straight up shut down. So, and permanently shut down, mind you.
Okay.
So that's when we get into part 2, where they are suing Josh personally. Ben is now suing Josh because he's not getting his money, so he's doing some
Josh
different
is
lawsuit.
the one who has the stuff.
Josh is the new guy. Yeah, he's like the
okay.
owner of that
Yeah, yeah.
store.
And wicked guy. Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry, there's so much threads. I'm trying to keep it
No,
all
no, no,
together.
no. I got it. I'm
okay.
following.
Okay. So they go to Utah. This is where Josh lives.
Okay.
And they try to serve him papers. So that way, like, this is a real lawsuit. It's a small claim suit. This is a different small claim suit. This is like a suit about them not paying or whatever, something like that. And then he basically uncovers what looks to be an entire conspiracy between the Mormon church, the owners, and the Utah police. So,
okay, I believe that. I don't know if it's a conspiracy. I believe that.
Yeah. Lots of
you said he's in Utah. That's his state.
Yeah, so this happened in Oregon,
Yeah,
and the guy who lives in Utah, like, he owns the store in Oregon. He owns he has an LLC, so he has a bunch of different stores, and so he lives in Utah. So that's why Ben went from Oregon to Utah to try to serve him the papers. And when he tried to serve him the papers, the guy who was trying to serve the papers to Josh kept calling the police on him. And he kept saying, I'm not going to take these papers. The papers are fake, yada, yada, yada. So then the police come, and they're like, okay, can we serve the papers? They come back. They're like, he says he won't accept it. And then finally the cops, they call to verify, is this a real civil case? And then Oregon says, yes, this is a real civil case. So they go back, and then they end up arresting Ben in Utah. And then after that, they get arrested.
Arrested for why?
They did not necessarily say. I think they tried to. So
because of the conspiracy, because they work for, because he have. Right, he sent them.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I got it right. Illegal.
Yeah,
yes.
it's hard to explain as well. And so
the
today,
conspiracy is that he's in bed with these people, and so they're doing it because he's fucking with them. All
yeah,
this, like, how much are the Legos worth? I'm sorry,
$200,000.
Okay,
so we get.
Could you explain why they're targeting him? That's the part of the story I don't know.
Targeting Josh.
Yeah, like why
or
not
Ben?
just the guy who originally had the Lego set? Like, why would it just be better for business to say, "Here's your Legos" and walk away from whatever? I'm sure this is blowing up.
Yeah, that's what you.
Right. That is the question that everybody has, right? So it's like, why not just give it back? Because there's obviously, it's worse for your PR. And if you watch the original video, Ben, the guy, the YouTuber, he talked to Josh and actually got Josh to admit, yes, I have the Lego. I'm going to give it back to him. I don't want to be a shitty person. But then he kept delaying. He kept delaying. And he kept basically stringing him along.
Lego set? Is it?
It's worth a lot of money, but for it's not really worth it. But so we got the body cam footage today from the cops, and after they called to verify the legitimacy of that civil lawsuit, there's a video of the cop talking to Josh, the guy who Ben was trying to serve the papers to, and they were like, "Well, we'll just try to find some charges, something. Well, what do you want? We'll go through all this." They were like, they were scheming to find something to arrest Ben for. And I think they settled on harassment and stalking, which if you look at some of the tactics that Ben used, it's not necessarily that big of a stretch because he did a lot of shenanigans. Part of it was entertaining. Part of it was like, to get back the Lego. So he gets released, right? And then I don't know what happened next, but there was this anonymous tip that they had heroin in their car. So then Utah police searched them for multiple hours.
How does Ben know Brian?
I don't know.
Brian daddy raised him or something?
I'm not really sure how Ben knows Brian, to be honest. I'm not sure if they were friends previously, but I will say Brian actually, his case was kind of going a little viral in Lego circles, and a different YouTube group tried to help him. They posted a video, but Bricks and Minifigs came after them and got it taken down and threatened them with legal action. So Ben is more
fucking Legos. All of this,
all over fucking Lego, right?
Very expensive Legos, though. Like,
yeah,
Brian contacted.
I know
Ben.
it sounds silly.
Is Ben like Nancy Drew? Like
he does a lot of expose videos, documentary style videos where he exposes cults. He'll like infiltrate the cults and do shit like that. I wasn't too familiar with him before this, but after that. So as Ben is still staying in Utah.
Ben has a hotline. Old Kim Possible ass nigga.
Ben, bro, it's crazy. I've watched so many lawyer analyses on these. on this topic. So Ben, as he's staying in Utah, apparently the Airbnb owners were listening in on him, and they heard something about stolen Lego, and somehow there's a tip to the Utah police that it was actually Ben who stole the $200K in Lego. So they straight up, they sent a whole fucking SWAT team to the house. They arrested all of them. They arrested Ben for putting up signs to plug a GoFundMe for Brian because he thought we're just not going to get the fucking money back, so I'll do a GoFundMe. So he put up a sign promoting it with Josh's face on it, the thief. And then the police came, arrested his friend for putting up that sign, arrested Ben. And then after that, there was apparently a warrant out for Ben's arrest. He was going to stay in jail for 30 days, but he got out on bail after a judge saw the case. And then this motherfucker fled to Mexico because he was wanted in the state of Utah. And that's when he posted the video.
Ben fled to Mexico?
Ben fled to Mexico.
Ben fled to Mexico.
Yes.
So Ben has gotten in criminal trouble on behalf of a stranger's Lego collection.
Yeah. But fast forward to today, and we're getting a little bit more caught up, where he is now presumably back in the United States because after there was a lot of scrutiny on the American Fork, Utah Police Department because they were pretty transparently corrupt and they mishandled a lot of shit, they announced that they were dropping the arrest warrant. There's no current arrest warrant. Maybe they just dropped it because, you know, they didn't find any evidence to stick to Ben. But now...
And again, why... I say again, so Ben did 10 little lawsuits. Why, as opposed to why doesn't... Why? What was Ben's... Surely someone has asked why we didn't just pay the money to sue for the initial like violation.
That would have made the most sense, but I think that Ben wanted to be entertaining because he is. If you've ever seen Nathan For You, it's all these kinds of shenanigans.
And you know what? I fucking hated that shit.
Did you? This is kind of
what a guy in law school that came over and to play that shit. Oh my god. Fucking hated it. So that makes sense why.
So that's exactly what Reckless Ben's video was. He's like, well, what if we tried this to get it back? What if we
just sued?
Yeah. So that's a very fair point, though.
This is it here. This is
and I'm to be clear, I'm glossing over all the crazy shit that Ben did. He actually
created. He's been arrested over in behalf of this foolishness.
No. So if you go back to the beginning, he talked about how he infiltrated a lot of cults. So in order to get Josh's information from the original store when they were still open, he straight up had one of his friends pretend to be a famous YouTuber, go into the Lego store and lure one of the employees out to befriend them and brainwash them and get the number. And he actually did that, and he got the number from that worker. Like it works, it's kind of. So the amount of shit he did, I'm really glossing over, but he created corporations and fake cults and fake lotteries to try to get the fucking Legos back.
You see how like maybe, you know what? I'm sorry, I'm a lawyer. Like if this was a fictional show or something, but it's like all you're doing is muddying up the fucking case. Like if the goal is to, I think what I don't like is like pretending the goal is to get this man's Legos back, because it's obviously if this goal was squarely to get his Legos back, there would be no need for all of this nonsense and theatrics. But the goal is to make content. Like that's the primary goal. And if this and like that's fine, I guess.
I think that's a fair
what
assessment.
What is the position? Right? I'm sorry. How did we get here? What feeling am I supposed to have about this?
I don't know why. I think Mike was like, "Oh, I'm gonna bring Ole a legal case," but it's like a civil thing. So I mean, what is she gonna?
And also, it's also just like it's nuts. It's not even like. No, it's like the man's just doing foolishness. I don't know what to tell you now.
I bring it up primarily because I would like for you to watch it so we can talk about it.
Oh, you want me to see it? Okay, yeah, we can play it.
It's good.
You want to play it?
Well, it's like now there's around 4.5 hours worth of content. So you'll have to, I would say, listen, watch part 1, right? And then if you get roped in the first 5 minutes, keep watching, you'll get invested. I'm very invested in this.
So is he okay? All right, I don't know. It seems a little wild. It seems a little wild.
Oh,
I
really
don't pocket watch people, but like
Yeah, no.
So you're
no,
not
you're
spending the
wrong.
money to just sue the man straight up and do the right thing. You're just gonna like repeatedly just cash in on millions, of you. Oh, y'all know what this
there's
man
a
had
kind
revenue
of
check
a
look
happy
like,
ending.
and the
kind
man
of.
still don't have his Legos.
No, but they did finally do a GoFundMe, and it did raise enough to replace the amount that he lost. Although now there's a massive criminal case, and Bricks and Minifigs is launching RICO charges against Ben and Brian and the previous owner, and the previous owner is now suing Bricks and Minifigs. Yeah, and people are really pissed off at Bricks and Minifigs just because it's scummy behavior, regardless if you agree with Ben's tactics, as hilarious as they are. And so people are leaking corporate memos the way that they're saying, oh, we can ride this storm out. It usually takes 3 to 7 days, and then the intensity of the scandal dies down. So they're like really being scummy, and they're also threatening other YouTubers who are talking about collaborating with Ben in the Lego community. And so they're very clearly trying to throw their weight around, and it's fucking crazy.
That's why people is making big. This is why these people make the big bucks, because the foolishness they prepared to do to get it.
Yeah.
But I'm looking. I added them to my watch for later now.
Okay.
I see it 2 weeks ago. The first one, an hour. This video is an hour and a half long with 4.2 million views.
Listen, you have to just trust me, and you just have to fucking watch it, okay? I heard about this from Philip DeFranco, and I'm like, this is insane. And then I'm like, let me watch like 10 minutes. And then I was done. An hour and a half later, went by like 20 minutes, and by the time it was over, I'm like, this is the most important case ever. We have to get this man's Lego back no matter what it takes.
the Lego.
Wait, it's called Ben the Builder? Or
Reckless Ben.
Reckless Ben.
Oh, right. Somebody also pointed out they tried to make Patreon take down Ben's account, and the CEO of Patreon was like, stuff it, Bricks and Minifigs. So they're trying to basically scare everybody and wage lawfare against anybody.
I got arrested because of Legos. What the hell?
It's fucking crazy. You've got to start at I tracked down a $200,000 Lego thief.
That's exactly the one. Trust me, I went. I added them all to my watch for later in order. And it's good. Like the content itself is entertaining.
It's the best documentary I've ever seen in my entire life.
You're so fucking ridiculous.
I swear, you just have to trust me.
You have to be stopped.
You just have to trust me.
You know what was really good? You know what?
That was a wild play. It's the greatest.
I swear to God.
First season of Tiger King. That shit was
oh, that was good.
The first season of Tiger King was really like
got us through some dark times.
No, that was good TV.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, that was good.
I will say, I'll be honest. I'm more invested in this than Tiger King. I'm no joke. I swear to fucking God, you have no idea. It's so damn good. It is thrilling. It could be an action movie one day. It's very good.
Mike, if I watch this and I'm bored, I will beat you up.
Now you're gonna hate it because I hyped it up too much.
4.2 million views, so I'm assuming like there must be a reason, right? Like,
yeah. So it's like, okay. Do you remember when we were all glued to the Illuminati drama? This is like that on steroids, and we're not in it.
This is nice. Yeah.
Glued to it. I want to go fucking parts of it.
YouTube channel clip.
We can watch from the
I wasn't
outside.
glued to the Illuminati drama.
Right? You remember how mad they were that me and Mike were like, oh, the drama, internet drama. They were like, how dare you call this drama?
I was just like, I don't like how this is affecting me. Why are people coming at me? I don't know who she is. I have no idea.
Oh, that honestly, I be telling, I be bringing that up to people like an old wives' tale. Like, boy, I swear to, like, y'all say what y'all want, but cancel culture in real, that's the greatest cancellation I ever saw. Like, overnight, I witnessed that shit. Like, you're not gonna, she don't make videos no more. Like,
that's true. That's true.
Like, I watched that shit. It could be studied, and it was in my house. I know exactly what went wrong in the handling of that. That was so terminal. But my God, like they really my bitch went from incredibly successful to out of here damn near overnight. Like that really was and I didn't have the understanding of YouTube and stuff like that at the time to really understand what the fuck was going on. But I now know that they were doing to her what's called content farming. So wait, if you type in her name on YouTube, her fucking channel doesn't come up first. 900 million videos dragging her link full-fledged. Do you know what it is to have like hundreds of video essays to pick from on your downfall? That shit crazy. That shit crazy.
There's just
and that's
no
all
coming
because
back
she
from
made that fucking video on YouTube. Like she would have been fine if when the cancellation started on Twitter. She would have been fine had she not addressed it with that big YouTube video she put out. That's what did it.
Yeah, or lie about it too, right? Because
I think a lot of liars are quiet.
About who was actually telling the truth, right? And I was like, okay, she's like, I'm going to drop the receipts. It's all going to be in the video. And then like the video came out, and then all the other creators one by one started dropping their own videos for like, no, that's not what happened. Here's the actual receipts.
I think what I'd be feeling bad about. But I feel bad. I don't feel bad about it because, like, hey, David.
Hey, David.
Hey.
Second guess.
Sorry, I'm late.
Second guess this year.
I don't feel bad about it, but because she apparently like deserved what she got. But sometimes I'd be thinking she had before she put out that video. We're talking about Illuminati and when she got canceled. Oh Lord! But I remember she like WhatsApped me and sent me like the script or something before of the video that got her canceled beforehand. Like, hey, like read this, see if it's okay or whatever. And I didn't read it, and I said it was good. Like I said, it was fine. Like I feel like keep me up. So fucking bad because like when she got canceled, I was like, fuck. If I read it, I would have told her. You don't put someone like I would have said something, but I was like, oh, I remember thinking about that. I'd be like, fuck. Like normally, like I give people good advice. I feel so bad. I feel like fuck. I didn't because I just like didn't. I hate like I was trying to be like polite and friendly. Like we just started this show and like it was like in my mind like I don't care what she got going on, but I'm like yeah, people talking about you on Twitter, whatever. Like people talk about
we all said that, right?
I was, like very like on her side. Like I really just thought like it was nothing. Like I really thought it was not a big deal. And so when she sent me the video, like, hey, like look over like the script or whatever, like tell me what you think about it. I didn't, but I lied and said I did because I wanted to be friendly. And I didn't know that it would be the video that fucking kill her. Like I didn't know.
Right.
I think about that sometimes like damn, like if one person had advised her better, and I think like she did send it. I mean, but we just didn't know the scope of it.
I'm imagining the scenario now where Ole is like, yeah, it's a great video. And then she's like thinking to herself, I didn't watch it, but what's the worst that could happen? And then but then a quick cut to like, you're sitting in your living room and all of a sudden breaking news on CNN. Illuminati tonight has been.
I didn't know if it did feel like that because I told her like, yeah, girl, you don't understand how like much I just assumed to be on her side. Like I was like, girl, yeah, whatever the fuck they talking about, your girl.
It's just Twitter drama. That's what I thought
exactly
too.
So I'm like, yeah, girl, put out the video. Oh, girl, yeah, they did something to you. Yeah, girl, fuck them. Yeah, I hear you. Like that's the way I was being about it. And then the video came out, and I remember I like even commented because again, commented now, still ain't watched the video, but I'm like, yeah, girl, love hearts. Later on, I'm hearing everybody like, she did. I'm like, she did what? She did whoa. Let me watch the video, and I'm like, fuck, I could have said, but I didn't. Right. I'm a liar, and I'm sorry.
I mean,
we're all liars in some way.
My position when it was happening was like, if this was a controversy over like her position on something or her, the content of a video she made in terms of like, what she, what opinion she was espousing, then that's something I could have, listened to and backed her up on. But like I was thrown into a situation where I was asked to defend someone's legitimacy and honor who I barely knew.
Yeah,
I didn't know them, and I can't put my own. It's one thing to defend what someone is saying, like their opinion on something. It's another thing to defend
their character.
Someone's character.
Yeah.
Especially when you don't know them. I could defend someone's opinion and not know them at all, but I can't defend someone's character unless I know them. And even then, you can know someone, and they could be have a whole different personality or life. They could be,
Well, my whole take on it was like when she was like, guys, I'm going through this is really serious shit. I'm like, listen, we've all been through this before. We've gotten attacked on Twitter, brigaded. It just happens. It'll pass. Like, because none of us really knew the scope. And then once we actually started to look into it, I remember we were all going back and forth in DMs like, did you see this? Did you see this? Because like, it was so fucking overwhelming. And I remember like, I think it was me and David that talked about it. Or maybe it was me and Lance. I don't remember who, but I'm like, you don't understand. It's not like we thought. It's not anything like we thought.
I think we talked. I remember talking about it.
Plagiarism scandal too that I think Matt Binder tried to tell her not to do because like it was all over like that technique of highlighting.
And that's another thing too. Like
I was like, what are you
when
doing?
That stuff was happening, like I didn't even have a YouTube. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so it's like I didn't have a frame of reference for like how ridiculous what's being said is. Like, I wasn't editing videos. I don't think my channel didn't exist yet at the time. So it was like, I don't fucking know like what you talking about legal and this stuff. Now I'm like, oh bitch, what? The preset, like the standard template thing? Like
it'd be like if we went around screenshotting everyone who does like the multi-box layout view when they have multiple guests on, and we were like, "Oh, the Leftist Mafia template." I see. That's ours.
I'm like, you think that the
basic thing.
And the thing is too is like even if you think that, tell your friends, like talk to your other creative friends. I'm like, I see people all the time that I'm like, that you definitely ripping my shit off, but I would never say that online. Like I'm not gonna go like, excuse me. Come to the front. I'm here to address you. And that's what she did. Like, her post was like, legal, you're fucking plagiarizing.
Publicly.
Oh, Lord. Like, it was so nuts. And I remember just at the time feeling like it just felt like all I could see was like in my mind, she thought that another creator like took something from her, like a style from her, and she said something about it. And now it's like blown into this whole shebang. I know, and I didn't care. Like at the time, it just was like, you know, there's a lot I didn't care about. I don't even think my mic was good at the time. Like I didn't know. I was like, oh, every time I see it, like I'd be like, oh my God, like go look at them. Like what happened to her channel? That shit crazy.
It was exhausting because we were just trying to start a fucking podcast, right? Like we were just trying to enjoy ourselves. We were so young at the time, and we had no idea what a fucking whirlwind that would be. I couldn't enjoy that docu-series, like the cinematic universe that spawned, until after we were fully like removed from it, right? Like after we did our big video, then it was like, okay, now I can sit back with some fucking popcorn. And I remember sharing videos with you all like months after it happened, just because I'm like, did you see this new one from Swoop? It's so good.
Oh,
and we're in it.
No, it'd be good tea. It's usually like the videos they do on her, like she in specific, like really upset a community of video essayers. They really be putting their back into being on Has.
I didn't even know she existed till she was like on the podcast.
Yeah, same.
And she apparently had like affected everybody's life.
I introduced all of you.
Fucking Lance, he knows everybody.
It's okay.
I was just basically DMing people, being like, "Do you want to watch the election tonight?" That's all.
Yeah. No, I'd never heard of her. I just knew like, oh, she is the most subscribers of everybody here. Like, it's huge, great. Like, and then
cool.
She
was.
Yeah, well, you know, I think I will say, I don't know if I've said this before, but I think that's the downside inherently to like being off camera, I think sometimes it can help make especially if you make video essays, it can make it feel more cinematic, like more documentary style. But I think the downside is because people don't form that like attachment to you, even if they form like an attachment to like, they think your content style is great and substantive or whatever. What happens is now by the time like something happens and people expose that, you essentially have like a content mill in the first place, a bunch of other people are doing this stuff. So they don't get the credit for that. And they don't have a personal attachment to you because they haven't seen you. They're not going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Like, creators with better personal relationships between them and their audiences have survived worse things than Illuminati got like killed for. And I was like, because you ain't got no cachet. If the audience doesn't know you because you're a triangle on screen, and every person that does know you is coming out with a fucking stylized video essay about how you're the devil, like. Oh, like it was everybody. It was her friends. It was her boyfriends. It was the ex-boyfriends. It was multiple.
Exes, your work associates.
It was like
every other week, it's like a stupid video. If you watch it, like, oh my God.
Right. Like, there was nobody like, no.
I wonder if like VTubers bridge the gap because they have an avatar on screen that talks. It's not their face, but it's still like an avatar.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what I'm like.
Would they be able to survive that kind of thing, or would they just also be like go like Illuminati?
I don't think so. And I think it also like depends on what you do. Like in a different world, I think it's because Illuminati presented herself as like arrogant and like criticizing people for the same thing. Like in a different world where people had come out with like H-Bomber and these people like what happened later, because she was already pretty much, the cancellation already rolled by the time H-Bomber came out with his thing saying like, oh, she did plagiarism stuff. I don't think that would kill her if she hadn't jumped out the window looking to condemn legal for plagiarism that wasn't even plagiarism. Like she was so intense about something so much less than, no one's gonna have any grace for you by the time like, because there's no like plausible deniability of like, oh, I didn't think, like we didn't do that, or we don't act like, you know what I mean? Like she was already coming at this man about plagiarism. So if they found out you plagiarize it, you know, you do your content on MLMs and shit, and all the people who work for you are like she basically trying to have a company town. Like it just looked bad. It was like you can't go nowhere from that.
God, I need to go watch the rewatch the Vanguard coverage of this with us, because that'll bring back some memories. That was really fun. I remember it made me feel a little bit better because they were also like, I don't know who the fuck this lady is. Like, I don't think that it was like, I don't think that they are, you know, the worst people for not coming and addressing this suitor. They didn't know. It's like, and it was the genuine truth. I saw like some videos that were like, and this was the only time I ever watched content about like myself. Yeah. Because it was all of us. So it's like, well, it's not just me. But I was like, I remember watching, like, they're only keeping her on because she has the biggest audience. Like, no, we genuinely do not fucking know, and we don't care. Like, it's not our universe. It's a different circle.
I also think just like, you know, I just was like, nobody was thinking about it that serious. Like,
no.
It was like, we didn't, at the time, I hadn't even processed that people could be upset at me. Like I could have as a matter of obligation, anybody could perceive that I have an obligation to speak on what another creator was doing. Like that, that had not even come to my mind as a thing. And that just, and it feels weird. I think in general, it's weird when like somebody, you know, even if only tangentially, you're expected to like speak on them as though you don't, as though like they can't text you, you know what I mean? Or like address you. It's weird. It's, you know, it's like, I don't know, you know, no one's excited to be like, oh, I denounce her. I denounce and disavow her. Like that was what it was. We were just like, oh, this don't got shit to do with me. I just met this bitch Thursday. You know what I mean? Like,
and she also was gone for like a month and a half or 2 months as well. So there was also that detachment where we were like, we were really even focused.
The show was like people would show up in the chat and be like, "When are you going to talk about it? When will you address?"
I remember,
right? And it's not like
with the statement.
And it's not like she's not like, I think they think she's just a triangle on screen to them, but to us, she's a person. I mean, she was a triangle on screen to us too. I've never seen her like, on her face. Like we didn't have that kind of like, and then she was nice. Like I have nothing. I don't. Yeah. I haven't had a bad relationship with her or something. She never did anything evil and vengeful after to me that I'm aware of. Like how people were like, you know.
Well, she did take over access to our subreddit and wouldn't.
Oh, that's right. And that motherfucker's dead, so joke's on her.
I was like, I didn't even know that, but that's funny. But she never did. I'm like, you know, she didn't do anything to me, so I'm like, I don't hate the gal, but I have watched many a video about why people hate the gal.
Well, I remember somebody, God, maybe it was one of the comments in the videos after the VOD was uploaded, where they're like, just watch this video. It was like a 2-hour video. I'm like, the audacity for you to expect me to watch a 2-hour video. Like, are you fucking kidding me? And then once I watched, I'm like, okay, you got any more of them? Got any longer ones?
Mike and David were like, I am not watching this entire thing. Please give me the cliff notes.
It was hard because it's like, okay, I really need to watch. So finally, when I watched it, I'm like, okay, I understand. All of you were fucking legitimate. God damn it. You weren't like lying. This really is serious. Fuck.
It was so weird. Sometimes it's so strange how some people manage to like overcomplicate life in their career in that way. Because it's just like, why don't you just make your videos that are doing well and just, you know, pay people and go about your business? Like, why is it?
Yeah.
Why are you like, why do you even have the energy for this like toxic infrastructure? Like, why are you doing that? I'm just confused as to what would be the point.
Right. There doesn't need to be so much drama. You don't have to be a shitty person in all these relationships. Life can be so much simpler if you're just chill. Like if everybody just smoked weed, society would run so much more smoothly.
I avoid all that stuff. I feel like the first year of my YouTube, I was like kind of in that stuff, like replying back to people and stuff. But then at some point, you're just like, I just want to do what I do, and I don't care. Like I don't get back and forth on Twitter anymore. Like I stopped that years ago. Like it's so much better and easier just not having to engage with toxic people. Like Just do your thing. Enjoy doing your thing. Like life's busy enough. Life's hard enough. I don't have to also have the mental energy to jump on Twitter and start beefing with people. Like, it's so ridiculous.
Yeah. I put out a tweet that was getting me some heat, and I deleted it. I'm like, okay, never mind. I don't
okay, never mind.
I've done that many times. I write something, I'm like, delete. And I'm
yeah. Fuck it. You all very clearly feel it the opposite way. That's fine. Enjoy. I concede. I don't care enough.
I don't respond to negativity as a matter of professional policy anymore. I'm like, I don't talk to. I literally didn't even have Twitter. I deleted my Twitter. I don't even have the thing anymore. I just make my content and go. I am not about distress. I realized eventually I was like, oh, it would be, I feel like in 2023 was the last year that I'm was actively engaged in oh, this one's talking about me, this one's this, and I'm beefing with this one and blah, 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 blah. And I was like, why does this keep happening? I felt like it was hate train after hate train after hate train. And I was like, oh, because I'm taking the bait. I was I get it. They're always talking shit about me. I just happen to see it and engage. And now it's a thing
that's what they want, the attention.
Once I realized oh, this means nothing. If I don't engage it, in my mind, right? I haven't been on Twitter for a year and a half or something. And in my mind, nobody's talking bad about me. Realistically, that can't be so, right? They were talking about me, but I don't hear it. It doesn't exist in my real life. And that's what I realized, oh, it means nothing if I don't know about it and engage it. So whatever. I put my stuff out there. I'm like, oh, nobody's talking about me. Mind my business over here.
If I don't know, then it's not happening in my mind. It doesn't matter. There's a tree fall in the forest, it's like farting in the wind. It really doesn't matter.
I don't get people who search for their own names to look up the things people are saying about them. It feels really weird.
I don't know why that's not painful to your chest.
Yeah.
Right.
I would never.
That's what I would imagine. It's like, oh wow, someone said the worst possible thing I could imagine about me.
Yeah, I don't expect to see anything positive. Yeah. That's why I don't see positive, negative. I don't see anything people say about me in the wind on the internet. If it has to be Aaron would have to send it directly to me. Aaron sent me something hey, somebody sent this to me and they were speaking positively, but I was like, oh, nice. But outside of that, I don't engage it at all. Not.
Do you read YouTube comments?
Not. Well, at this point, so I have 8 channels in the Illuminativerse, and so I see comments between everybody and all of them, but it's really only in passing for the most, and a certain oh, you know how they have the they kind of they show you the
summary.
Oh, the curated
summary,
ones.
Yeah, the curated.
Those are always so wonderful.
That's actually made YouTube the back end a lot better, because it's oh, these are actually relevant. They're usually always positive. I rarely see a negative one in that.
Yeah, exactly. It is really, it's one of their healthiest things they put in place for creators. They also have now too, if you want to, I don't have it, but you can make your comment section subscriber only and stuff like that. And that stuff is nice if you want to do it. But honestly, we moderate shit. I have lots of blocked words. If I happen to see some bullshit, if I happen to see it, I will ban you from I will ban you from every channel in your Illuminativerse, so you can't go travel and annoy me. Oh, hide you from channel, but I will just hide you. I won't say anything to you. You know what I mean? I won't post it or acknowledge or anything. Yeah. I'll just call my friend and talk bad about it, but I don't acknowledge, and it don't do you no favor. So I don't. For the most part, I just make the stuff and go about my business, because it'll just fuck with the relationship to the content.
Yeah,
I've hidden probably hundreds of accounts, and they have no idea. They just they're probably still commenting, not realizing nobody's seeing their shit.
I've hidden mad people. It's insane how many people. I'm the second if I see it and I do this, you're immediately you're out of here. And every time I think oh, I'm being too strict, that I let somebody slide, and the next time I see them comment, it's something I'm I should have I should have got you out of here. So I just do that. I'm hide user from channel, because it's better, because if I let you keep disrespecting me and pissing me off, and then I cuss you out, now you don't want to watch my thing. You have a bad relationship with this, whatever, blah, blah, blah. You're upsetting me. It's better for you it's better for me and my pockets for you to watch my content and not know that you get on my last nerves because no one's seeing this comment. So.
And also, maybe if they keep watching, they'll eventually change their mind and hey, maybe I was wrong before, and now I actually Olay.
That was my logic with some of these people. Before YouTube changed how they curated it, it would show me a lot of frequent commenters, and sometimes that would be conservatives. And there was one conservative commenter that I watched for like a year. I don't know why I let this go on for so long before hiding all of his comments, but like it would just always be, it started out with just like practical disagreements. Oh, you leftists, very generic. And increasingly it got much more homophobic over the years, or over the year, where it was like, you're hysterical, like, you know, just little dog whistles, and then like this sissy, and then it got to like the F slur. I'm like, okay, you know what? Why am I tolerating this fucking bullshit from this dipshit who's probably like 87 years old? He's probably gonna die in like 2 days. Why don't I just like? And I did.
You should have been.
I don't know why I let that go on for so long. I guess I thought like, well, whatever, you know, maybe he'll watch and change his mind. But it's like his brain is ossified. There's no.
You just gotta let them talk to them. Like, it's best that they don't have to. You don't have to know about it. They think they're being heard, and you don't have to hit them. Because sometimes what'll happen is I'll ban some. Somebody will leave a fucked up comment, and I'll be like, I'm gonna ban you from it. Like, they'll leave it. Like, say they leave it on like Illuminati, and I'll be like, I'm gonna ban you from the whole Illuminati verse, and I'll go to like the next channel about them, and I'll see they're already banned from there. I'll be like, you're nothing worse to me than, you know, how like insane. Like, it's one thing when you have one channel and you wonder to yourself, why is this person who's leaving negative comments watching this? You know what I mean? Like, you don't like you're here. I haven't made you be here. But do you know what it is to watch somebody claim to hate you and your content, travel through 8 channels, watching everything? like you don't like me.
That's like a job. You have to like
content on every street of the Illuminati verse. You're not well. Like,
the energy it takes to do that. I don't have the energy to like shit on anyone and be a hater. Like I feel like I'm just exhausted, and the amount of effort these people take or put into like just being shitty, like in some ways it's impressive, because it's like, man, I couldn't care less at this point in time. I've lost my desire to just like do anything. But I don't know, I don't get it.
No, it's insane. It's absolutely nasty work. I'd be like, wow, this is nuts, because I don't know who do you feel like is making this happen to you? Or they'll be like, oh, I hate this. I don't want YouTube to show me this. But you subscribe and you commented. Like,
I know, I get
gonna
those.
show it to you. I'm like, what's wrong?
Some people are just miserable, honestly, and they just have nothing better to do. Like, it's their favorite thing to do for themselves. Like, they get like a thrill out of trying to bother people.
They do. That's why when you respond, they like, oh, lettuce. So I'm like, oh yeah, I won't
exactly
give you a fucking satisfaction. Or they say something crazy. And my thing is too, I don't respond to people to anything that's not like just me being able to say something like, thank you, love you. You know what I mean? Something positive. Because even if, like, say somebody says something to you that's a little bit like, it's not even like super rude or whatever, but it's something that you think you can answer constructively and politely, it's still a problem. Like, you answer it and someone will say something to you and you like answer and they're like, oh, you're real late. Like, they turn up immediately. It's like, I'm so perplexed by this like interaction. And so I'm like, sometimes it's just easier to hide. Just okay. Like, all right, I see what's going on.
Yeah. Do you ever? I don't know if you're on Facebook, Ole, but if you ever look at like David and I have talked about this. If you look at like your public page and the messages you get, or just the comments on your videos,
the DMs on Facebook are insane.
They are fucking crazy. I have people. I'll check every once in a while. This still happens. I shit you not. People will argue with my automated response system. Like, every single person who sends me a message on Facebook will automatically get, hey, thanks for messaging the Humanist Report. I don't always get to all of these posts, but I try to read them all. And somebody will be like, you fucking F-slur. I know you see this. Stop being a pussy. And then it'll send the same response again. And they'll send another response. And I'm like, I'll look at this big, huge transcript. I'm like, they were arguing for hours with this fucking automated system. And they think I'm just trolling them. And I'm like, I'm not reading, I'm just scanning it. I'm not like actually reading all of it. But like, it's outrageous.
Most of my death threats have been through Facebook messaging.
Yeah, same.
That's where they come from.
Same.
It's completely insane people.
Oh no.
That's scary. I thought that I didn't have a Facebook, like a private Facebook profile. I thought I deleted it years ago. I could like remember deleting it. And then the other day I was visiting, I was in West Virginia, that's where I went to high school. And when I was visiting one of my bestie from high school, Milky, she was like, like, why haven't you added me on Facebook? Like, accepted my request. I was like, I don't have a Facebook. She was like, you do have a Facebook. And her mom was like, you do have a Facebook. And I was like, I have a Facebook. I went and I logged in and it logged in. I was like, oh, fuck, I do have a Facebook. So I have a Facebook, like a regular, like private profile with like the people like I actually know on it. But I don't have a Facebook, like a public page because of exactly what y'all is like.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine that it has anything positive to offer me. So like I got like, oh, I don't need that. I remember what Facebook was like just as a regular person with a private Facebook profile with the people on just the people you know in your life turn into the worst versions of themselves on Facebook like that. I was like, I don't want a public Facebook profile. I honestly I really don't like social media. I think I'm like at the place where I'm like, I feel like I think there's a difference between media and social media, you know what I mean? Or like doing like creating content versus just having a platform. And I try not to conflate them so that I can make those separations. Like, oh, I don't like social media. I don't want to be like talking to people on the timeline and arguing and yada, yada, yada. I don't have any desire to like share in a personal way. I'm like, oh, I would like to make my media on YouTube on my platform. This is what I meant for y'all to consume as media, not to consume, to talk to me, like the personal relationship of how social media makes you think it's like you and them all day. It's like, I'm not into it. It's not for my mental health. It's just not for me.
No, I'm feeling the same way as of late. And I don't know if it's more of a cultural thing where it's just so toxic, or I'm just getting older and I just feel like it doesn't add any value to my life. And it just eats away time that could be spent doing anything else. Even if I'm just sitting there staring at the wall, I feel like it's a better use of my time than realizing, oh, my old friend who I used to work with is a Nazi now. It just doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, AI slop. And I swear to God, I don't understand how older people get so much AI slop. It is exhausting trying to explain that, like, yeah, it's this is why I don't. Yeah, this is why I try to avoid it as well. Because yeah, there's a lot of shit on Facebook that's just AI, and there are some positives. There's still like a lot of leftist groups that you can find locally who are just trying to do mutual aid and shit like that, or they want to organize some sort of, yeah. But if you go there for that, you're gonna have to see the AI slop, the right-wing propaganda that they pay to advertise on. It's just really toxic and exhausting, and it's easier to tune out the world if you just ignore that and step away from the fucking computer. Like, I feel like I'm almost like the AI shit has almost made me feel like more of a tech minimalist in some ways, where I'm not using my Kindle. I'm like just trying to read physical books again. Like I don't want to look at a fucking screen. I don't know if I'm becoming a boomer or it's just the sign of the times. I'm grappling with that. I don't know.
I'm definitely aging. I'm older in my spirit. I definitely do old bitch shit. Like 1000%. I've turned into my daddy. Like my daddy used to not like my friends looking too comfortable in his home. Like when I was a kid, he really didn't like that. Like I have a friend, Jevy, my daddy cussed out one time because Jevy just was sitting on his couch looking too comfortable. And I used to seem like old me and that like arbitrary African shit. And now that's the type of time I'm on. If I come down and I like my friend Nigel, me and TJ's friend Nigel's always at our house. And I love Nigel. Like I want him here. And then someday I wake up and I'm just like, why you already playing games? You playing video games and just wake up. Like you already here enjoying yourself. The other day I woke up just in a bad mood and I was like, hey, when you come here, don't walk past me to go upstairs to play no video games. You have to sit down for at least 20 minutes and tell me about your day before you go enjoy yourself in my house. Like I already know what kind of parent I'm gonna be. I do old Bahamian woman shit.
I feel like that's healthy. We have to be more set in our ways, because everybody's mind is leaking through their ears. So if we don't hold strong on some shit, then we're going to be right there with them.
No facts. How have y'all been? How old's y'all's kids now, Bender, David? I feel like they got to be old now.
5.
5. That's crazy.
God, that makes me feel old, David.
Was that baby? That baby was new, no? Like, I feel like the baby was fairly new.
Yeah, it was very new.
Oh, right when you had your kid? Has it been 5 years? Did you start the Rational Lash at the same time that you had a kid? Like,
no, I started that 2015.
Oh, okay.
Well, late 2016 more so, but
maybe on the Rational. Have you hit 1 million subscribers yet, David?
No, YouTube doesn't like me, so
It hates me too, David.
You know, it's up and down. It's
reported well,
especially recently. The algorithm is so weird. Like I'll have like I have videos like last month, like 500K, 400K, like 200K, and this I'm like barely breaking like 30K. It's very bizarre. Like it's up and down, and the content like I'm not changing. It's the same kind of content I'm doing. Like I'm not changing anything drastic. Like there's no reason for those kind of spikes or those kind of like drop offs. But
YouTube is aggy like that.
I will see comments all the time that really piss me off, where it's like, I haven't seen your videos in months. Where have you been? It's like, I've been here the whole time.
I
You just haven't been fed them.
when people talk to me like I've been on vacation. I hate like somebody comment like, oh my God, like it's so glad, like welcome. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? I'm putting out great content right. I get irritated immediately. Who are you talking to? Like I've been somewhere hiding. Like I hate that shit. Somebody commented like, oh my God, I'm so glad of your movie reviews back. I'm like, back? Bitch, like 4 times. What are you talking about?
Like I think what YouTube tries to do now is that they'll like uplift like new creators or really small channels. Because I'll see people in my feed where it's like, this person has like 3 subs. Like, why am I seeing this video at all? But
why am I even seeing this
while they're
video?
doing that, they're like dropping others off, right? So it's like leveling out.
David said, why am I even seeing this video at all?
But it's not. It's one thing if it's like content I would click, but it's like not even in like I have no interest in it. It's like, what is this?
Like that's like, why would you do this? And they're like,
I noticed that YouTube prioritizes just engagement more so than subscribers now. It doesn't matter if you have like 1 million subscribers. It's all about like, can you get them to watch the whole video? Because you see people with like lower subs getting a shit ton of views. It's crazy. So I still don't really understand the algorithm. I'll pretend like I know, but I genuinely don't know what the fuck I'm doing. But
I think it's just changing all the time. Like I have high engagement. Like most of my videos are watched like at least halfway through. We're talking like 7-minute average like view duration, which I think is pretty good usually for YouTube. But it doesn't matter for the like one month that may be good for the algorithm. They're like, sure, let's give your video out to more people. Others like most of my videos now come from subscribers, which is still not supposed to be normal. Like YouTube, most channels
YouTube does
from my
it now.
understanding,
Like they don't push out your videos until they've are like your subscribers. They choose it by that. So like if your subscribers, like say a video might have worked well in YouTube, like this is hot, this is this, whatever, but your specific subscribers didn't click on that or don't really like that, YouTube will be like, well, the subscribers don't like it, so I'm not pushing it out to anybody else, and they tank the video.
Yeah,
I know. Yeah, where it's soul crushing whenever that happens.
Yeah, no, YouTube. I feel like I bounce around between like which one of my channels they're treating the best. So it's like, okay, like usually that kind of helps. Is like someone's being treated well, but then it's annoying when it's like, oh, so that video that script that I worked well like that, fuck that video, but Olay and Chill's doing number. Okay, I'd be like, all right, you only stupidness you want to talk about, huh? Like sometimes it's like that. Like
maybe that's the solution. Multiple channels. Gotta figure out some other angles here.
Yeah.
Also,
the problem with running multiple channels though is you feel like you're building up, like it splits your attention on
and then you
one.
end up underserving one. Like I'm used to doing like regular videos.
Although it makes sense for someone with successful channels like the three of you, like your main channel is pretty strong on its own. I think building out a second or third or fourth channel would be pretty simple when you got a big main channel.
Yeah. I think depending on what kind of content you make in different channels, the obligation is different. Like, so if y'all are doing like the kind of content y'all are doing, it has to be like high output, political content where you're like responding to events and blah, blah, blah. And that creates like a different kind of amount of work. And also like length of videos, how much that has a huge difference on what makes money. But certain things is like, okay, main Illuminati, I don't put out every month or even every 2 months or whatever. Like it's going to be, I can go a few months or whatever before I do a production and it'll still perform because this production, they expect a certain kind of thing out of it. And I think you have a lot more leeway than you think. Like you don't have to put out all the time on them. Like, it's just about like what is the content cycle and like how you train the audience and like what they expect. Like on Illuminati Pop, Illuminati Pop is like once a week. Olay and Chill is like once a week. And everything else is kind of like whatever schedule.
And it doesn't hurt you when you do that, when you do once a week?
No.
Okay. Because this is one thing that I was talking to my husband. I'm like, We should just take a week off this summer, but like I don't want to have to prepare videos to feed the algorithm. I just want to like take a week off and not do extra work. But like then you get scared. It's like, well, fuck, is that gonna bury me for like 5 months when I come back?
It will. I think it will hurt you initially. Like I've done it before. I've taken like a week off. Like it hurts you initially. Like you eventually make it back. But the thing is, like as Ole was saying, the algorithm is it's trained on what it expects of your channel. So if you start doing that once a week, it'll eventually work out for you, but your viewers are still and the algorithm still used to use you putting out like regular videos, so it's going to hurt you initially, unless they've changed it because they would keep changing
I honestly
it.
think you'll be fine. Like Illuminati used to be like my home for everything, where I had Ole and Friends and all this stuff and yada yada yada. Everything was just on that one channel, and then that stopped and it became just my productions. And when that happens, and it's fine. Like it's just, I think different channels have different like initial velocity. Like for example, an Ole and Chill video will start out way faster than an Illuminati pop video or an Illuminati video, even though those channels are bigger. Illuminati productions have longer tail ends, so it takes them. They're slower to like build in that initial like, you know, that initial first hours or a day, but then after that they move, they continue to compound and they build even longer and faster. So it's just different, you know, and not all back catalogs are like created equal. Like a Bites Cat back catalog isn't going to be worth as much to me as a Chill or a Pop, because people treat those more as evergreen versus they treat like commentary about things that are happening now. Even if you make it evergreen, they don't receive it as that. So it's just like that. It's a bunch of different things, but that's the whole, like, that's why I like having like the verse, but they're also just like different styles of content, entirely different styles of content. So
that makes sense. I just put all my slop up on the same channel too, so you're all getting everything. No, it's hard. It's because we've all been doing this now for years, and we still are like, we only can concoct theories about like the algorithm. That's what makes it a little bit.
It's annoying because it feels like yes, we don't have a boss, but we kind of do. We just can't talk to the boss.
Yeah,
like,
right.
We have no idea. We have nowhere to give our complaints to except for the AI they've added to it. Like
they just do whatever the fuck they want.
Although I would still do this any day over retail and fast food, because I genuinely wanted to die when I was doing those jobs and just not having to interact with customers. Every mean comment in the world, like, I'll take that over just dealing with a rude customer that's like, fuck you to my face, and I can't say shit because I'll get fired. I would never want to go back to that. So it truly is a blessing in that regard, even though there are some downsides, obviously, and like some vulnerabilities, you know, if you end up fucking up and the algorithm buries you. But, you know, overall, I'll never go back as far as I can help it.
Yeah.
My biggest issue, though, honestly, is having to follow the news so closely. Like, it's gotten to a point. Like, really, Ole, since you like left the podcast, everything's gotten like much worse. Just the world is just so fucking terrible.
She just left being on the show. It's not like she's siloed off from what's going on in the world.
No, but I mean like the timeline. Like it just like everything's just gotten just shit.
Yeah.
I do conduct my platform and content and stuff like much differently now. I think it does. It's really stressful when you have to like be on constantly of like, oh, I'm reacting to every current events, all the things. I need to be like educated, informed on all of it. I think it's really difficult, and it's not something I myself like can do. Like, you know what I mean? I'm impressed. Like I could never put out multiple videos a day on anyone's channel. Like me and Aaron, the thought of it is insane. Like we put out multiple videos a week across the verse, but one channel, like, oh, I'm reacting to like this morning, this Supreme Court thing happened, and this afternoon you have a video. No fucking way.
Yeah,
no fucking way. Yeah, like it's one thing when it was like on Twitter and social media, and you're just recording like a little, you know what I mean, a thing or whatever on your phone that goes by, but that's an entirely different thing than like recording content for YouTube. And yeah, no. Also, I'm just like I'm at a place where I think like I think I've been thought this. I think the most like for me, I think I'm more advantageous to changing how people think all year round, in the sense that people don't want to click on political content. They tend to be like, I think when we talk about how the right is really persuasive or has done such a good job of converting people over to like a conservative way of thinking, whether like unwittingly, unknowingly or not, it's because they're consuming so much like right-wing ideology in their entertainment and their media and their podcasts and their regular stuff that is not like packaged as political content. And so I think like, I'm like, oh, my content is still very political in ideology, but it is more accessible. It's coming in these other like forms than when I just do like explicitly political, you know what I mean? mean? Like, oh, I'm telling you about this electoral politics or whatever, for example. So that's just kind of like where I'm at. And, you know, also like my own peace of mind. I'm 32. I'm tired. I'm turning 33 in July. I don't have the stress to be fighting with people all day, every day, because so much of what the political kind of landscape is in America, and like online in particular, is a large fight, just a fight all the time. Like, you got to be rowing. It's always, you can't just like go teach what you need to teach and go about your business. It's like, we must now fight to the death who must have the prevailing ideology on this matter. And it's like, I don't want to fight with nobody. I don't care. Please go do your own thing and leave me alone. Like,
I love how we're in our 30s and we're just tired with life.
30s, speak for yourself. All you,
David just turned 50.
Did David turn 40? Lance is in his 40s too.
Yeah, I'm 40.
Yeah.
Yeah, Lance and their baby face. Look at you, beautifully aging white man. We love to see it.
It's Canada. That's what
when you're unproblematic and mind your business.
And have healthcare. That helps.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Nice. Yeah, that'll do it.
I'll be turning 39 soon, and I feel good because I had, a midlife crisis at 22, so I'm okay.
I had a midlife crisis at 22. What about you, Bender? How old are you?
I'm gonna be 40.
In what month? When?
In August.
Okay.
Oh, wow.
I love this. Makes me feel nice again. I love being the youngest person in the room again. Thank you. Makes me feel good about my little 32. I'm gonna be 33 in July though.
I know you're like, I'm gonna be 33. I'm like, shut the fuck up.
I will say everything physically gets worse. Like, some things get better when you get older, but like, I woke up with sciatica on my leg like 2 days ago. I don't know why. I didn't do anything. And like that happened. I worked out I finally started working out again, like lifting weights. And of course, like my triceps, like actually, I think that's still killing me. That was last Thursday, a week ago. I'm still hurting. Like, I don't know what's going on with my body. When I was younger, in my 20s, I could do weights every day. It wouldn't matter. But like, you can't do that.
I was drinking water, and I went to the gym 2 days earlier, and I drank water. I had like a little pain in my arm, and my thought literally was like, is this arthritis? I'm like, oh my God, I'm fucking spiral. This is so unhinged. I'm like,
but it very well could be. Like, it's not even
it's possible.
Spiraling. It's 1,000.
Well, arthritis isn't necessarily age related either.
Right. Like, that's what I'm saying. Like, that can most certainly be that.
When I manifested that thought, it was age related to me.
I went on a walk the other day on the trail, did my 5-mile walk that I used to do like every day, and I got home and I was like, I think I broke my ankle. I was like, CJ, my foot is fucked up. Like, I realized I was like, I didn't something hurt that I was like, I didn't trip. Like, I didn't fall down. Like, I don't remember having an accident, but I'm injured.
Yep, that happens more and more often.
I'm still doing this in 5 years. We're going to be talking about how we all have gout.
My back went out earlier this year. Like, I couldn't get up. Like, I actually had to go to the ER. I couldn't move.
Oh yeah, I've been there.
That is actually ass. I'm laughing at the.
Very sorry to hear that.
They had to give me pain meds because I could not stand up.
No, my back could be fucked up. No, it's actually insane how much shit could be wrong with you. Like, by the time they tell you everything is wrong and all the different vitamins, I'm like, so I might to take 56 supplements a day for everything that is ailing me that needs assistance. Like, it's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's a little bit like scary, but at the same time, you always get perspective from somebody. Like, I'll see a comment on YouTube that's like, Mike, I'm 70 years old and I'm so proud of young people like you. I'm like, thank you. That genuinely touched my heart because you called me a young person when I don't feel young.
They don't talk to me like that anymore. I turned 30 and people started calling me auntie, like online, like I don't get nice comments that make me feel young. No. They really comment on my shit like, oh, auntie, and I'm like, so no, nobody says any nice
I feel like
comments.
if I saw, I would automatically like say sister still to you because I feel like I'm in uncle territory. I feel like that's appropriate for me, but I feel like you look so young that it would be sister, not auntie.
I've honestly like lost my voice running on with my rant about like the need to like age up, like how people do women, like, oh, you turn 30 and they start treating you like, I'm like, But you know what? I'm chilling today, so I'm not even gonna go to the mat about it. But
Not
just
gonna touch
know
that with a 10-foot pole.
I hate it. I fucking hate an auntie from a bitch 3 years younger than me. I'm always so sick that I'd be like, "Ooh, you're getting on my nerves." Like, and because it said like it's so objective. Like,
Yeah. I know it's respectful, but it also feels like a little bit old. Like if somebody called me sir, and I call people sir, not like for age, but if somebody called me sir, I'd be like, fuck you. Like, what are you saying? I'm old? I don't know.
It makes sense for if a teenager or something like that, blah, blah, blah. But there's no reason why people who are in their fucking 20s, because, they know you turned 30. I shit you not, hand to God. Literally, I turned 30 and it was like the next day, people who are a few years younger than me started calling me auntie. It's ridiculous. And it's this thing, and they try to like convince you that it's like, because it's something they do and they're so comfortable with it, and they try to act like it's respectful. They act like you don't have any autonomy or ability to like push back on that. And I genuinely think there is a scholarly intellectual argument to be made about misogynoir and the patriarchy, about calling women, feeling the need to the minute a woman is 30, it's like, oh, there's somebody in the chat that keep being like, oh, it's respectful. I love it. It's respectful. Oh, blah, blah, blah. Like, I don't give a fuck, sir. Like, why you keep telling me I don't care? And you're
We're
mad.
taking that as an aggression.
Like, sir, I said I ain't like it. Like,
I was pissed off so this happened like a couple of years ago. I went to the liquor store, I bought liquor, and they did not fucking card me. They did not card me. And the way that hurt my soul is indescribable, because
is that the first time you haven't been carded?
The only time, yeah. Yeah.
At a showing for Obsession the other day, I wanted I went to the early screening of Obsession. They gave you like this cute little, hold on, let me show you like the little cat and the thingy majiggy. I don't know if y'all watched the movie.
Oh, that's
but anyway,
cool. I haven't seen it.
And so like they had like a special at Alamo. They had like, oh, this is the Obsession like special like meal. It was like a drink, like an alcoholic drink. And me and my friend like Nigel didn't have our cards. So we were like, oh, we can't get the drink. And then the next time I went, they had something similar for I Love Boosters. And I was like, you know what? I didn't have my card either, but I'm like, let me try and do it. Or I did have my card. I brought my card this time because I didn't have an Obsession, like my ID. And the minute they were like, I ordered my drink, they just gave me that drink and kept on pushing. I said, that's about right. That makes sense. I'm over here like, oh, they're not gonna give it to me. They gave me my fucking drink. They didn't ask me for shit. Did not look at that. Just went about their business.
You didn't feel offended though? Because I felt so offended.
I was like, no.
It's convenient, right? But like, it's a little offensive.
In my mind, I'd be like, I don't know if I really truly in my heart of hearts to know like, oh, what you would like. I'm like, I'm 32, so I bet I look 32. You know what I mean? Like, not that I like know like, oh, what about you makes you look old? I just know like, well, I'm not 22, so I bet I don't look it. You know, like I'm like, oh, that makes sense. I'm not offended. I don't mind anybody. I have no shame, and in fact, the Caribbean lady in me is constantly saying how old I am. Like, I'm going to be somebody, when I turn 35, I'm not going to say I'm 35. I'm going to say as a 40-year-old woman, don't disrespect me. I'm going to age myself up like a true Caribbean woman. I don't mind the age. I mind you calling me auntie. Don't call me no goddamn auntie. I hate that shit. Oh, I hate it. Like,
do you ever see on your timeline? So I'll get this on Instagram. There'll be some fake ass post about millennials on average look younger than Gen Z, and all the millennials will comment like, "Oh, I know, we do look younger," and then the Gen Z will be like, "You actually look your age, but that's okay." And it's like, okay, millennials, we have to stop deluding ourselves. We look our age. That's fine.
I went to a concert like a year ago. It was like a lot of Gen Z were there. They look old. They look old. They look older than I remember. Maybe it's the haircuts. Maybe it's because they look like they're out of the 80s. Like a lot of like mullets and like just weird. I don't know.
Yeah.
They dress very differently.
Like the style or the choice. I think there is like, I mean, I think that's like just the aesthetic that a generation chooses that's popular, that's whatever, can like change how you look. Because I think I think there are people that are our age, like there are millennials that have pictures now that look younger than their pictures when they were younger because of the style of clothing that was popular, like we in the clubs in like, you know, a peplum skirt in a suit jacket and, you know, dress shoes and all kind of stuff that was in style for that. So I think I can see that. But generally, I think when I see millennials online being like, we look younger than you're posting the pictures, like, look how young I look. I'm like, you loser bitches. I'll never get caught dead, but you fucking losers. Like, they like, it's so lame. Like, they'll see some Gen Z young person minding their business, and they'll be like, I look younger than you. Why do you look so? I'm like, look at you, bitch. You're a loser.
It's so cringeworthy. It's so cringeworthy to me. It's like, okay, it's not a competition first and foremost, but when you have to reinforce this idea that you look younger than Gen Z when you don't, it is so embarrassing. Like, you have to.
It's very
you
lame.
have to be self-aware. Millennials, my God.
And it just says how much you don't be around young people, because I was still in my 20s at the time, because this was an old story. I remember like a friend or something taking me to a place that I realized instantly. That was the first time I walked into a place and was like, oh, everybody here must be 22. That's when I realized like 22 had a look and it wasn't mine. Like, I felt immensely like out of place that I was like still in my 20s. And I was like, instantly there was a huge gap between me and them, and I was like, oh fuck. And that's when I realized, like, oh, you're much older than that, even if spiritually, like, even just you're 22 to 27 or whatever it is. So when I see like people in their 30s trying to be like, I
know.
Let's
mentally I feel like
Age of Attraction on Netflix.
No.
Okay, y'all missed that degeneracy. Y'all, did you hear about it?
No.
Again.
Y'all on the Age of Attraction on Netflix? Y'all don't know about it?
No.
Oh my God! I have to send y'all a video I made about this. I'm gonna send it to you, Mike, and y'all get y'all. This is not the kind of foolishness Bender and David would be caught dead watching, but I'm gonna you know that. Like, oh my God! There's this show where these bunch of old people and young people and real young people come on a show, and they're like, we're not gonna know each other's age until we like pick each other.
So it's like Love Is Blind, but for age.
But for pedophiles, but for people who need to be in jail. Because what are you on about? There's this old ass 60-year-old, 50-year-old, 40-year-old man picking out 20-year-old girls. Like, oh, when they say they're 20, they're like, really? I never knew you were so young.
Oh my God.
Listen, it was egregious. I'm about to send you.
They knew what they were doing, because if you just have a conversation with somebody who's 22, if you're older than like 30, you can absolutely tell. Like, there's a huge maturity difference. There's no way you would pick that out.
Fucking difference. Like, it's a big stinking difference. Like, oh my God. Like my sisters and my sisters-in-law are both like, one is 24 and one is like 23 or something like that, whatever. I love them. I'm materially older than them. Like, you know what I mean? Like, what do you mean? Like, what are we talking about? What are you saying? It's so crazy. There are old people trying to tell you, we just have so much in common. You lying bitch. That's crazy. Like, why are you lying like that? Like, that's so nuts. You're a lot. CJ is 30 and I'm 32. And the other day, I was like, I saw somebody like making fun of J Bug from B2K, and I was like, could you believe I said to CJ? Yes, you see how that's the appropriate reaction. I lean over to CJ and I was like, CJ, you see how these people disrespecting J Bug, blah 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 blah. And CJ goes, which one is J Bug again? That's what that little age gap will do right there. This man said, which one is J Bug? So okay,
B2K came on my shuffle, so I'm especially offended because I got to relive my teenage years.
There was like, when I tell you, he didn't hear the end of it in this house. Like, how dare you not know all the members of B2K? Like, that is fucking egregious.
He at least knows Omarion though.
Yeah, just Omarion. Like, and he wasn't even sure. Like, he heard Fizz, Lil Fizz, but he wasn't even sure. He only knew Omarion. Let's put it that way.
Did he see you got served?
Names, but he couldn't put. And I said, "Oh, this is unacceptable."
So he at least watched You Got Served, right? Because if you remember that movie, that is such millennial cringe, where the guy who was part of the opposing dance team was this white guy who had spiky hair all around his head, like the bottom was spiky as well. And I remember when I was younger, I'm like, that's a cool ass hairstyle. I would do that if I could. I couldn't pull it off.
Is hilarious.
And now thinking about that, it's like, oh my God, I really needed to get beat up for having that pod.
It's you watching it and thinking like he's supposed to be cool, like feeling like that, like that's what I find funny. Like the white guys that You Got Served, you thinking like, oh, Yeah, they're down.
Well, just because it's like that's a hairstyle that's attainable for me as a white dude, because I had frosted tips at the time, right? When I was watching that, I had frosted tips a lot of my teenage years.
Right now, of you with frosted tips in your hair.
I've showed it before. I look like
I had them too. Who didn't have them?
Bring them
back
up.
in
The way I explained it was that
You
I
had
was
frosted tips who didn't have them.
back
I didn't-
when
I
we
never had
were
any.
when we were in high school, me and Mike, when we in the kids born in
A lot
the
of kids did, yeah.
80s.
Oh, yeah, a lot of kids.
I had
Y'all go to
yeah.
public school?
What was that?
Did y'all go to public school?
I did up till 7th
I
grade,
didn't.
and then
Catholic.
I
Didn't?
went. Yeah.
No, I
You
went to
didn't,
Catholic
Matt
school.
Bender? They let you have frosted tips at your private school?
I was allowed to have frosted tips. I got in trouble when I I shaved the sides of my head and dyed the middle blonde.
So that's where they drew the line. Okay.
That's where they drew the
Okay.
line.
Okay. Yeah,
So
no,
basically, what I did to get I didn't want to get rid of my blonde mohawk. So what I did was, I don't know if they still sell it, but they sold colored gel, like colored hair gel back in the day. And so I just bought black colored hair gel and I just put it in my hair, so it was just slightly darker. And I was like, "This is all I can do." I tried to dye it back, and this is the best I can do. And they were like, oh, "Fine, okay."
This is my frosted tips.
Oh, it's cute. Okay,
That was a little bit. Mine was much bigger.
Yeah.
I think I was
better than, like,
19 right
what
here.
I was picturing. No, that's cute. You're cute there. You can get that off. I like
I
that.
was still heterosexual identifying.
I know. I could tell
back
that
then.
that's what you were going
You look
for.
like a lot of the Portuguese guys in my school. Like that's what
To
I
be
remember.
fair, my brother had the same kind. He didn't have frosted tips, but he had the same. Like he would shave his like sideburns really thin. The chin strap was like in style at that time.
You
So, yeah.
give like alternative guy that would have had a cute popular girlfriend in the early 2000s movie, specifically like Cliff from Bring It On. That's
Oh
what it's
yeah,
giving.
yeah. That was
Okay.
that was
That's what
the
it's
style in
giving.
the
Yeah.
late, like 99, 2000, 2001. It was a
Now
weird-
we need pictures of you, Bender. Let me see if you pass the test. Like,
Oh, I don't know if I have
Mike
any.
is
Bender
pictures
looks like
handy.
Prince. Did you have this conversation with us, Ole? Where he looked like Prince when he was younger, and when you said that, man, I'm like, you did not look like fucking Prince. And then he pulled it up. I'm like, oh my god, he does.
It was one picture.
Oh yeah, I remember that picture.
oh, I would
I don't know
definitely
if I can
put him there.
find it.
I definitely.
I'll have to
Somebody
find
said-
it.
Somebody says they could smell the axe spray. I did wear axe spray, but I did not use a lot because my mom would like choke me out, like choke my neck if I used more because she was so sensitive. So I would just do a little, psst, and that's it.
She was so sensitive. She said, "Oh no."
I remember, like, I sprayed it one time, and she walked into my room. She's like, "It smells like a whorehouse in here." Like,
A
she
whorehouse is
straight up fucking
hilarious.
said that.
Not
And,
like
like,
a whorehouse smell like
she was
Axe body
so
spray.
mad at me. That's the way she. I don't know why she chose that particular word, but she said that. I remember it. I'm like, okay, I get it. I won't spray it.
No, that's actually hilarious. No, that's funny as shit. What do my hair look like? As a similar. My hair looked like me, but my makeup wasn't as good. Like in high school, like that's really, and before, not just in high school, just like previously. Period. Like that's what it is. But children today makeup look good. Like they don't even have an ugly stage. Like my niece is beautiful right out there all the time. Like she's a teenager. She looks pretty at her prom, pretty as I was like, you don't even have no like growing pains. Like you're not learning like
That's
about
crazy.
adversity. Like you need to rise above these ugly moments. Like she always looks nice. I said, look at that.
There's
like,
a
how you gonna
picture of
accomplish
me-
anything?
There's a picture of me when I was like 13 years old, and I literally, like, nobody's gonna believe me. I can't find the picture. I looked like Ellen DeGeneres. Like my hair was blonde, it was short and combed to the side. I literally just looked like Ellen. Like I looked like a 40-year-old woman. Like she was 40 at the time. And I remember seeing, I'm like, what in the fuck possessed my mom to allow me to leave the house looking like that? Because it was so bad. It was so bad. And the pose, I swear to God, and I was like 13. My pose was like this. I shit you not.
Have you seen that thread that was like there was a thread on Threads this year where it was like gay
Hey, it's me.
people poster like oh Bender, I feel like you're cute without facial hair.
How old were you, Bender? Were you like 17, 18?
Oh, like
I gotta be.
you're cute.
I gotta be 16 and 17
You're a
here.
bad boy in a CW show. You know? Like, oh no, you're a cutie, Bender. Like both of y'all look way cuter than how y'all described the past. Like
that makes
I actually thought you were gonna say both of y'all looked way cuter than you do now.
That is not what I said. That is not what I said. That's just how y'all described to me what y'all hair was hidden for. I was expecting to see like something crazy. I was like, oh, y'all were cute. So how's the show? How y'all do the show now? How long do y'all be on?
We still cut off around here to do super chats, and then Matt and I, we haven't been going as long, right, Matt? I feel like we've clamped down.
Yeah, we've been reeling it in lately. I feel like that's gonna change soon. I feel like we're just in a weird time right now where people are just like getting really tired of everything because of how
100%.
tiring the Trump era is again.
The fatigue is real.
I feel like, maybe maybe for the midterms people will get back into it, and then maybe for the next presidential election people get back into it, and hopefully they lose, and then I think people will be more hungry to talk about politics because it won't be so in your face 24/7 thanks to Trump.
It's so exhausting.
Yeah, it really is.
Oh yeah, for sure. Yeah.
Well, you're always welcome to stay for all the super chats if you want. If you don't want to, though, you should plug all the extended universe that everyone's heard so much about. You can find it.
Okay. You can welcome. Let me how do I say this? If you want to subscribe to me, you can subscribe to any or all channels in the Illuminati verse. My main channel is Illuminati, where I do my Illuminati productions, my giant video essays. Then I have Illuminati Pop, where I do my like video essays on TV and movies that I am watching or have watched. And then I have Olay and Chill, where we talk shit, what's going on TikTok and the internet. It is chaos and jokes and foolishness on Olay and Chill. Olay and Friends is my podcast where I bring through what is it now? Four of my favorite Black friends and then commentators to come on that. And then there is Illuminati Politics extras, and now Olay and Kenny. Me and Kenny JD have our own podcast, Olay and Kenny, that you can watch at Olay and Kenny.
Oh, nice. I haven't.
Wait, hold on. I thought haven't we been on Olay and Friends?
We were on Olay and Chill.
Oh, okay. About to say, last time I looked in the mirror, I was.
Whoa, wait, Black. No, you've been on Olay and Chill. Yeah, no, that's
got it. See, that's one of the issues with having too many channels. I had no idea which one I was.
No, that's because you're not checking for the Illuminati verse. Anybody who watches it knows where you were. You might knew.
I'm subscribed to the entire verse, and now the Kenny verse as well, the Olay and Kenny. I'm excited.
Yeah,
I like long form content because I'll like build Legos and listen to something, and I prefer the non-political shit nowadays. Like if it's like tangentially related to politics, that's preferable. But it's hard for me to digest politics because my brain is honestly like it is tapioca pudding. It's just.
And I've had a lot of people do.
Yeah, it's dead.
It has to be packaged in it, and you got to shoehorn it into something fun and pleasant.
Yes,
get more comfortable. Like, oh, like your shoulders are relaxed. You thought you were talking about Desperate Housewives, but let's talk about the Republicans.
If you bring in like the political implications of something, it's like I can digest that. Like I'm a huge fan of like One Piece, and so like there's political videos about One Piece and some of the arcs, like anti-colonial, anti-racist arcs and shit like that. And that is my bread and butter because it's talking about real world issues in a fictional world, and I can like it's at arm's length. It's not like what I'm seeing right now in America, so it's tolerable.
Yeah, I have a video called Desperate Housewives was Conservative Propaganda on Illuminati Pop. That has, let me see, how many views does it have? It has 424,000 views.
Damn.
It is, yeah, it's what is it? How long is it? Like an hour and a half, like going through all the like Desperate Housewives, why it is. And it's like, oh, this is Pop, like this is a TV show, but I'm to explain why it's conservative propaganda. I'm obviously having a political discussion with you why it's conservative propaganda, but it's fun. You feel like us, you watch Desperate Housewives, so.
I like your analysis videos, even if I haven't watched the show, like the one that you did about, God, I can't remember the name, but it was about how media literacy was ruined. And you talked about like the Big Bang Theory.
Destroyed media literacy.
Yeah. And like you went through the Big Bang Theory, and I think it was like Barney, a character, Neil Patrick Harris, like how he's a terrible person, but a lovable character. Yeah. I really enjoyed that because I never saw the show, but it was still like an interesting take.
You haven't watched How I Met Your Mother?
No, I've never seen
best work. Come on. No. I love How I Met Your Mother. Y'all haven't watched How I Met Your Mother?
I did.
I haven't.
I did until I watched most of it while I got when I was working at the college. that I was going to. I would watch it like during breaks, like me and my coworkers, and then at some point the show got it just kept going and it wouldn't stop.
I know, I hate that.
I think it was like around like season 5 or 6. It's like, okay, this is enough.
Lance, you didn't watch it either?
I haven't seen it.
Can you
No,
watch
I
it?
I've seen random episodes, but like it's hard in this day and age to get into laugh track comedies too.
Yeah, I agree.
Because it's funny though. They really
It
are
depends.
How I
You mean
Met
like
Your Mother is so. I really love How I Met Your Mother. Like I really like. It's not just because those videos perform well. I really love How I Met Your Mother. It's so good. I really think like it's legitimately. I watched it so many times, and it really is funny. I love it.
Oh, I believe it. A lot of friends love it too. Yeah, but I feel like it's like if I recommended like Third Rock from the Sun to someone because I liked watching it when I was younger, and then like if they're like I can't watch it because of the sound, like the laugh track, I get it. Yeah.
I feel like no.
Oh,
No,
I remember
the
that.
last
I used to
second-
watch that.
Third Rock from the Sun. Let me look this up.
That's with John. What's his
It's just
last
like
name?
an old sitcom, right?
with the Trinity Killer.
John Lithgow?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Joseph
Trinity
Gordon
Killer.
Levitt.
He's in How I Met Your Mother. He plays Barney's. Well, you know
Is
what?
he?
Come on,
I don't
How I
remember
Met Your Mother. People in the chat, please. Somebody, comment section, tell them watch How I Met Your Mother.
There hasn't been
So
a good like classic multi-camera sitcom in a long time, like a live in studio. It's just like a dead sort of medium.
I'm trying to think. What
I mean, Seinfeld is obviously probably the most successful, right? Seinfeld and Friends.
Yeah.
I think
How I Met Your Mother
Seinfeld.
either, clearly.
Although I'm not a big Jerry Seinfeld fan for very obvious reasons, I think.
I love Seinfeld, but I do have a hard time going back now. Just like
I mean,
knowing
this is
him.
Scientist or pedophile.
It does make it a lot. What does make watching it a lot easier is that he's not the best and most talented person on that show. Like
Yeah, I don't watch it for him. Yeah.
like what's his face, Jason Alexander and
Seinfeld?
Julia Louis-Dreyfus easily steal the show. in
Oh yeah,
every
I like
episode.
Julia Louis Dreyfus. She was funny in Veep. I didn't see all of that, but I like that.
Yeah, she's good.
Y'all will watch Seinfeld, but y'all won't watch How I Met Your Mother. This is.
I
I also
don't
have
make
a-
me
a
compare.
soft
I've seen
spot-
them both. Don't make me compare the two.
You haven't been watching recently? Come on, go into it with a friend. with
I'm
respect.
sorry, but Seinfeld is like leagues above How I Met Your Mother.
Oh my god!
I will say that
Okay, y'all.
How I Met Your
listen,
Mother.
guys,
If that show ended at like season 5, it could have been like a fantastic, like great rewatch. Like, but it went off like what 8, 9 seasons. Like it just kept going, and there were so many weird traps. Like I actually like how it ended. Like I'm not gonna if you haven't watched, I'm not gonna spoil it. Like I do like the very end, but
some shows I think like end like really badly. Like, but I
the way
think,
they got there though, it just
I think,
it
but
was
they at
just-
least like did it wasn't like Dexter gets like bad towards like the
Yeah,
final
Dexter
season
gets
of
bad,
Dexter. How I Met Your Mother does it still has a lot of good stuff. It's like, oh, the ending makes you like have a problem with certain things that happened over those final seasons, but it's not that they weren't good or weren't whatever. They have some fall offs. Like they definitely, it goes on. It doesn't. It has some mistakes.
I do appreciate David watching out for people who didn't want to spoil the show for people who haven't seen a show that aired its last episode in March of 2014.
Yeah, but there's so many shows now. People just come to them late. I'm not going to spoil
Yeah,
because I will say the ending's. The ending's good.
You spoil stuff too, so it's plain and safe.
Yeah.
I mean, but one underrated sitcom, in my opinion, and I might be slightly biased because of the locale of the sitcom, but King of Queens, I have a soft spot for.
Oh, I did
And that's
watch
'cause
that as a kid.
Jerry Stiller is amazing in it.
Oh, he's great.
He is. If you liked him as Frank Costanza on like the 10 episodes of Seinfeld he was on, and you feel like he's been on more because he's such a classic character. Jerry Stiller, he's on every episode, and he's friggin' the funniest guy ever. He really.
And it's a similar sort of character too, isn't it? That he plays
It's
in
a
that show.
similar character, but it's a little bit different.
It's a bit
There's
different.
more of a.
I don't like
more
how
of
y'all
a-
throw all
he's
these
a
other
real-
shows and you all like co-sign that pick, but everybody's like just like fuck How I Met Your Mother. It's really crazy to me.
I'm not a big Neil Patrick Harris fan.
What
I
about
don't-
Grounded for
I don't-
Life? Have you guys seen Grounded for Life? That was one I used to like a lot. It was kind of more obscure though. It wasn't
for
like as popular.
I'm looking it up right now.
Tim
Grounded
Allen
for
is
Life.
huge. Yeah, I used to watch Home Improvement, but yeah.
Oh,
Tim
I didn't.
Allen is
Oh,
like
yeah, I watch Home Improvement too.
Yeah.
I've
I
never
used
heard
to like
or seen even these people from Grounded for Life. Like,
Let me. Am I
oh,
thinking of the right
is
show?
that my girl? No, I know my girl Molly Ringwald. I see her. Or is that her? No, that's
Oh
a
yeah,
different
this is
one.
the show I was thinking.
No.
Of. Yeah.
Binder, you should watch Abbott Elementary if you want a new sitcom comedy with multicam.
Oh yeah, that one's good.
It's filmed in front of a live studio audience.
No, I don't think so. I don't.
But
They
it's a
don't really
gem.
do that anymore. That's mostly
You don't
like.
need, grow up, Bender. We're not in front of any live audiences anymore. Go watch fucking Abbott Elementary.
Yeah, that was good.
Because I was just bringing up that style of sitcom, but I
need you in front of a live studio audience so I can watch it from my home comfortably.
I need the credits blooper reels. You know how they used to do that? The blooper reel, the live blooper during the credits.
You said that's what I want.
Come on, we get Family Matters, Full House.
Those are the classics.
I do. I have like Jaleel White's memoir behind me somewhere. But where's it from?
I was all about TGIF.
He has like all kinds of Family Matter pictures and stuff in here, like extra pictures and stuff.
Oh wow.
Yeah, like all kind of cool stuff.
Oh, that's cool.
I have like shelves and shelves of memoirs for no reason. Like of people like who I'm like, realistically, when was I gonna wake up and be like, oh yeah, let me read like 300 pages about Jaleel White? You know what I mean? But I bought it. I have it. I do it all the time. Like I
You know what's crazy?
Years memoir.
I was so young when that show was on that I did not know that Steve Urkel and Stefan were played by the same guy. Because Steve Urkel was such a different. I was really young. I was like 5 or 6.
I didn't
know
if
you're 5 or 6.
We're the same age. I think you just might have been a slow.
I swear to God, I did not know until I was like 7 or 8, and I'm like, wait, that's Jaleel White? No.
Stopped. But you know what? That makes sense. That's not actually crazy. You were a child. We'll let you.
I was a child, to be fair. And Steve Urkel was such a different character than Stefan that it was like
Stefan was
inconceivable to me that would be the same person.
It's like that's the running gag. Mike don't even get it. He was genuinely confused.
You also didn't know you were gay till like you were 20, so maybe that's just like
yeah, that wasn't like a thought like, oh, Stefan is fine. I was just like, I like Urkel because he's funny. And I would also do I'm Eddie Winslow, because there was like an episode where Eddie Winslow was being like cocky and Laura was like shitting on him, and she's like, I'm Eddie Winslow. So I would like say that all the time.
Was fine. That's so crazy.
I wasn't really thinking about it that young.
That's the way
But if I was like interested in be Steve Urkel just because I thought he was funny, I'd be like, that's my boyfriend.
I could only imagine what Mike's reaction was when he found out that Michelle on Full House was played by the Olsen twins. 2 people playing one person.
Also, that was a revelation as well.
He said that actually was. You're making fun of me, but it's true.
Yeah, because I watched that when I was a kid, and I remember seeing like the Olsen twins movies. I was really young. And then I'd be like, wait, there's 2 of them? Why is only one of them on the show?
Loved Mary Kate and Ashley. I had
Mary Kate and Ashley Olsen.
Started with how upset I am that those bitches don't need any money, so they don't even sell. Do you know they don't sell their shit? Like they don't even have it in production. Like you can't buy Mary Kate and Ashley books new. Do you know? Like you know what I was doing?
They're good. They're retired.
They made it.
Mary Kate and Ashley tomorrow. Put out all of their shit, all the Mary Kate and the Adventures of Mary Kate and Ashley, the So Little Time books, the Super Sweet 16 books. I would buy them all tomorrow, every single one. I used to live for collecting them, and like it would just be like, oh, like when the fair would come or whatever to my school for book fairs, and I'd beg my mommy, and you get as many as like you can, and you'd never know. It's not like the end of the days of how things are now. You could look up like what all of these books exist. It's like you don't know. You're a little kid, and it's like, oh, new one, The Adventures of this, The Adventures of that. Y'all just don't know. I would have them all. I would.
The inauthentic, narcissistic social entitlement of the religious right is absolutely a threat to American democracy as we know it, because it has produced what I will call the Confederate Christian conflation, wherein evangelism begets spiritual warfare, which begets cultural warfare, which begets societal warfare, also known as revolution or rebellion, depending on your perspective. The Confederate Christian conflation's unholy trichotomy of theocracy, more simply known as 3 steps to Confederate Christian nationalism, is evangelism, soldiers in the army of God, and spiritual warfare. If every so-called Christian in America understood the differences between these 3 core concepts of Christian faith, there would be no religious right, no pushy evangelicals, no Christian victimhood, no Christian dogma injected into our politics. Now, wouldn't that make for a better America? As someone who has studied the New Testament, both in academia and in Sunday school, I will use relevant biblical citations to argue that evangelism in today's society should accommodate people's entitlement to spiritual privacy. That Christians absolutely should not consider themselves soldiers in the army of God. And finally, that the Bible does not encourage believers to interpret spiritual warfare as manifesting into physical warfare. Such biblically based analysis of the appropriate role conservative Christianity should play in American society is not required to marginalize the intellectual credibility of extreme evangelicals. But since I do have this relevant education, and since I do love deconstructing cultural assumptions, I figured let's take down those know-it-all, self-righteous Bible beaters with their own goddamn text. 1 Peter 3:15. But in your hearts set apart Christ as Lord. Always be prepared to give an answer to everyone who asks you to give the reason for the hope that you have. But do this with gentleness and respect. I'm starting with this one because it's such a slam dunk. Right here is scripture that supports my suggestion that Christians in America should chill the hell out with spreading the word. According to this text, any Christian that pushes the Bible on you isn't conducting themselves as a true Christian. According to this text, true Christians prepare for conversations about Christ, then allow listeners to lead said conversation with questions when the conversation arrives organically. With gentleness and respect is my favorite part of this scripture because it is a direct counterpoint to any evangelical message that invokes fear. As most of you in tune with Confederate Christianity already know, conservative Christians are obsessed with the rapture. The rapture is the end of the world, for those of you who don't know. And most of Christian conservatives are convinced that the rapture will take place in their lifetime. The message of conservative Christianity in America is, therefore, join our team before it's too late and you burn in hell for eternity. 1 Peter 3:15, though, describes a polite and respectful form of evangelism. Why can't America have this kind of Christianity? 1 Corinthians 9:19 through 23. Though I am free and belong to no one, I have made myself a slave to everyone to win as many as possible. To the Jews, I became like a Jew to win the Jews. To those under the law, I became like one under the law, so as to win those under the law. To those not having the law, I became like one not having the law, so as to win those not having the law. To the weak, I became weak to win the weak. I have become all things to all people, so that by all possible means I might save some. I do all this for the sake of the gospel, that I may share in its blessings. Now, according to its most generous interpretation, this passage advocates Christian empathy. According to its most cynical interpretation, this passage advocates evangelical manipulation. Paul implies that in order for people who didn't know him to trust him, he had to be like them. Meaning, in a very general sense, spending time with them so that he could better understand their way of life and thus improve his chances of converting them to Christianity when the opportunity arose. That approach to human relationships is the art of empathy I described in my very first episode. Meeting people where they already are, understanding their worldview first, then imparting whatever knowledge you might have that might be relevant to their spiritual journey. The off-putting language to me in this scripture is to win. Invoking competition might not have been the intended use of that word, but it nonetheless begs the question, if Paul won, who lost? Competition has no place within the context of spiritual journeys. And that's why to win in this passage might actually mean to win over, as in to persuade. Regardless of the intended meaning of that repeated infinitive to win, the overarching meaning of this passage is that in order to influence someone spiritually, you must learn their way of living first. I don't see Paul's message here as anything more than empathy comes before evangelism. 2 Timothy 4:1 through 5. I solemnly charge you in the presence of God and of Christ Jesus, who is to judge the living and the dead, and by his appearing and his kingdom, preach the word. Be ready in season and out of season, reprove, rebuke, and exhort with great patience and instruction. For the time is coming when people will not endure sound doctrine, but wanting to have their ears tickled, they will accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions, and will turn away their ears from the truth, and will turn aside to myth. But you, be sober-minded in all things, endure hardship, do the work of an evangelist, fulfill your ministry. Christian followers don't really have ministries unless, of course, they are ministers. This passage was intended for Christian leaders, not Christian followers. And don't forget that 2 Timothy wasn't written by Paul, but rather it was most likely written by one of his followers to encourage nascent Christian communities being persecuted by the Romans to remain committed to Christ as their Savior. A very reasonable interpretation of this text actually includes a suggestion to ministers that they not be pushy about their evangelism, and a warning about confirmation bias. Reprove, rebuke, and exhort with complete patience and teaching just means preach the word with authentic passion and don't be condescending when someone challenges you. Similarly, accumulate for themselves teachers to suit their own passions means that if people are not approached respectfully by Christian evangelists, they will reject the religion and seek out alternative spiritual viewpoints until they find one that tells them what they want to hear. I don't know if there is any literature prior to this that implicitly references confirmation bias, but if my interpretation of this text is valid, this is profound insight into the human psyche to the tune of 19 centuries ahead of its time, proving my subtextual point that there is intellectual value in the Bible. It's just when that's literally the only thing you've really studied for your entire life. There's only one term for that. Blind faith. True Christians' faith isn't blind. American evangelism goes from annoyingly self-righteous and ignorant to societally destructive and militant when misguided conservatives think of themselves as soldiers in the army of God. These are the scriptural citations I found when I searched for biblical references to soldiers in the army of God. 3 from the Old Testament and 3 from the New Testament. But I'm going to hold on to one of those New Testament ones for the final piece of Confederate Christianity's unholy trichotomy of theocracy. Joel 2:11. The Lord thunders at the head of his army. His forces are beyond number, and mighty is the army that obeys his command. The day of the Lord is great. It is dreadful. Who can endure it? Written almost 600 years before Christ was born, this scripture is about an army of God that would have invaded ancient Judah as punishment for its citizens' sins had they not repented. There is nothing about this text that suggests followers of Yahweh should consider themselves soldiers in his army. In fact, the text implies that humans are not members of God's army, and probably can't be because the army is adversarial to humanity. Let's be honest about this text. The writer is describing a spiritual army that might become physical if the human subjects do not comply with God's demand that they repent. About as fear-driven as it gets. Also about as taken out of context as it gets. Ezekiel 37:9-10. Then he said to me, prophesy to the breath, prophesy, son of man, and say to it, this is what the sovereign Lord says. Come, breathe from the 4 winds and breathe into these slain that they may live. So I prophesied as he commanded me, and breath entered them. They came to life and stood up on their feet, a vast army. If this Old Testament scripture were to be interpreted literally, it would mean that an army of ancient Jews were brought back to life. Zombie Jews, if you will. Of course, this text was not meant to be taken literally. This has to do with the Jewish spiritual promise that those slain for simply being Jewish will rise again, because spiritual justice exists. This is a classic rhetorical move a lot of religions make, addressing the unfairness of earthly life. Everyone either knows or has heard of people dying for no good reason, military conflict being the most widespread and prevalent example. In a twisted way, These verses seem to suggest that those Jews who have been unjustly slain will return as an army and exact revenge on those that wronged them. A generous interpretation would be that this is what's going to happen during the second coming of Christ, when he returns as a conqueror. Either way, there is nothing here that can be used to justify American Christians considering themselves as physical soldiers in a physical army of God. 2 Samuel 22, 2-4. The Lord is my rock, my fortress, and my deliverer, my God, my rock, in whom I take refuge, my shield and the horn of my salvation, my stronghold and my refuge, my Savior. You save me from violence. I call upon the Lord who is worthy to be praised, and I am saved from my enemies. My final Old Testament citation could not be more obvious in its message of defense, not offense. All the language here, fortress, refuge, shield, stronghold, refuge again, invokes protection from opposing forces, not offense toward potentially opposing forces. Perhaps more importantly, unlike the previous two citations, there is no reference to an army or soldiers. There is nothing more than a message that inspires readers to believe God will protect them. What's more is that the text implicitly suggests followers of Yahweh should let God do the fighting for them. From violent people you save me. I called to the Lord who is worthy of praise and have been saved from my enemies. New Testament scripture is much more relevant to American Christians considering themselves soldiers in the army of God because the texts were intended for Christians, not Jews. Romans 13:4. For he is God's servant for your good. But if you do wrong, be afraid, for he does not bear the sword in vain, for he is the servant of God, an avenger who carries out God's wrath on the wrongdoer. Paul wrote his letter to the Romans while traveling through Greece. And if you look at the translation, you'll find that he actually means deacon. And avenger actually means executor of the law. I speculate what Paul was actually writing about here was that new believers should listen to established believers and preferably those that have earned some status with Paul, so that their understanding of God's word can be made easier. That is actually the most original meaning of the word deacon, someone that makes something easier. After hours of research and preparation for this episode, I can tell you with confidence that there is literally one and only one citation of scripture that comes close to suggesting that Christians should think of themselves as soldiers in his army, because it actually uses the word for soldier. And I'm going to include the two verses prior so that you can better see the context-based interpretation of the scripture. 2 Timothy 2, 1-4. You then, my son, be strong in the grace that is in Christ Jesus, and the things you have heard me say in the presence of many witnesses, entrust to reliable people who will also be qualified to teach others. Join with me in suffering like a good soldier of Christ Jesus. No one serving as a soldier gets entangled in civilian affairs, but rather tries to please his commanding officer. If you want to know whether or not someone's a half-decent Christian, ask them how many words there are for love in ancient Greek. Then ask them who was the founder of Christianity. The answers are 6 and Paul the Apostle. For those of you that don't know, the New Testament is based on translations of texts originally written in very broken and often poorly written ancient Greek, thus making the true meaning of the text a significant intellectual challenge to discover. According to Christian history, Jesus was the Messiah, but Paul was the apostle who formally organized the texts, beliefs, and believers into a religion. Paul also contributed tremendously to the New Testament with his letters to emerging Christian communities, known as the epistles. Much to the dismay of conservative Christian Americans, 2 Timothy is one of the epistles hotly disputed to have been written by Paul himself. Sunday morning sermons might gloss over this little detail, but according to the academic research I've done, very few scholars who have actually done the tedious work of sourcing biblical texts consider 2 Timothy to have been written by Paul himself. Instead, religious scholars and educated and enlightened Christian leaders acknowledge that 2 Timothy and a handful of other epistles were likely written by students or at least followers of Paul soon after Paul's death in 64 CE. 64 CE is a very important year in Christian history because the Great Fire of Rome took place in July of that year, and the Emperor Nero blamed the Christians for the catastrophe, thus beginning the first formal persecution of the Christians by the Roman government. According to evangelicals, Paul wrote 2 Timothy while in a Roman prison right before he died. Well, according to me, a student of Paul's used Paul's reputation to distribute a message of resistance and resolve amidst a Roman emperor blaming a tragedy of a minority group and, in turn, persecuting that minority group. Wow, imagine that happening in today's world. The text actually lends itself to this interpretation with "be strong" in the opening line, followed by a call to spread the word and some not so subtle advice about preparing to suffer like a soldier or as a soldier for doing so. So far we got suck it up, following Jesus isn't easy, prepare to suffer like a soldier. No one serving as a soldier gets entangled in civilian affairs, but rather tries to please his commanding officer. The word for soldier in ancient Greek used in the original text means a specific type of soldier. The foot soldier, the infantry, the lowest of the low, the front lines, the poor souls most likely to be killed in battle. Also, according to my research, civilian affairs also translates to the affairs of everyday life, daily affairs, or even business transactions. Thus, I interpret that phrase to mean a soldier out in the middle of nowhere fighting a war has the best chance of staying alive and continuing to serve whatever noble cause he's serving by staying focused and not thinking or worrying about anything else other than pleasing his commanding officer. Commanding officer, also translated as the one who enlisted him as a soldier, which many presume to be God. I thought it meant God enlisted the soldiers. So the cut and dry message of the passage might be, being a Christian sucks in a lot of societies. So prepare to tough it out as if you were a soldier enlisted by God. Not so different from the 2 Samuel 22 citation, this interpretation of the verses invokes defense, not offense. Now that you have a formidable amount of contextual information about this scripture, let's look at the most important sentence in the entire Bible. This sentence is used by Confederate Christians to justify their identity as soldiers in the army of God. No one serving as a soldier gets entangled in civilian affairs, but rather tries to please his commanding officer. Now let's do some experiential empathetic arithmetic. You're a rural American Christian. The people you see on the most regular basis, aside from the people that you work with, are your fellow believers every Sunday morning. Now, if it's like most rural communities in America, there are probably a fair amount of military service members in attendance. If there aren't, there are no doubt friends and family of military service members in attendance. Trust me when I tell you that military service in these communities significantly elevates one's social status. Soldiers in these towns are talked about as if they are heroes, regardless of whether or not they saw action. So bearing in mind the superlative position the U.S. military has in rustics culture, think about what the average churchgoer feels when they hear the words, "No one serving as a soldier gets entangled in civilian affairs, but rather tries to please his commanding officer, aka God." Rustics who hear this think, "You mean I can be like the soldiers in my town if I just commit myself to this church community and do whatever my pastor says?" There's the importance of the civilian affairs part of the manipulative translation. Whoever wrote that replaced the Greek word for business transactions with civilian affairs, which in American culture could easily be interpreted to mean, if you're a good church-going Christian in America, don't worry about how to be a good citizen, because if you're just a good Christian, you'll be a good citizen. So guess what kind of politics someone who has been fed this ridiculous interpretation of 2 Timothy 2 has? The exact same politics as the head of his church. The exact same politics as everyone else in his congregation. The exact same politics as everyone else living in rural, conservative, Confederate Christian America. Groupthink catalyzed by conservative media personalities and outlets is bad enough. Combined with this kind of religious groupthink, the followers of conservative Confederate Christianity can easily transform from activists to terrorists. And on January 6th, 2021, many of them did. Activism is only one of 3 ways Confederate churches teach their members how to serve God as one of his soldiers, however. Money is obviously another, followed by the easiest and cheapest way of all, of course, voting. Before we move on, I want to make one final observation that looks a little bit like the fallacy of ignorance because it's speculative in nature, but I still find it intellectually valid. If Jesus or Paul or any of the apostles truly wanted Christians of future generations to consider themselves soldiers in the army of God, beyond just the basic premise that being a Christian means taking a physical beating every now and then, or in today's case, taking some jokes on the chin from pop culture every now and then, wouldn't they have talked about and written about soldiers more? Such an ominous and ubiquitous figure in the history of humanity, the soldier, They were surrounded by Roman soldiers their whole lives. Both of them. I bet they hated soldiers. I bet they were like, I don't want my people to be bullies in armor, picking on weaker tribes. I damn sure don't want my people to be like the bullies that crucified my Lord and Savior. Let's face it, the ancient Romans were savages. Practical savages, maybe, but savages nonetheless. It's not moral relativism. The Greeks didn't crucify people. The Romans went way too far, way too often. In the contest of Mediterranean antiquity, the Greeks were the good guys and the Romans the bad guys. Crucifixes lining the road as you enter a city, that is next level intimidation. That's even worse than heads on spikes, because at least those bastards are dead. With these barely alive bastards, I feel guilty I can't get off my horse, climb the crucifix, and cut them free. As I pass cross after cross, I wonder if being crucified is a fate worse than death. And as a city gets bigger and bigger, I can't stop thinking about whether or not I know the laws of this city I'm about to enter. That's all by way of saying, dispelling the notion that Christians should see themselves as soldiers in the army of God isn't so different from the aforementioned understanding of the framers' educations and how they likely viewed the appropriate relationship between church and state. If Jesus and Paul and all the other apostles wanted future believers to see themselves as soldiers, they would have written more about it. They would have written about how Christian soldiers should be different from Roman soldiers. Maybe there would be similarities. I can't imagine there would be, but maybe. I don't know. What I do know is that there would be more about soldiers in the New Testament if it were really that important. So get over it, Jesus freaks. You're not soldiers. Spiritual warfare completes Confederate Christianity's trichotomy of theocracy. And you're going to love where the text takes us on this one. If you thought 2 Timothy 2 has been intellectually raped by the religious right, wait till you find out where this analysis leads. I'll give you a hint. Ishmael. 2 Corinthians 10, 4 through 6. The weapons we fight with are not the weapons of the world. On the contrary, they have divine power to demolish strongholds. We demolish arguments and every pretension that sets itself up against the knowledge of God. And we take captive every thought to make it obedient to Christ. And we will be ready to punish every act of disobedience once your obedience is complete. After implying that physical weapons are not something Christians should wield in the first sentence, definitely relevant to the soldier's narrative we just discussed, this scripture clearly addresses the intellectual challenges early Christians will face and the subsequent thoughts which will derive from hearing counter-arguments to Christ being the Messiah. There is language of conflict, weapons, demolish, take captive, and so forth, but there is no explicit mention of war, armor, or soldiering. Let's be real. This scripture is nothing more than another stay strong, stay committed message from Paul to the first generation of Christian believers. Hey, Christians, you might feel like you lose some arguments when talking about Jesus, but don't worry. Confidence in God's knowledge will take care of those. Seems pretty practical to me. 1 Corinthians 10:13. No temptation has overtaken you except what is common to mankind. And God is faithful. He will not let you be tempted beyond what you can bear. But when you are tempted, He will also provide a way out so that you can endure it. There is nothing special about the temptation to sin you feel on a daily basis. No temptation is impossible to resist. Amidst the most intense temptation, God will always provide you with a way to suffer the temptation. In many translations, you'll find suffer and endure used interchangeably. As far as I'm concerned, a way out could mean education, expertise, learning, or just plain conceding to smart people's arguments. Once again, no mention of warfare, weapons, or the like. 1 Peter 5, 8 through 9. Be alert and of sober mind. Your enemy, the devil, prowls around like a roaring lion, looking for someone to devour. Resist him, standing firm in your faith, because you know that the family of believers throughout the world is undergoing the same kind of sufferings. First of all, the devil is definitely a man, so that should read lionesses, not lion, because the women do the work in the King of the Jungle's world. Plus, a lion wouldn't roar if it were stalking its prey. So, safe to say, the writer is going for dramatic effect here early. Secondly, resist gives the sentiment of this message away as nothing more than another stay strong message. You're not alone. Like bumper stickers that invoke the global community of Christians, not unlike something you might see in the workplace that says women stick together in the workforce. There is no mention of warfare or weapons. There is nothing even remotely resembling the advocacy of offensive societal conflict. The message once again seems to be all about dealing with the temptation to sin and breach Christ's code of conduct. Christians would hate that I just used that term because Christianity isn't supposed to be about rules or a code of conduct, but rather a relationship with God made possible by Christ's death and resurrection. But whatever. Any Christian watching this right now already hates me, which means they also must love me, according to Matthew 5, as mentioned in my 2023 Christmas challenge. This next one made an appearance in HBO's Succession, and maybe you'll have fun figuring out why. Romans 8, 36 through 39. As it is written, for your sake we face death all day long. We are considered as sheep to be slaughtered. No! In all these things we are more than conquerors through him who loved us. For I am convinced that neither death nor life, neither angels nor demons, neither the present nor the future, nor any powers, neither height nor depth, nor anything else in all creation will be able to separate us from the love of God that is in Christ Jesus our Lord. A personal favorite, since these are my life verses that were given to me probably when I was 7 or something like that. I didn't ask for them, but I did like that they implied I might be more than a conqueror someday. I'm sure the Confederate Christian suckers hear this scripture and think the same thing. All I got to do is love Jesus, and he will make me more than a conqueror, like a conqueror of conquerors. You want to know how the phrase more than conquerors actually translates? More than victorious. The intended meaning is not that one might become a conqueror of conquerors or the best conqueror ever, but rather transcend the need to conquer. A life that seeks to conquer others is not a Christian life. You see, peace, love, hope. My life verses advocate quintessentially progressive values. Ain't that something? Progressives' new nickname for Jesus ought to be the hippie of antiquity. Ephesians 6:11 through 17. My mother used to make me do it every morning before elementary school. She told me, David, don't forget to get dressed. Put on the full armor of God so that you can take your stand against the devil's schemes. For our struggle is not against flesh and blood, but against the rulers, against the authorities, against the powers of this dark world, and against the spiritual forces of evil in the heavenly realms. Therefore, put on the full armor of God, so that when the day of evil comes, you may be able to stand your ground, and after you have done everything, to stand. Stand firm then, with the belt of truth buckled around your waist, with the breastplate of righteousness in place, and with your feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace. In addition to all of this, take up the shield of faith with which you can extinguish all the flaming arrows of the evil one. Take the helmet of salvation and the sword of the Spirit, which is the word of God. If 2 Timothy 2 convinces conservative Christians that they are soldiers in the army of God, Ephesians 6 convinces them that they should do something about it when the day of evil comes. For they will be armed with God's truth, righteousness, faith, salvation, spirit, and peace. Wait, peace? What the hell? Feet fitted with the readiness that comes from the gospel of peace? You're going to go to war wearing boots of peace? Come on now. Let's think about my mother for a second and her wanting this to be a part of my morning routine. Then let's think about who executes the devil's schemes. Demons. Fallen angels now doing the bidding of the Prince of Darkness. They're everywhere. And they love little suburban white boys. This famous piece of scripture is about the daily struggle Christians will face in a sinful, anti-Christian world. Demons can represent anything that might lead to a Christian sinning or otherwise drifting from God. We've already commented on the classics: demons of temptation, demons of doubt, demons of greed, demons of lust, demons of society calling you crazy. Wake up, get dressed, put on your armor. Do the Lord's work, and if the demons come to distract you, you already got God's armor on. So dealing with those demons is no big deal. See, when you put some emotion behind it, this kind of scripture reads like a pregame pep talk from a football coach or a motivational speech from Tony Robbins. For conservative Christians like the ones who raided the Capitol on January 6th, 2021, Ephesians 6 connects the concepts of Christians being soldiers in the army of God to spiritual warfare. Yet there is no word that means soldier in Ephesians 6. My mother's interpretation of these verses is correct. The armor is spiritual armor, metaphorical armor. Just some memorable things to say every day to get you pumped up to stay focused throughout the day and not do something like get drunk and hire a prostitute after work instead of going home to your wife and kids. Now, for what I hope is a moment of profound theological insight, but might just be me doing what conservative Christian ministers do and have done for hundreds of years, manipulate the biblical text to say whatever the hell I want. Spiritual warfare is to Christianity what Jihad is to Islam. They both mean inner struggle. They both mean the challenge of staying committed to God's message amidst living in a world that constantly encourages people to sin or otherwise break with God's intention for their life. Yet another similarity between American Confederate conservative Christianity and Islam. Weird. Who would have guessed? When I was pouring drinks on Bourbon Street during Mardi Gras back in 2008, most people were there to have a good time, throw a few back, throw some beads, see some boobs, you know, America. But then there were these white trash killjoys walking around town like packs of hyenas, carrying signs that read, "Repent or burn in hell," and shouting things like, "Don't be a whore," from megaphones. When I witnessed those passionate believers trying to ruin everyone's good time, I thought to myself the same question that came to me when I saw the aforementioned Unite the Right rally in Charlottesville. It's one thing to have these hateful thoughts, but what kind of person would put their time and hard-earned money into acting upon them? The answer is the same for the Bible beaters of Mardi Gras as it is for the Nazis of Charlottesville and the Confederates of Michigan. They are losers who want to feel like winners. In the case of the Nolans party crashers, they're not even trying to have a good time anymore. They've forgotten how, if they ever knew. So their good time has now become ruining everyone else's good time. I wonder what those buzzkills would have said had I asked them if their purpose there was evangelical or if it was to wage spiritual warfare as soldiers in the army of God. I'm pretty sure they would have said both, because to them, according to the Confederate Christianity's unholy trichotomy, evangelism and spiritual warfare are the same thing. That is what manipulative, intellectually lazy interpretations of the Bible have done to conservative Christians across America. The religious right has not only robbed conservatives of enjoying the best parts of American life, but it has made them resentful of those that do. I would even go so far as to say hateful of those that do. Mardi Gras and Nolans in general is an American rite of passage. What kind of loser goes there to ruin it for others? The same kind of people that disapprove of gay marriage. The same kind of people that disapprove of interracial marriage. Southern evangelical wasps. I said it in the very first episode. We party, they pray. This is what I was talking about. Evangelism and spiritual warfare are not the same thing. Evangelism is spiritual salesmanship, while spiritual warfare is spiritual conflict with demons. That's right, demons. If you're a Christian and pray really, really hard and put on God's spiritual armor, God's Spirit will live in you and thus protect you from the demons. What you might not know is that evangelical extremists don't consider demons to be merely symbols for sources of sin. Demons of doubt, demons of deception, demons of lust. To them, demons are people too. Well, to be fair, evangelicals who know their scripture might challenge that they think people are demons. They would, however, adamantly profess that demons possess people on a very frequent basis. To the extent that if you live in a city, you probably crossed paths with a possessed non-believer today. But if you live in rural America, you probably didn't, because you didn't cross paths with anyone you don't already know. It doesn't take a theologian to guess who MAGA Americans think are the demons of America. Democrats. In fact, I checked my parents' mail not too long ago, and right there on the cover of some propaganda from good old fathead himself, Charlie Kirk's Turning Point USA. The demonic left is coming for our children. Reagan and W's conservative Christianity transformed American evangelism into American Christian culturalism by convincing rustics that America is a Christian nation, and to a certain extent that they should consider themselves soldiers in the army of God. Trump's Confederate Christianity transformed Christian culturalism into what I hope people start calling Confederate Christian nationalism, by convincing rustics that as soldiers in the army of God, they must wage spiritual warfare on the demonic left. A narrative which no doubt flourished during Obama's presidency. And that spiritual warfare might very well transform into physical warfare, which it absolutely did on January 6th, 2021. This is not real Christianity. Even according to their own biblical text, socioculturally aggressive politicized evangelism is not Christian. Evangelism does not mean inserting Christian values into secular governments. Neither does spiritual warfare. Neither Jesus nor his disciples wanted Christians to consider themselves soldiers in the army of God. Neither Jesus nor Paul nor any other apostle wanted Christians to convert spiritual warfare into societal warfare, much less physical warfare. Now, whether I like it or not, no matter how formidable my knowledge of the New Testament is, no matter how well-reasoned my biblically based truth is, no matter how much wisdom I offer conservative Christians as someone who was at one time very committed to a Christ-centered life, the Bible beaters will never listen to me. That's why I call them Bible beaters. They don't just beat their neighbor over the head with their Bible, they beat themselves over their own head with their own Bible, and they learn how to do it every Sunday morning when they listen to some loud, usually overweight preacher talk to them about how everlasting life in the kingdom of heaven is available to them if they act like a Christian American should act. Which of course means voting Republican. The logic of Confederate Christian nationalism is first and foremost, America is a Christian nation, followed by American Christians are soldiers in the army of God, and third and finally, America is under attack by demonic forces, and I must defend her. The Confederate Christian logic is then reinforced with derivative propaganda, often racially toned. Since I am a white Christian American and America is a white Christian nation, my obligation to defend her is greater than non-white, non-Christian Americans. And comparative propaganda, which takes advantage of our culture's esteem for the military. My spiritual obligation to defend America is akin to a military man's physical obligation to defend America. Now take all that direct and indirect messaging and add to it the social context of rural life. Going to church every Sunday morning of your damn life. The sermon implies all this propaganda, but it's the community that does the most important part. The indoctrination, the conformity, the groupthink. The psychological glue that keeps this package of propaganda intact and even growing stronger over time is the positive reinforcement deriving from conservatives thinking inherited beliefs and earned convictions are the same thing. They defend their inherited beliefs by voting Republican because they think their conviction for these beliefs has been earned when it has actually been given to them. And what's worse is that most of them didn't even ask for these inherited beliefs. If they ever did discover the joy of learning, they discovered it much later in life, and Sunday sermons became what should have been their college lectures. Over time, the Confederate conflation continued to grow in their minds, and before they knew it, their religious beliefs became their political beliefs, which means their religion became their citizenship, which means Confederate Christian Americans' patriotism resembles China's patriotism. For in the land of China, the state is their religion. The Bible beater pitch of defending inherited beliefs as if they are earned convictions by way of the Confederate Christian conflation is a hell of a sales pitch, no matter who you are, but particularly so if you're a rural, uneducated white. Do the empathetic arithmetic according to a handful of my Deter dichotomies. They're socially isolated because they're living in a rural area, which, I don't care who you are, makes you lonely. Their individual skills and ability is their livelihood. They're uneducated, so they see the presentation of alternative viewpoints as threats that might make them feel stupid, rather than opportunities to learn and discover new ways of thinking. They're survivors because they either never had the opportunity or simply didn't take advantage of the opportunity when it arrived to get out of their hometown or home state. If they have traveled, it was probably to Disneyland or Disney World, depending on which side of the Mississippi the rustic lives. Because of their lack of education and life experience, they haven't transcended the ignorance of their upbringing, making them intellectually defensive. Since according to human nature, we are psychologically predisposed to protect the known rather than explore the unknown. Rustics of these conditions do not have the education necessary to comprehend society beyond cultural anecdotes that make the rustic feel right, without having to do any real intellectual work. All of this adds up to someone wanting the intellectual credibility of an explorer, having lived the life of a survivor. They know people who are educated and well-traveled, know more about the world, but They're so damn competitive, they can't stand the idea that those damn city folk know better than they do. The conservative church uses this intellectual insecurity to
Good evening, this space. You got Lumen here with you on the Lumen Cast. Pre-recorded because I got stuff to do later, but I didn't want to leave y'all hanging. I figure everybody covers the news, so today we'll do a little bit. We'll try to pick one topic a week and try to dig in deeper into one topic instead of just doing a news recap. I feel like we all have breaking points, Hassan, for that kind of thing. Honestly, I'm surprised they still let me do a show here because, like, I do this for my own mental health, really. I'm not getting paid, not getting subs, not getting, anything like that from it. So it's really my own ranty space I can rant with my people. I wish I could really be more active in the Discord. It's kind of a bit of housekeeping. I've just got too much going on. But that's all right. I still hear everybody in the This Space Discord who's watching this know I love you and you're great. Things that are going on with me. Been playing a lot of not the tabletop game Warhammer, but the things that are around the tabletop game. Not really not Warhammer Fantasy because I have D&D for that. Even though I prefer the Warhammer Fantasy world to Dungeons and Dragons. Even their darkest setting is like Dark Sun and like Ravenloft. It can't hold a candle to Warhammer Fantasy. Favorite faction is the Skaven. I love those rat guys. They're so cool, so much personality. But I like 40k more because one, obviously I'm a political guy. Warhammer 40k is all about genocide, politics, fascism. There's no good options. Sound familiar? Sound a lot like the real world. Honestly, it's the only fantasy setting, the only like fictional setting right now that's hitting it for me. Because how do you even do cyberpunk? Like, we already live in the most boring cyberpunk dystopia. That's why there haven't been any new cyberpunk at all, because there's just no point in doing it. Like, everything's just, it is what it is. Like, we live in a boring dystopia, except we don't have sex robots. Neon isn't everywhere. It's not constantly raining. It's boring Blade Runner. It's Blah Runner. But Warhammer 40k, woo! I remember when I was actually in the Marine Corps, and in that setting there are Space Marines, much like the real life Marine Corps. A lot of ideals of doing good and defending humanity, but those ideals never get put into practice. So a lot of parallels with the real Marine Corps, but so many guys, so many dorks I knew in the Marine Corps love to play that. They love to play the tabletop version. Women, this is a side note, it's a side ramble, side hustle. Women, or if you're attracted to men, either way, do not trust a man, whatever your gender is, if you are seeking a man's company. Do not trust a man who has only seen Clockwork Orange hasn't read Clockwork Orange, and is way too into Clockwork Orange, wants to talk to you about Clockwork Orange. Also, never trust a man who thinks that Warhammer 40k Space Marines are good guys, and also is way too into Warhammer, and also plays the tabletop game. If they play the tabletop game, they're out. There's nothing more expensive, sweaty, and just... It's almost guaranteed that a Warhammer tabletop player is going to have terrible politics and terrible thoughts about genders that aren't cis male. Like, it's almost guaranteed. I'm honestly, and I know they're out there. I know that the company that makes the game, Games Workshop, has been actively trying. Turn the volume down just a bit. Has been actively trying. I'm still peaking. Turn down. Turn down. Turn down. Has been actively trying to get, more women to play, more people of color. They've been diversifying. I don't think it's a mistake that in the game, they're not good, because at the end of the day, they're still following orders from a fascist government, a fascist empire. The Salamander faction, who were born and raised on a planet that is like molten lava and volcanoes, so they develop like melanin to protect them from the extreme heat, and they literally have like jet black skin, and they're also like one of two Space Marine factions that are like, hey, maybe we shouldn't kill our own people. Hey, maybe we should, if our job is to defend humanity against the invasion of aliens and literal demons from hell, maybe we should, every life should matter. All lives matter, but for real. I don't think it's I don't think that's a coincidence by the creators of the game. I don't think it's a coincidence that they created a faction called the Tau, and the Tau are just Chinese. They just are, and not Chinese people, but they're the Chinese government. To where their thing is, they're not good guys either, but they're authoritarian. They're authoritarian soft power fascism. So their thing is, hey, look, we're not trying to genocide the galaxy. We don't want to fight everybody. We don't want to kill everybody. But if you don't let us assimilate you for the greater good, for a harmonious society, then we will just cut you off from trade and culture and everything else. But we're not trying to like make waves. That's very much like the Chinese government, the CCP, like do nothing win philosophy. Not quick to come to your aid, but also not quick to fight you. And like their government's very like invasive, security state. Anybody can join, but you'll never be a Tau unless you were born a Tau. You'll always be a second-class citizen. Honestly, that's the faction. If I had to pick on this hell world between all the different, this hell reality, all the different shades of just bad, that's the shade of bad I would gravitate and I would pick. But yeah, it's a cool setting. Waiting on the Henry Cavill show. Got a couple years probably for that. Also waiting on Warhammer 40k. What's the game series? Total War. That could be my forever game. It could if they get it right. Totally. What else is going on? Your boy is cutting weight and leaning out, lifting 4 days a week, getting 30 minutes of cardio in every single day, eating right, eating a normal human, portion of calories every day instead of eating 3,000. Cut that down to 1,500, 1,800, sometimes 2. Dropped a couple pant sizes. I can tell just by looking at the monitor and looking at myself, my face is leaned out. My shoulders are getting bigger. My chest is bigger. Arms are bigger. So next stop is Tummy Town. And once Tummy Town goes, it's over for you hoes. Look out. Dropped a couple pant sizes already. Been really cutting weight for about 2 months. Not trying to like hit a number, trying to hit a look, because to be honest, like lifting the way I do, hopefully, I'm trying to recomp. I'm trying to do a body recomposition. So all that simply means is to hold on to muscle, even build muscle, put muscle on, hold on to what I've got, and lose body fat. Because if I hold on to muscle and I can maybe even sneak in and build some, then muscle is like greedy. Muscle takes a lot of energy to hold on to muscle, and it'll make your fat loss go faster, hopefully. So with that all said, again, thank y'all for tuning in to the Lumen Cast. I figure we talk about cults today, and I will tie this into current events. Not just any old cult, not just Heaven's Gate or the People's Temple, Jim Jones stuff, but political cults. So let's take a look at this video I found. It is political cults that, almost took over America before Donald Trump, before the current political cult of Donald Trump and MAGA. So let's take a look at that. Wait, hold on. We might not be getting audio for that. Let me fix this real quick. Let me just do a quick pause. Be right back. This is the cool thing about pre-recording. All right, cool. We weren't getting any audio, so I fixed that. All right, here we go.
Cult goes far beyond popularity. It transforms a leader into an object of worship, forged through propaganda, mass rallies, and blind devotion. Before the internet amplified charisma, prophets, strongmen, and demagogues exploited crisis and technology to command millions, rewrite laws, and bend democracy to their will. Welcome to the top 10 bizarre political cults of personality that shaped American history, where power, persuasion, and fanaticism collide. At number 10, we have Henry A. Wallace, Franklin D. Roosevelt's Vice President and Secretary of Agriculture. Fell under the spell of a mysterious Russian theosophist, Nicholas Roerich. Wallace, an accomplished agricultural reformer and intellectual, secretly referred to Roerich as Guru, writing letters filled with spiritual devotion that would later become infamous as the Guru Letters. What began as a philosophical fascination soon morphed into a covert spiritual dependency that blurred the lines between personal faith and political duty. Wallace even used government resources to fund Roerich's 1930s expedition to Central Asia, ostensibly to collect drought-resistant plants, but in truth to search for the mythical Shambhala, a supposed center of divine power. This bizarre obsession deeply unsettled U.S. officials who feared the mystic's growing influence in the White House. Wallace's
funny thing about this is like actual like real mysticism, like cult stuff. And you gotta understand too, like people were kind of primed for this even before like YouTube and the internet, and we could all share information like really freely. People were primed for this kind of stuff because we were coming out of like an age of just like spiritualism, to where people thought they could like talk to the dead, and they thought there was more going on than what meets their eye, which it totally could be. But this is kind of getting these ideas in motion. I honestly had never heard about this. This is like a real weird. It really is funny how like when you have all your material needs taken care of and you don't know, like Maslow's hierarchy of needs, and you don't know where to go, like you can go down some really weird dark places looking for stuff, because it's like the average person, especially in where we are right now, well, I guess how we always have been, the average person is worried about, how do I feed, clothe, keep my family cool and or warm, and where are we going to live? And you never really, the average like working person, the average laborer never really figures that out. It's just we're living day to day until we die. And once you do, if you don't have like any kind of personal goals or any kind of self-reflection or something, that you could really fall to this kind of, that's why so many like boomers and Gen Xers who, you know, they don't have material, they fall for this kind of bullshit, this kind of BS. Like they fall for, you know, MAGA Trump stuff because they've kind of, they're boring, they're basic. So you're taking a boring basic person without any kind of like imagination or goals, or kind of like, you know what I always wanted to do is XYZ, and they don't know what to do with their time. And so they do stuff like this, looking for the Shambhala or whatever.
Spiritual entanglement revealed how charisma and secret devotion could infiltrate the highest levels of government, undermining rational decision-making. When the letters were finally leaked, the scandal obliterated his credibility, branding him as a naive dreamer manipulated by an occultist. His failed 1948 presidential run as the Progressive Party's candidate became a public reckoning, symbolizing how unexamined faith in a self-proclaimed prophet could derail even the most promising political career. At number 9, we find John Humphrey Noyes. In the mid-19th century, America witnessed an eruption of utopian experiments, but none as radical or politically unsettling as John Humphrey Noyes' Oneida community. Preaching a doctrine he called perfectionism, Noyes declared that Christ's second coming had already occurred, liberating believers from sin and social convention. From this creed, he built a self-sustaining society of 300 followers in
Here we go. This is the kind of crazy I like. This is that shit Daddy likes.
upstate New York, over which he ruled with absolute patriarchal power. The Oneida community rejected monogamy in favor of complex marriage, where every man and woman were spiritually united and sexual relations were governed by Noyes' personal approval. Property, wealth, and even parenthood were shared, a complete rejection of capitalism and the nuclear family. Noyes' authoritarian control extended to human reproduction through stirpiculture, an early form of eugenics where he decided who could bear children, transforming spiritual leadership into genetic dictatorship. The group's economic success producing silverware, animal traps, and other goods made Oneida a thriving socialist microstate within capitalist America.
Wait, isn't there like Oneida silverware now? Like what? Oneida flatware, what? What? Yo, this is crazy. This is like if the Moonies had their own, I don't know, Bullet Crown line. I knew I'd heard that somewhere. What makes it different by other brands? Oneida has been America's premier name in silverware and flatware since 1880, combining utopian socialism with sexual repression and forced polyamory. I'm just making that up as we go, but like, what? What are we talking about? That's crazy. You just name your brand this? Get out of here with this shit. Learn something new every day. Damn.
Alarming both church leaders and lawmakers. What made Noyes' movement particularly bizarre was its fusion of divine destiny with scientific control, turning theology into a totalitarian social experiment. Ultimately, public outrage, legal pressure, and accusations of sexual coercion forced Noyes to flee to Canada in 1879. The collapse of Oneida exposed the peril of unchecked authority disguised as spiritual pupe of 20th century America.
Elijah NOI. Okay, so
Muhammad rose as a spiritual.
I feel like I think it's funny. I think it's funny that we're gonna sit here and call like I have no love for the NOI. Like fuck Nation of Islam. They killed Brother Malcolm. Like they killed Malcolm X. Like fuck them. Allegedly. Some people have said. They're still around today. I don't want to get famous and then they sue me. Something allegedly. It's been said by others. I don't believe that at all. But if we're gonna call NOI a cult, like, well now, like we have to start talking about like every other recognized religion in the United States. Which, okay, you know what I mean? Like you can't even be like. oh, they push for like racial separation and that's why they're bad, because Bobby Jones College, I remember having to go to church and being like, you should go to Bobby Jones University. And I'm like, I am a black kid and they don't allow, or they say they didn't, Bobby Jones College, racial discrimination. I guess they ended this foolishness. Okay. Finally, because they figured it wasn't a good look. I didn't want job openings. I wanted to learn about Bobby Jones. Bob Jones versus the United States. Let's see. Well, anyway, they wouldn't allow like interracial dating, and I'm like, I am the product of an interracial relationship, so it's like marriage. So it's like, you think I'm gonna go to your shitty college? I don't think so. And these are just like good Bible believing Christians. So it's like, no, like, if we're gonna talk about the NOI and how they're fucked up, like, we have to be like, let's throw all religion into that, all organized religion in the United States, which I'm down for, but people aren't ready to have that conversation.
And political figure
I'm
who
gonna let this
reshaped
play
the
while I go to the
identity
bathroom.
of black nationalism through the Nation of Islam. Emerging from the teachings of the mysterious Master Fard Muhammad, Elijah transformed a small religious sect into a disciplined, separatist movement that demanded total devotion. Declaring himself the messenger of Allah, he fused theology with racial empowerment, preaching that African Americans were the original people and that white society was inherently devilish. Under his rule, the Nation of Islam established an independent network of schools, farms, and businesses, creating a parallel economy that defied federal authority. His teachings inspired figures like Malcolm X and Muhammad Ali, whose global influence amplified the movement's message of self-reliance and pride. Yet, the internal culture of the NOI was marked by unquestioning obedience. Elijah's word was divine law. We have Father Divine. Emerging from the economic despair of the Great Depression, Father Divine, born George Baker, rose as a self-proclaimed messiah who transformed spiritual charisma into a powerful social and political movement. Known as Reverend Major Jealous Divine, he established the International Peace Mission movement, which attracted tens of thousands across racial and class boundaries.
Oh, so he's proto Jim Jones, which sucks because you can see how like so many good people would fall for Jim Jones. So many people. I don't know about this Father Divine guy. Let's learn about him, and I hate that because it's like, I you know, if I didn't know better, I would say like Jim Jones was a psyop to get people to get mad at like racial harmony and socialism. But
what made his following
so I don't think they sacrifice a United States senator for that.
Was his claim to be the literal physical incarnation of God, an assertion his devotees accepted without question, even capitalizing pronouns, referring to him in sacred reverence. Yet beneath this divine proclamation lay an unexpectedly pragmatic empire. Divine built self-sufficient communities, complete with hotels, farms, and businesses, all promoting economic independence and racial equality at a time when systemic oppression was rampant.
Yeah.
His movement rejected welfare dependency, instead emphasizing hard work, thrift, and communal sharing, offering spiritual dignity and material stability to America's impoverished.
What did he do?
The spectacular Holy Communion banquets, open to all regardless of race, symbolized divine abundance amid the Depression's hunger. Despite his godlike persona, Father Divine wielded his cult's unity for progressive activism, opposing lynching, segregation, and racial violence long before mainstream civil rights leaders. Politicians and journalists alike were baffled by how a man claiming divinity could command a disciplined, racially integrated political base that practiced what the government preached but failed to deliver. His strange synthesis of theology and economics made him both prophet and reformer, a god of Harlem who used spiritual absolutism to engineer real-world social transformation. Father Divine's empire of faith stands as one of the most fascinating examples of how divine identity, economic autonomy, and political influence fused into one man's living cult of personality. At number 6, we find Dr. Francis.
I was waiting for the bad part. I mean, he called himself, you know, the embodiment of God or whatever, but who does it? You know, who does it? But I was waiting for the bad part to kick in. Let's see. Got anybody we recognize here?
Members. Under the leadership of figures such as Imperial Wizard Hiram Wesley Evans, the clan cloaked itself in ritual, symbolism, and secret hierarchies, presenting
Smith,
itself
I'm
as
not
the
trying to get
guardian
sued
of
by
true
Mormons.
Americanism. The organization's
Huey
eerie
P.
use
Long.
of white robes,
Louisiana, stand up. Let's go.
political innovation, and militarized faith remains one of the most astonishing examples of how a religious vision can evolve into a direct political challenge to the American constitutional order. At number 3, we find Huey P.
Kingfish.
Long. In the turbulent years of the Great Depression, Huey Pierce Long Jr., the fiery kingfish of Louisiana, rose from humble origins to become the most dynamic populist demagogue in American history. As governor and later U.S. Senator, Long built an unparalleled political machine that operated with the precision of an autocracy. He seized control of the Louisiana legislature, judiciary, and even state police, ruling with an iron grip while cloaking himself as a champion of the poor. His slogan, "Every Man a King," became the anthem of his movement as he promised radical wealth redistribution through his Share Our Wealth plan, which proposed capping personal fortunes and guaranteeing a basic income for every family.
Shout out to him.
Millions joined his Share Our Wealth clubs nationwide, transforming local economic desperation into a national crusade. Long's charisma and authoritarian control created a self-sustaining cult that transcended regional politics. He demanded absolute loyalty, punished dissent, and used radio broadcasts to speak directly to the masses with a preacher's cadence and a dictator's confidence. His rise terrified President Franklin D. Roosevelt, who viewed Long as the most serious domestic threat to his New Deal coalition. The bizarre paradox of Huey Long's movement was its blend of genuine reform and ruthless autocracy. He built roads, schools, and hospitals, even as he dismantled democratic checks in the process. His assassination in 1935, just as he prepared to launch a presidential bid, froze his legend in mythic form. To his followers, he was the martyred kingfish who stood up to the elites. To his opponents, he was proof that America was not immune to dictatorship. Long's political cult remains a case study in how populist rhetoric, when fused with absolute power, can turn democracy into personal rule. At number,
he was baller, like a dictatorship of the proletariat, like for sure. No, he was baller, and I mean, I would call myself an authoritarian leftist for sure. Whatever that, that dog in me, to where it's like I talked a little bit about, fake authoritarianism, like sci-fi fantasy, the Warhammer Tau, like that's a world I would live in compared to the world that we live in even now. Would you live in China? If I had if I could get a job in China and could move to China tonight, would I do it? Yes. Because whatever like social freedoms I personally have here I'm not free from need. I don't have the freedom to not have need. And if I was a citizen of the People's Republic, those things would be, taken care of. And yeah, so I would run into the Great Firewall of China. Okay, great. Like I can't Google Tiananmen Square anymore. When's the last time I did it? I'd be like, okay, fine, whatever. But I'd rather do that, live like that, than worry about with my health insurance, and live under crippling like debt and fear at any moment I could lose my job and lose my health insurance. It's like, so I'd much rather do that. And I understand if that's not a lot of people's view. Like I get it. I'm just saying for me, that's why a guy like Huey P. Long doesn't scare me at all. And it brings up a good thing. Like this is a side thing. This wasn't really the crux of what I want to talk about, but it's like, could there ever be such a thing as a benevolent dictator? I read a lot of comic books, or at least did in the past. I think the first thing that pops in my head is Magneto. If I could live on Island M or Asteroid M, and everybody, we're all pledged fealty to Magneto, but yet we are without need, and we're protected from those who would want us dead because we're mutants or mutant sympathizers. But Magneto is for sure a dictator. He's for sure an authoritarian. Would I be fine with that? I would be. I personally would be. I understand why others would not. I'm not telling you my worldview is the way to go. I'm just telling you how I feel, because our dictator here is poverty. You know, every day that you go sell your labor and get your labor value stolen from you here in America is a day where you had a gun put to your head and you had to go punch a clock to survive. So it's the same thing. It just looks a lot different. It just looks different here, and you're in worrying about your basic needs being met. You can't self-actualize as a person. If I lived in China and I didn't have to worry about, you know, material things, or I lived in a benevolent dictatorship, then I could still self-actualize as a person. I understand a lot of people cannot. They would not be able to do that. I get that, but that's just me personally. But the point I wanted to get to is the cult of MAGA has existed for quite some time, and this isn't a new thing. To where, when I say they've existed for quite some time, I mean, like, there's something about us as Americans to where ever since the Revolutionary War, we have been looking for a strong man to fix everything. We've been looking for a king again. The revolutionaries wanted to install George Washington as a king after Britain retreated from the Revolutionary War, and, you know, the United States was free of British colonial rule. They were ready to serve a king again, and that was going to be George Washington. George Washington's like, well, what would the point of that even be? Why would we do that? Like, I don't want to be a king, because didn't we just fight to do that, to get rid of all that? And he was right. He was right about that. But there's just something about us that we just want. Not only we don't want. Take China, for example, again. They don't have a cult of personality. It's a cult around the system. And I'm not using cult in like a scare word or derogatory. I'm just using it as, you know, it's people who are devoted to the system. And it's not Xi Jinping. You know, it's not, you know, Chairman Mao is revered, but it's not. The system will live on past these humans. But in America, we have a fucked up system, and we have a de facto dictator in Donald Trump. And while the system, the death machine, will roll on, when he is gone, one way or another, through natural causes or through term limits, like, his movement isn't going to move on. We're already starting to see that. And it's just interesting how we live in these. We live in this shared reality with people, and we're not living in the same reality though, at all. I talked about this a little bit last week. Let's look at Donald Trump getting booed at the Knicks game, and that's kind of what I want. I'm trying to get to the bar so I can watch the game. That's why I'm pre-recording this. But let's Knicks Spurs. Let's watch my man JD Pondon get booed, and I'll tie this all together.
The NBA Finals, and he was shown on the Jumbotron at Madison Square Garden during the national anthem. The reception to the president's homecoming may not have been what he hoped for.
It was certainly amazing. It was, I think, mostly cheers.
You know, when you mix sports and politics, you do so at your own peril. For instance, here's Stephen A. Smith before last night's tip-off at the Garden.
If the New York Knicks lose Game 3,
and I don't want to hear Stephen A. Smith.
Game 4, just to be on the safe side. What was the point of this for Trump? It's not just because it's funny, but also because one of the things people are accusing the administration of being in this moment when there's economic difficulty for people is tone deaf. The idea that, look, we're here, the regular schmoes who want to be involved in this thing, and he comes and just says, kind of let them eat cake, right? You can watch it on TV. And what was the sort of, I understand he's a fan, but does that contribute to the tone-deaf narrative?
Oh, I don't think this was tone-deaf at all. I think, first of all, a lot of those tickets, I mean, some of them are going for thousands of dollars. I think I saw one ticket price at $7,000. And the people who were buying them and who were courtside were a lot of people very popular among the left and celebrities, right? And I don't
Do they have motorcades and massive security? Or?
No, but those are the same people who for 4 years lectured us that things were fine under Joe Biden. So they also could be considered tone deaf. But I think the president, politics is obviously very hostile, but sports is one of those last remaining arenas where people do put politics aside.
Let me play for you the
What is she talking about?
I know he got booed.
Are you crazy?
It's massive.
Are you crazy? As a dumb sports enjoyer, every sporting event I have to go to in America every sporting event I go to in America is I have to hear the national anthem. If it's a playoff game or a championship game, there's some kind of stupid flyover of American military power to show off our like imperial power. You can't not stand for the anthem, or you get like looked at funny, or you get yelled at. Which I don't stand for the anthem because I just don't care. If anybody, I'm right here, dog. What it is, what you want, well, come make me. How about that? But it's like, and then on top of that, the United States like military has sponsored these stupid things to get their to get their message across through commercials, through these flyovers. You've got, color guard. What are you talking about? It's not political. Trump has like made, not just Trump, but like every American president, every American lawmaker has used sports in some way to get over with the constituency. And now it worked for Trump for so long. It's like, I don't understand. And that's how you know he does have dementia, because like, he got booed at like college football games, bro. That's your people. He got booed at UFC events. Like, that's your people. You think you're gonna go to New York? He probably thought, oh, it is gonna be. Well, the only thing, if I'm gonna like try to crawl inside his, maggoted, hollowed out brain, his dementia ass brain, I would think like, well, maybe he thought, tickets are so expensive that the poors can't come, so it's only gonna be people who support me with that kind of disposable income, and that didn't happen either. So it's like, come on, bro. Like, what is this lady on CNN even hooting about?
Madison Square Garden. He is the New Yorker of New Yorkers, and this is how people reacted.
I thought it was amazing, actually. You mean when they had the camera on me? I thought it was very good. Yeah. It was certainly amazing. It was. I think mostly cheers. It was.
Carrie Champion here, CNN contributor and host of the Flagrant and Funny podcast. We had to bring in a little bit of an expert because we're political people. We don't know. We know about jinxes.
Yeah.
We know about hoaxes.
Don't care about
The
that.
president was surprised that he was booed at MSG.
I was just at what was the thing where the Fernando Mendoza played? The NCAA football championship. And Trump went. This was in Miami earlier this year. Spent so much money there. I'm not going to a sports event the rest of my life. and he was booed as well. So I think he knows that comes with the territory. New York, even more than in Miami, Florida. I would tell you basketball and in Madison Square Garden, even more. It also, caused a lot of disruption. It meant that a watch party that was scheduled to happen outside of MSG did not happen. But,
people were
he takes the
waiting.
punches. He knows that the boos are coming.
Maybe a glutton for punishment, because the way that the city was like bracing for chaos today was unbelievable.
Well, I think the boos weren't as much political. Well,
Yeah,
I won't
they
say
were.
that. They were definitely political. And what you did to the city. They couldn't have the watch party.
No, it's
Lots
all
of,
political,
streets
dog.
blocked off. And there was...
This is crazy. We're getting off topic, but if Obama would have went to this game, right? If Obama would have went to this game when he was president, it would have done the same thing. It would have messed up the city, right? But he wouldn't have got this reaction. There ain't no way. You cannot tell me that. Ain't no way. But my point is, I've even showing you this because Trump getting booed at NBA championship, right? NBA finals game, and jinxing the team. He did. It's not even a jinx. It really did mess with the Knicks' head. I'm sorry, it did, because the whole idea of why you can be why you're a home favorite is because you get to follow routine. You get to wake up in your normal time. It's like workman-like. You get in your car, you drive down to Madison Square Garden. You've got your whole routine. You do this all season. It's no different. It's just another day at work. It's not like you had to fly across country and go to another team's arena in a city you don't know. But when you start having to do all these weird security protocols and all this weird stuff to get around, it throws your mind off. Donald Trump is the reason why he lost that game. But that's not my point. My point is this. Donald Trump obviously got booed at this game, right? Obviously got booed. But how you know MAGA, Trumpism, the Republican Party, the GOP, I'm not doing we got to get back to normal conservatives. No, this is all the same. How you know this is a cult and they don't live in the same reality as us, and why you shouldn't waste your energy trying to convert these people. We have the numbers. You just have to outwork them at the polls. If you want to engage with them because it's fun for you, like it is for me as a hobby, please, by all means. I got no place to tell you anything. But don't think you're going to be in here and you're going to show people a list of facts and figures without seriously cult deprogramming, de-brainwashing. These people are gone. And I hate to say that about 30% of the American populace, but they are gone. I don't know what it's going to take to get them to drop the scales from their eyes and understand that they're in a cult. But this is the kind of stuff we're talking about right here. Media Matters. Fox licks fiddles pretend Trump wasn't thunderously booed at Madison Square Garden. This is crazy.
Meanwhile, President Trump was there, and when they showed him on the Jumbotron is when the national anthem was being played. And this is how it went.
Wimby. Wait, so you're going to tell me, dog, they booed the national anthem, but not Trump? What?
Yeah, I mean, I was diagonally below, and I would say that was pretty mixed. But I would say there's a couple of things happening. I mean, the reason why, I think the president had about half the stadium in New York City, which is pretty amazing, which I don't know if you heard. It's pretty hard for a Republican to be successful in New York City. But I think he did make history there, and there's Jim Doel, the owner, sitting next to him, and isn't that Kai?
That's Kai.
Yeah, that's Kai. He's good over there. He had a great time, and loved every minute of it. And the one thing the commissioner said is that he used to run NBA Entertainment. He goes, this is a president that is a true Knick fan. He said, I had him do videos for me when he was even before he was hosting The Apprentice, like pro NBA videos.
Yeah.
So this is a guy, he's a fun.
Maximum cope. Maximum cope.
Fundamentally, he just loves big games.
Yeah, I think it was Fat Joe yesterday. They were interviewing him, and they was like, how do you feel about the president being here? He goes, I got to be honest, the president was coming to Knicks games before it was cool.
Yeah.
He said when we were losing, he was coming to Knicks games. Mm-hmm. And so they felt that he felt like it wasn't much of a problem. But of course, there were some fans that were out there surrounding it that had a problem with the president being there.
Yeah, he said back in the day,
there was some.
The commissioner said back in the day, he would always go to the Knicks games. Sometimes he'd show up for the draft. So the president, he loves.
If you go on your Mima's Facebook timeline, you will run into multiple people. And the internet is not real life. Twitter is not real life. Facebook is not real life. It's not real life, right? But you will run into multiple people that swear to God that he didn't get booed at this game. The booing is not what's important. That's not what's important. That doesn't matter. None of that matters. But it should be a wake-up call for you, average person, to understand these people are brainwashed. These people are in a cult. There's no rationality without you being some kind of, I don't know what degrees, what advanced doctorates and degrees, people who deprogram people out of cults have. But you and I, on this space, do not have that. So you cannot go to Thanksgiving this year. You cannot go to Mima and Pop-Pop's house. You cannot go to your mom and dad's. You cannot go out in the, you cannot go in a Facebook group. You cannot go out in the streets and think you're going to get through to these people. You can bait them. You can laugh at them. You can do whatever. But I'm telling you, I'm trying to get you to save your peace. I'm trying to get you to save your energy. And understand when they start talking that mess and you don't feel like engaging with it, but you feel like I have to because I have to set the record straight. Just don't do it. Hold on to your peace. There's nothing. I heard once somebody say, it was like a maxim or something. It's like you can't logic yourself out of a position that somebody didn't logic themselves into. And I'm old enough to remember, and it's just popped out of my head. America used to make fun of stuff.
Let's go listen into what the...
This is during the first Iraq United States war, when we were just bombing the holy hell out of Iraq. It was the one where, you know, weapons of mass destruction and... actually, no, it's the second war. First one was Bush. First one was Bush 1. Bush 1. This is Bush 2. I'm sorry. This is post 9/11. So we're bombing the hell out of him. We're looking for Saddam. We're eventually going to get him, and they're going to hang him or whatever. He has weapons of mass destruction. It's going to blow up the whole world any second now. Does that sound familiar? Kind of like Iran. Is any heartbeat now they're going to get a nuclear weapon and launch it into the heart of, you know, Peoria, Illinois. Any moment now. Sound familiar? But this was the kind of bullshit that we used to laugh at.
The Minister of Information is saying.
We have slaughtered about 3/4 of them so far, and there is some remnants of them left. They said that they have entered Baghdad with 65 tanks into the center of the city. And I'm telling you, this is not true. The operations are still ongoing, and I can tell you, and you can record it on me that I have said that, they are beginning to commit suicide at the walls of Baghdad. And I will encourage them.
We used to make fun of stuff like that. We used to, and most of y'all are too young and you won't remember that. But you remember how, let's see. Not that long ago. And she's not even lying. They did test an H-bomb. We used to make fun of this. We used to be like, these poor idiot people who are listening to the state regime media tell them lies all day, literally lying to their face, telling them that down is up and up is down and white is black and black is white. And now we're left with this.
We see him at a lot
This
of
is us.
events.
I mean,
We're here.
I guess for me, you don't expect anything different from the same crowd that voted for Mandami. Like, did you expect there to...
At least he is coming to some kind of reality. I mean, but see, like, Irish News, I pulled this up, Fox News, and they had to take it down because in the beginning, Fox was saying, hey, he wasn't booed, people were chanting, USA, USA, and they had to take it down because, like, globally, Fox was just getting clowned. And the people who work at Fox, they're all, like, real reporters, and they want to have, they just happen to work there. They should quit today. Same thing for CNBC, MSNBC, CNBC, and CNN. I have no love for that either. You should also quit if you work over there. But Fox News has been slammed on social media after allegedly airing the wrong clip of Donald Trump being booed at Game 3. Fox and Friends showed a video of Trump on June 8th, which saw the New York Knicks fall to San Antonio Spurs. Trump's presence at the game created significant disruption in New York City, leading road closures, blah, blah, blah. However, the Fox News broadcast footage was a different moment in the game. It allegedly showed the national anthem. When they showed him on the Jumbotron, it was when the national anthem played, and this is how it went, a Fox News host stated. But one user observed, the producers on Fox and Friends aired the wrong clip of Trump being booed and cheered. during the national anthem of Game 3. The Fox clip looks like it's from a game moment. I've included the anthem clip last night as comparison. And that they would try to get you this past you shows you how, even though this doesn't matter at all, it matters to them. It matters to the cult leader of how he's perceived. But it doesn't matter.
Meanwhile, President Trump was there, and when they showed him on the Jumbotron is when the national anthem was being played.
So, for starters,
Yeah.
where's the anthem? We don't hear it in this clip. Second, Kai Trump, Trump's granddaughter, had her hand over her heart during the anthem. Trump was saluting during the anthem. We also see the clock being reflected on the plexiglass in front of Trump, and then we see the catering behind him. Now, in the real clip, which I'm about to show you, this is what aired on ABC during the NBA Finals. You're going to see a very different picture.
Whose brush stripes and bright stars
Yikes.
through the
Yikes. So the booing doesn't matter. Again, I can say this for the millionth time. What matters is that they're trying to get this over on you, over on your grandma, your grandpa, your auntie, your mom, and your dad. But obviously this is right in the face of just objective reality. And there's no other way to explain it except it's cult. It's cult. It's cult. It's a cult. I can't say it again. It's cult. And if they're lying about this, like, what else are they lying about? It's gross. It's absolutely gross. And we're not immune to this as, leftist, progressive, socialists, what have you. I want to spend the last couple minutes talking about Graham Plattner last night. Totally kicked ass in the Maine Senate primary, which, if you've been watching me for a while, you know that I flipped on Plattner. I don't even say flip might even be too hard, because I still do have these very serious concerns about Plattner. And I guess I'll give you the meat up front, is that even with these serious concerns about Plattner, I would still vote for Plattner if I lived in Maine. But let's listen to this real quick and I'll wrap up.
Combat veteran Graham Plattner trounced sitting governor Janet Mills in the Maine election last night, winning the Democratic primary. With most of the votes counted at this point, Plattner is sitting at 72% of the vote against Mills with 20%, who had suspended her campaign. An also-ran candidate picked up 8% as well. Graham Plattner with a rather energetic speech last night, I think you could call it.
It's a banger.
It was filled with bars. Went hard at his Susan Collins, who will be his Republican opponent, and also addressed some of his controversies. Let's listen to a little bit of Plattner here last night.
I am a son of rural Maine. I was a kid who picked blueberries under the July sun, and then one day, I was a kid who signed up and left to fight for his country. And when I returned, I carried with me the weight of forever wars and the struggle and the alienation that came with it. But I'm also a lucky one who found his way back, who found a living on the sea, and a home and a community that offered love and redemption. Redemption is not just some simple or easy destination. It's a journey. I've made mistakes in my life, mistakes that I regret, that I live with, and that I continue to learn from. And I'm still far from perfect. But every day I wake up and I try to be a little bit better and a little bit kinder than I was the day before. And if you give me the chance, I will be a senator for the people who cannot afford to buy a senator.
That is really hard. And I guess what I'm trying to say is, with Platt, I would have enthusiastically still voted for Plattner. And Plattner, to me, is not a cult of personality. No politician ever, no matter how much you like them, how much you the way I was ecstatic when AOC won, the way I was ecstatic when Mandami won, the way my wife and I had, she said, well, Zoran won, and we were both like really happy. I remember being like laughing and be like, yeah, he did it, and she said, we got 24 hours till we got to start hating him. And I said, yeah, absolutely. Now it's a joke, but the truth in it is, I was a delegate for Bernie Sanders. He's fumbled the ball on Israel. No man, no woman should you form a cult of personality about. Could Graham Plattner be a secret Nazi who, I don't know, he consensually sexted women and sent dick pics? I don't care, but whatever bad thing you're gonna get from that, I personally don't do that because the internet's forever. I mean, God, if I ever ran for anything, the amount of stuff they'd have on me just from this right here, it is what it is. But is Plattner a secret Nazi who will just be Fetterman 2.0? Maybe. It's not out of the realm of possibility. But I can't account for that when, I'm thinking well, who would be best to uphold my values and the things that I want done in Washington and in the cities, in whatever city I live in and whatever state I live in. I'm just going to have to just, hopefully that happens. And and the journey's not over. If I'm going to sit here, everybody watching this is involved in politics. So if I'm going to be involved in politics, it's not over after I cast my ballot for you. It's not over after you win. I'm going to be on your ass the whole time. The whole time. And if you don't perform, we're going to run somebody to get you out of there. That's how leftists should operate who still engage. And we all should. We've gone down this road a million times. Even if you don't believe, and like myself, in electoral politics, elections still happen. People still take up those seats. People still make decisions about your life that you should have say in. Even though if you don't fuck with politics, politics still fucks with you. But stop forming cults of personality around people. And it goes both ways. So if I'm telling you not to form a cult of personality around a Graham Plattner, I also want you to understand that they're going to do Oppo research on whoever you decide to back. And if that Oppo research doesn't cross an extreme red line, or if you think it's a good cost-benefit analysis to still vote for that person, then you should vote for that person. And because, again, judge him by his enemies. It's AIPAC, it's shitlibs, it's the New York Times, it's corporate interests that are coming for this man. Not the voters of Maine have no hang-ups about him at all. Just don't get caught up in this either way. Politicians are not your friends. I don't give a damn if you have the greatest comptroller, mayor, governor, president. We get, real true gay space communism from the next president, whatever. Not your friend. He is a guy that is trading, you gave a guy or girl that you gave your vote to in exchange for material goods. It stops right there. We can joke. We can be like, Madami's cool as the other side of the pillow. And we love Rama Mandami. She is so cool. She is Jackie O come back from the dead. She is Jackie O reincarnated. And those are all good, fun jokes to have. I would love to talk to Graham Plattner about his time in the Marine Corps. We could share Marine Corps stories, do whatever. I'm sure he would be interested in how, my life as a peacetime admin guy. And I want to hear the stories that don't involve blood and guts that he would want to tell, and not trauma dump and things that he needs to tell to a therapist, not me. I'd love to hear about his time in the bush. But that is not why I would vote for somebody. I'm voting somebody so I can trade my vote for material benefit for my life and my comrades' lives. That's it. No cult of personalities. No, none of that. Now, with the last 2 minutes I have, I do want to say, here's the thing. And I think I won't say leftists are naturally good at that, but we are more. It's harder to get us to join these like cult of personality than it is like authoritarian right wingers. But a lot of y'all going to PSL meetings, DSA meetings, just your local co-op, whatever. A lot of y'all need to understand when it's not your turn to talk. A lot of y'all need to understand when it's time to shut the fuck up and follow an order. And what I mean by that is, if the organization you're in, if you made a cost-benefit analysis that this organization puts out more good than it does bad, and they are moving in a direction that is not going to cross one of your like moral red lines, like, hey, we're gonna, I don't know, I'm thinking of something stupid. Hey, at the cookout, we're gonna do vegan potato salad instead of vegan hot dogs because we can't do both. And you really wanted vegan potato salad, vegan hot dogs, but it's just not gonna happen. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up and move in that direction. Sometimes we do need to be one band, one sound. If it's not breaking anybody's, because this infighting for the sake of just getting your voice heard, it's ridiculous, and it keeps us as leftists from doing cool stuff. That's my time. Good morning, comrade. Live Saturday. Oh, Monday. We're on Monday now. Lumencast on Twitch. Lumencast on YouTube. Again, check out Good Morning Comrade, wherever you listen to podcasts with my co-host Jeff. You guys have a great night, and we'll see you next time on the Lumencast. How do I stop?
I will stand up.
Fellow Americans, it has been confirmed today from Pep Talks that we are indeed all high on politics.
Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to PEPAGANDA. If you guys don't know, my show on my channel is called High on Politics. So if I keep doing that, that is the reason why. Oh man, I made it by the skin of my teeth today. If you guys didn't know, full disclosure, I had a follow-up appointment with my wife. She is doing well. She's on the mend. Surgeon gave her some shining responses, so we're doing good on that end. But yeah, I was not sure if I was gonna be able to make it to do the show today, at least for the first hour. So I am happy to be here. Glad to see you guys. How you doing, Johnny? Thank you for holding it down. Ken, how you doing? Good to see you. Good to see you. Natch, what's up, dude? Good to see you. And yeah, if you guys are just joining us, shout out to Uni. That's all good news. Yes, it is. If you guys do not know, Uni is my wife. She tends to pop up and chat every now and then. Today is probably not going to be a good chat day for her, but yeah, we chill. If you guys also do not know the format of the show, this is PEPAGANDA. We like to do some news breakdowns and do it with a little bit of humor. I do a larger form of this show over on my own channel at Pep Talks TV on YouTube and Twitch. If you guys are looking for some fun to follow, hey, we also got my co-host here. He's late. You're late, but it's okay. We'll give him a little treat, everybody. Yes. On my show, you guys can also donate for treats. Oh, jeez, I have to give treats to him. Not that many. Thank God the lid was on. That would have been awful. All right, here you go. And was that your brother? Yep, that was your brother. You and the cat was just like, excuse me. Now I have to give him treats. If you guys don't know Catzilla here, we got Lito, who is Such a pain, but he's so damn cute. Alrighty, so we got some news to cover. We're gonna get to that. He's late because apparently Uni had cheese. So that's why he was late. He was staring at the cheese. He's good. He's good with that. He's got the perfect face for it, where he just stares at you, and you're just like, "But this is my cheese." All right, fine. And then he's just like, "Yes, I know. I succeeded in being cute." Anna, what's up? Good to see you. Etch, what up, dude? What is up, everyone? Yes, what is up, everyone? You know what? We're gonna be a little looser with the start of the show today. I just kind of want to chill, chat with you guys. You know what? Opinion time. If you guys enjoy our content on this space, number one, appreciate it. And if you have not already hit the like button, please consider doing so. Really helps get the stream out there and helps every creator on this space. So this space, I just want to say, guys, I truly do appreciate you guys supporting this this whole experiment of ours. Now, I just want to get your guys' takes. What would you guys like to see a little bit more of? Whether it be my show, just on the channel in general. You know what? Shout out. Let us know. I haven't really gotten any audience feedback from this, and I feel like we, well, me personally, I could have done this a lot sooner. So the stock market certainly isn't up. Did it crash? Oh, that's like the one thing I wasn't paying attention to was the markets today. Oh, geez. Here. We're gonna find out in real time. I'm not even gonna bother looking at my computer. Oh shit. Chip comeback fizzles. Live update. Oh, down. All of them are down. Estimated $1.75 trillion. Poof. Just gone. I hate how fake this everything is, but I just love how real it is in my life, God, I was talking about the price of meat. I was talking about all of just like how the prices of everything are astronomical. Okay, can somebody explain what the hell is going on with gas though? Because gas is significant, like it's significantly down. And you guys know that if you watch the show at all, that I have been paying attention to a lot of these economists that were saying that because we're getting dangerously close to hitting the end of our reserves, that it's going to skyrocket the price of oil. Is that going to happen, or why is everything so cheap now as far as the gas? Well, cheap. Don't quote me on that one. It's not cheap. It's cheaper, which I brought this up to my friend who some of you all met on my my show yesterday, and my buddy Coppin Poppin. Just realized that rhyme. But yeah, my buddy Brandon, he was on the show for a hot minute. But yeah, we were discussing this, and he was just like, "Yeah, man, like I feel like gas just like took a major tumble." But he was like, "Yeah, I don't want to be like, yay, it was only $4.30." Yeah. Because I had that whole thing where I'm like, you do understand that this was the whole point, was to normalize this, right? Like this is what they wanted. This is exactly what they wanted. Fill up before the weekend. Yeah. I already did. I filled up my car. I filled up my my spare gas canister for my lawn mowing and all that fun stuff. I was able to get that done this weekend. That was, yay! I love. Don't you just love having lawns? Like, God, I hate America and their stupid lawns and this whole like peer pressure. I don't even have an HOA, but I do have eyes that are just like, okay, so everybody around me has, the nicely mowed grass, and then mine is, I let it go a week longer than most of my neighbors, which that I'm sure pisses them off. God. Yeah, somebody recently I was talking to, they were telling me like how, they have a situation where they have 4 roommates, but they like rent a house, and how he only pays $250 for rent. And I was just like, dude, never leave that situation. I'm like, never leave that situation. Save your money, but also go and have yourself a time. Like the guy he's I think just around 24, 25. Man, that's cheaper than I was paying when I had an apartment with my roommate, which prices have significantly gone up since then. But yeah, my first apartment that I had with my roommate, we split it for $1,270. And then yes, I paid just about $700 to split that with him. He paid a little bit more because he was the one that got the bathroom, which that was a bad deal. I should have never made that deal. What a bad deal. I made a bad deal. You know what? They say that I know the art of the deal, but this was before I read the book. This is before my ghostwriter got on there, and I was just like, wow, this is how you make a deal, huh? About this space. More exclusive content a la PEPAGANDA, but maybe the crowd isn't big enough to justify that. So, yeah, the only problem is that we're kind of... listen, I'm just going to be completely real, guys. Like, we've kind of hit a stagnation point. Unfortunately, we are in the middle of summer. So you're going to have more creators not able to commit as much. So yeah, I totally agree with that. I think that, yes, we should definitely focus on a little more exclusive stuff. I'm thinking, like, I've been kind of popping around in my brain where we do like a big this space kind of collab show where we run it from the start, but we get like the Leftist Mafia guys, like anybody that has a collaborative show here, we kind of try to schedule it where they can join us for at least 10 to 20 minutes, get their audience coming in, and really recognizing that this is something worth supporting. And I mean, if I didn't believe in this project, I probably wouldn't be here. So I want to see this succeed. I want to see all my fellow creators on this space succeed. So I appreciate that. Thank you. Your first apartment was $400 a month in 2006. Let's see, $400 a month. Oh my God, damn. No bathroom. Where would you store all your stolen documents? See, no, I technically had what in our apartment would have been considered the documents bathroom because it was the public, the public one, which I hated. I hated the fact that it's like anytime we had visitors, they were using my bathroom, of course, and it's not like, when you're a young man, you're gross. You don't really think of stuff. I was never really taught how to clean properly. Like I would tidy, I learned how to tidy, but yeah, duster? What's that? What the fuck is a duster? I didn't know I needed a duster. I'm not even kidding. God, duster and toilet bowl cleaner were the two things that I remember when my girlfriend and now my wife, when she started coming around, she was just like, yeah, you're going to learn what these are. And you're also going to learn what a bleach cleaner is. It's just, oh my God. I remember in our first shower, we lived in like this real dump. Like it was a dump in a pretty seedy part of the city, but you know what? It was ours and we were not home. Like me and my roommate, we moved out at 18, never went back. Both of us, you know what? Proud of that. Oh, wait, no, he went back. Hey, I just realized this. I'm like, no, wait a minute. He recently went back and lived with his parents for a little bit before he moved in with his partner. So, got him on that one. But yeah, even there, like we were paying, although it was a 2-bedroom. So I suppose if you were paying for a 1-bedroom apartment in Texas, 2006, yeah, that actually makes sense. That makes sense. God, the cost of living is insane. What is up with this? What are we doing as a country? Like, dude, housing and food. And then, dude, it's starting to get to that point. You guys feeling this where you see people like spending willy-nilly? Like I just had this. We were just in an area where there's a ridiculous amount of money out there, right? There's this guy sitting with his wife in the waiting room of the doctor, right? And this guy, he's talking about how his daughter is working 2 jobs and can barely afford to pay rent. And he was mad that she couldn't afford to come and see him. So he's just like, I guess I have to have a talk with this kid about financial responsibility. It's like, go. I wanted to make a scene. That shit. Excuse me. I'm kidding. Oh, fucking Frothy over here. Fucking going rabid. For real, though, I had that moment where I was just like, oh, fuck you, you gray-haired asshole with your fucking Corvette outside. Fuck you. God, I hate these. I cannot stand it. These people that have so much access that then have the nerve to tell people that can't get a leg up, you just need to work a little bit harder. You need to just manage your money. You need to just not eat your avocado toast. That's especially for every one of you motherfuckers. God damn. And then you have the nerve to complain about your taxes. And you have the nerve about like, oh, well, the cost of prices went up a little bit. I guess it's going to cost me a little bit more to have my parties. Fuck you. Seriously. God damn it. I'm sitting here struggling to pay my fucking energy bills because these assholes and their friends and the people that they support and the tax bracket they support are milking all of our fucking resources to generate this fake AI bullshit for nothing. And these are the assholes. Oh, you gotta be a little bit better with your money. Fuck you. Seriously. Fuck you so much. God damn it. Sorry. Whew. Whew. Yeah, I'm feeling that one. God damn. I can't stand these assholes. They got fucking 2 boats. And they have the nerve. They have the nerve to dare come into the same vicinity as us, the plebeians, the ones that actually like, this is where I'm genuinely like, no. You know what? You need to pay for like, you don't get insurance. I think that if you're in a certain tax bracket, no insurance for you. You don't get the benefit. You have to pay out of pocket for everything. And then we get cheaper insurance plans until we get the socialized medicine. How about that? That was cathartic. No sorry needed. Oh, I'm so tired of being fucking told to pull up my bootstraps, but also buckle down. Oh, maybe you only need to eat 2 meals a day. Maybe you need to go get a 3rd job. Like, that's what I'm facing right now. Like, honestly, and I said this on my show. I'm in, we're in a new era here where Pep is looking for a 3rd job because, the streaming is a job. It is. Like, I'm a paid streamer. I'm a professional streamer. I'm not going to take that away from me. I dare say I'm a professional YouTuber if it, take the cringe out of that. But for real, man, like, I'm at that point, and then I have assholes like telling me, oh, you just need to manage your money better. Go fuck yourself. Beef is literally fucking $11 per pound. Like, what are you talking about? You need to buckle down. Fucking raising my water costs. Literally, just the basic necessities, the bare necessities. They're certain. Oh, man. If I was like not so pissed off, I could probably like do a song right there. But hope the voice acting thing lands. That sounds cool. Yeah, that'd be great. Fucking great. Yeah, I actually need to get on that and clip that so I can put that out there because realistically, my YouTube channel is now a resume. Isn't that fun? There has to be a way to tax the borrow and spend instead of the... I mean, dude, that's the thing that really pissed me the fuck off. Here I am. I'm trying to get out of debt, and these assholes are preaching about how much money they have. Dude, they have so much credit card debt. It's insane. And they want to talk about buckling down? Like, no, we need to stop rewarding the people with the most. What the fuck are we doing? This is like when you hear about these extravagant events where they get free good gift bags that are worth like $30,000. Why are we wasting all of this money and resources on people that can pay for it them fucking selves and then telling the fucking lowest rungs of society that they need to just fuck off and do better? Fuck. And then, God forbid the economy crashes, then it's our fault. The myth of mediocrity. Yeah, dude. And the most mediocre white people, the most mediocre people I know are the people that run businesses. Like it's always these fucking assholes. It's always these fucking assholes that got lucky in like the early 2000s or even the late 90s, and they fucking built their businesses off the back of a fucking inheritance. Every fucking shithead that I know that's like in his 30s or 40s had most. I have one person. We know one person in this audience that he may not be here now, but our friend Kirk, friend of the show, he built his business from the ground up. He was an addict. He is like the American dream personified. But this is where also he gets kind of like a conservative leaning because he made himself into something successful. And then right when he got there, they were saying they were going to take his. But this is also where it needs to be sold on guys like him, where it's like, oh, dude, you make close to what? Maybe 500,000 to $1 million, like as a company. So yeah, you know what? Maybe these are where like tax incentives can fucking kind of benefit people like that, as long as it's benefiting the people at the bottom. But this is where they truly do fuck us. This is where they're constantly trying to keep us fighting each other. This is what they want me feeling this way about that shithead. They want me looking at him and being like, you're part of the problem. Because he is. No mistake, he is, especially in today's society. If we were in a perfect world and he was paying his fair share in taxes, billionaires were paying their fair share in taxes, we would be fine. But dude, they are fucking inching towards a fucking revolution, and it's going to be bad. And it's not going to go the way that people think it is either. God damn. It's not going to be French style. Trust me. It's going to be them chunky green beans. Anyway, shout out to Kirk. He also made the intro music. Yes, intro and outro. Well, I mean, same song, but still. Still want that pep talk, Pep? Yeah. No, I do need to we need to chat because I am fucking starting to kind of unravel a little bit. I'm okay though. Like I'm figuring this stuff out. Anyway. You guys come here for news, right? Or do you guys come here for pep rants? I don't know. You guys seem to come here for pep rants. Let's go pep rants. Let's keep talking because you know what? I'll be completely honest. I really didn't have anything for the show. I pulled up a few stories that I had this morning, but realistically, I got like a breaking point segment, and here, actually, let's add this to queue. There we go. Let's do that. North Korea economy booming. Yes. Yeah. It's almost like China's economy is booming. And yeah, there's certain places in the world that are doing very okay. Yeah. The revolution will not be live streamed. Come for the news. Stay for the pep. That is it was funny. Somebody asked me in chat yesterday, like what kind of show I do. Like we're like, what kind of show is this? It's like it's a personality based show, folks. That's what this is. I am not just my politics. I am Pep. I am the entertainer. I am Pep the entertainer. Thinking a little high myself here. But for real, I'm an entertainment entity that likes news and likes to cover this stuff. Every once in a while, I'll oopsie into a smart observation. Natch actually said something very kind to me yesterday. This is how much I take compliments, where they said that I am good at breaking down economic news and making it palatable for everybody. So hey, you know what? I appreciate that. Also, want you guys to know that the compliments do, you know what? They mean something. I feel them. Ken, oh, hell yeah. Feeling the, you're feeling the rant today then, huh? Cool. Perfect. Honestly, perfect. Wait, Illinois lawmaker proposes plan to keep bears from moving. We're adding that to Q2. Screw it. We're just gonna add things to my YouTube queue on the back of like the one thing that I had pulled up. We're gonna talk about Spencer Pratt here in a little bit. We're also gonna talk about Trump and the Knicks because yes, that was objectively hilarious to me. I'm sorry, I don't live in New York, so I don't give a fuck. So yeah, genuinely, I'm also not like the biggest basketball fan. Haven't been in a while. The Bulls have kind of sucked for quite some time, and then. Yeah, the like one shot we had, we just kind of fucked that up. So For the full spicy Pep experience, subscribe to Pep Talks. Yes, please do. If you're not already subscribed to Pep Talks TV at YouTube, you guys can get the full experience. I do long form content. Like I streamed 7 hours yesterday, and that was by accident. I only meant to do 5. But we did 2 hours of just ranting and having some fun. I need to cut that up too. So yeah. Getting to that point, man, yeah, if any of you have editing experience and are willing to put maybe an hour and to help me get some stuff out there, I would definitely appreciate it and consider making you a part of the team. Just by the way, dang, the riffs were epic. Yeah, no, you know what? Yesterday I was feeling it. It was funny, like even as I was going, like I'm kind of having that right now, even where I'm just like, man, you know what, feeling the rant. Yeah, I had some fun riffs where I did some bits. I did some breakdowns. I had I think I had actually like a nice little lecture. You know, I surprise myself sometimes. I wish I was kidding about that. I legitimately do. Like there are times where I'll be watching a playback and I'll just be like, that's a good point. Damn, this guy's smart. Oh, wait. Fuck. But yeah, we're also going to we're going to cover the whole thing that happened in New York. Like I said, I'm sorry if you live in New York and your Knicks broke your heart yesterday, but also can I just point something out? When's the last time? Actually, I know this. 2024 was the last time that series ended quickly. But most of the time, dude, look at it this way, especially with the refs last night. Come on. You don't think that the refs were playing a part in the loss? Like they're trying to push this to 7, man. You understand how much money that is? Like, did you see the price of tickets? Like, we're talking millions of dollars at courtside. Like, and you also have to understand though, this isn't MSG that's getting that money. Somebody like had pointed out, oh yeah, fuck them. It's a bunch of rich people. It's like, no, you don't get it. These are poor people that were like, or poor people, middle class people that bought their tickets, and a lot of them are season ticket holders. And that's recent. So my dad used to do that. When the Bulls used to go to the finals, we would go to one finals game. And then he would sell the rest and pay for the next season. That's how he did it until 1998. Once they announced Michael Jordan's retirement, he sold his tickets, which thank God he did, because honestly, that was it. That was all she wrote for us. But yeah, I grew up in a upper middle class family. You know, my dad he was a business owner. He worked his ass off. My grandparents, they built a business that he took and he made it even bigger. So yeah. We got to go to things like that. Like I got to see Jordan's return game. That was awesome. Technically, he returned in New York, though. His first game back was on the Knicks court. But yeah, I got to see, I was 7 rows back courtside so it was technically like during the first half, it was the Knicks basket. So like I was 7 rows back and I got to see him return in the number 45. That was one of my like really pivotal moments where I was just like, I remember begging my dad, like, we've got to go. Yeah, I got to see the dynasty. I got to, shake hands with most of the players except for Michael Jordan, ironically. So I can't say I've never met him. I met him at his restaurant. My dad took me to the Michael Jordan restaurant, and I thought it was a pipe dream that he might be there. It turned out that he was, because like the office light was on, and I walked back to the bathroom. I'm just like, like there's the office lights on, but they had the like the blinds like kind of closed. So I walk out of the bathroom and there's like a door right outside of his office, and he's walking out. He has 2 guys with him, and I just fucking kind of walk right up, and I'm just like totally starstruck, could not move, could not get a word out, and just went, hi. And he's just like, He like kind of looks at me, acknowledged me, just said, enjoy your meal. And then I walk back. I tell my dad, I'm like, I just met Michael Jordan. He's like, no, you didn't. And then everybody like starts congregating like around like where the stairs are, and they're like taking pictures. And he's just like, and I point, and my dad's just like, holy shit, you might Michael Jordan. That was pretty cool. He's an ass but genius basketball player. Oh yeah. He's not a great person. I learned about my dad didn't like him as a person when the whole cheating or like the gambling scandal came out, which my dad to this day said that's why he retired and played baseball, because he thought he was going to jail. Like for real. He thought he was apparently it was that bad, but whatever. Should have challenged him to a bet. Yeah, never met a bet he wouldn't take. Actually, the coolest player that I ever met was Stacey King, who rest in peace, Stacey. Stacey King, if you guys don't know, he recently passed. I guess he fell in his home at 59 years old this week. One of the nicest fucking guys I've ever met that ever played professional sports. He was one of the nicest guys. Second nicest was Tony Kukoc. I met him twice. I met him at a Bulls event, and then me and my dad ran into him at Brookfield Zoo. That was awesome. Wait, so Space Jam isn't a documentary? Oh, I mean, don't say that. Come on. Bill Murray. He's one of like the best, oh God, what were they called? Fuck. The Toon Squad. The fact that Bill Murray is in that movie is just hilarious, because his story about it, where he's like, he did it as a favor to Michael Jordan. And he's just like, yeah, you just got to play golf with me anytime that anytime that you're available, you're partnering with me. I guess, yeah, the umbrella hat. Yeah. He's got the umbrella hat. Oh, shit. And now we have oh God. Can we just admit that FanDuel and like all these betting sites and speculative sites, like they have contributed significantly to the downfall of civilization, not just American. Like this has been, yeah, it's bad out there, folks. I don't know. Seeing a 7-year-old talking about like, making gains on a bet, like, dude, listen, I understand like Pokemon cards trained us, right? And technically, yes, it was a lower form of gambling. That's why it was banned from my school. They said that we were gambling. So it is kind of weird that like now that's all they're about, though, because like now you have online markets. So they don't feel the passion for the actual cartoon or anything. Like my nephew's a perfect encapsulation of this. Apparently, he's getting into the idea of collecting cards and reselling them, but he's not really into the properties that the cards belong to. And it's just like, I feel I don't like that. I don't know, man. This bricks and minifigs thing ironically got me thinking about that, where I'm just like, oh my God, it's always the same douchebags, these fucking venture capitalist assholes that, they own 2 to 3 houses. They have multiple fucking cars, boats, all the toys galore. And then on top of it, they franchise out a whole bunch of shit. And that's where like these guys and like then the franchisees are also like they're horrible. They're just, I'm sorry, man. They're like, I know that this is going to make me sound like commie Pep, but there does need to be a cap on success. Like there's just a fucking, it gets to a point of ridiculousness. Like, how much do you fucking need? How much do you really need? Or even with the wants? Do you know how much, like, this is where I've been saying this, and I got to be careful here. I've worked in an industry where I had to encounter billionaires, right? Do you understand the amount of waste? Like, there was this one guy where one of the staff members told me that the entire place would be gutted and remodeled by next year because that's just how he did it. The thing is, they even said he only comes here for like a weekend. So he comes there, stays the weekend, then the next time he's planning on coming, has it gutted and renovated. So he's just like, okay, we'll look a little bit like, Ridiculous. And the thing is, they're not selling this shit. Like this, like these people, they don't even bother with resale or any of that shit. Like they just dumpster everything. Absolutely ridiculous. Like one of my hobbies, I guess it is a hobby though. I like to go to like rich neighborhoods and go to their garage sales. And when I say rich neighborhoods, I'm talking like median income of over 500,000, because those are the people that, you know, they're cheap enough to where they would still want to have a garage sale. It's just, God. I hate it. I absolutely hate it. And I hate how hard you can work and still get fucked. Like, that's kind of the part that really gets me is like, I no longer buy into the myth of it's hard work. Fuck you. I've watched one of the hardest workers on the planet get completely fucked over by life by having her health decline and then having the rigmarole of the healthcare system, which we've gotten lucky in certain regards, unlucky in others. And then just seeing the overall, like, okay, now you got to play games with Social Security and all the fucking fun bullshit. It's just, you feel like they milk you for everything you're worth and then just fucking leave you at the door. And then God forbid you end up homeless, because then all of a sudden you're a dredge on society. Isn't that fun? Isn't that fun how they can take everything from you and then all of a sudden you're a villain? Isn't that, like, that's fun, right? Right? Yeah, plenty of poor people who have to work their asses off. It's BS. Yeah, I was explaining this, that the jobs market is so fucking fake, because what they're not saying is that this is low-level retail positions that constantly are being filled. So the job openings stay open. They have a lot of turnover. They do a lot of seasonal stuff. So they're counting seasonal like positions as permanent positions in the economy right now, which is fucking insane. Like, what are we doing? Yeah, stuck in the poverty trap. Well, that's why I'm saying I wanted to freak out on this guy at the doctor's office that was talking about his daughter that way, where it was just like, hold the phone. You're telling me that she's working 3 jobs and it's her problem that she can barely afford rent? Get fucked. This is why we need revolution. The thing is, I think that everybody has a different idea of what revolution is. We actually need, like, you want to talk about revolution? It's nothing like the movies. It's nothing about there's nothing violent behind it. There's nothing like that. The true revolution is a bunch of people demanding that we take money out of politics, demanding everything from these fucking higher class assholes. And just, I'm talking not just generals. I'm talking everybody strikes. The entire United States has to shut down for at least 2 to 3 days for these assholes to listen to us. We could all survive on that. The thing is, most of us, like, if we could get the people from the grocery stores, all the shit, like, if you could get the communities to guarantee that it's like, we're taken care of, man. We're going to be sharing, gas. We're going to be sharing fucking food, all this shit for 2 to 3 days while you rich fucks watch your portfolios disappear. And don't try to fucking trick us with this 401k bullshit, because honestly, you were going to take that anyway. You were going to speculate on it anyway. You were just using that to prop up your bullshit. Fuck. That felt good. I needed to get that out. It's a pipe dream, I know. The thing is, it is because people are too lazy. People are too complacent. People, they don't care. They'd rather scroll through Facebook or Twitter or whatever the fuck, whatever like program they're addicted to on their phone. That's what they'd rather do. And realistically, man, this is part of the problem. Like, and Anna, I know that I've beaten this dead horse so much, like, in our conversations, but for real, I think that you have I think that you think more people are involved than actually are. Like, there are so many people, and there's a lot of people that just don't even want to hear it. And trust me, they're affected by it. Nothing is more frustrating than seeing somebody struggling so bad that does not want to listen. And then they're ignorant enough to say some shit about how immigrants are the problem. I don't know. There have been times where I'm just like, you know what? Maybe you guys don't deserve a revolution. It's like, I know we do, but like, fuck. Like, every once in a while, it's like, some people just don't deserve to be saved. It's triple Trumpers. You know what? I kind of feel that way. If you're a farmer and you're a triple Trumper, get fucked. I don't give a fuck about you. I genuinely don't. My capacity for like having empathy for certain people is realistically it's hit its cap. It really has. I used to be pretty empathetic towards everybody's situation, even people that I knew were kind of shitty, where it's just like, you know what? Like, I want to be a better person, but realistically, fuck being the better person all the time. Sometimes you do. It's not about going lower. Sometimes you just got to meet these assholes and shock them when you do. That's my favorite part about some right-wing like the right-wingers is like they genuinely get like freaked out when it's like you match their energy. Look at honest to God, look at the way that they're handling the Spencer Pratt thing. Look at the way that they're handling like, the meanie Bobini left. They said some mean stuff about Donald Trump. I don't like that. I don't like what they said about Charlie Cook. Did you see the guy with the paper mache head he was falling to the ground and he was making me relive this, and it was outside of Erica Kirk's thing, so he ever tried to attack Erica Kirk and make her cry. Bunch of bitches that deserve nothing. Listen, you owe them nothing. You don't owe any of these people anything. So stop with that too, by the way. Like, goddamn, the amount of times that I've been told, like, you should probably go a little, you should go take the high road, especially with the Charlie Kirk thing. Fuck you. Seriously. What's that thing that they like to type out in chat all the time? Oh, yeah, FAFO. No, realistically. In Charlie Kirk's case, I don't think that he should have gotten Kirk. But realistically, I'm gonna be real. It's kind of like, all right. Fuck. I do not condone political violence. We do not condone political violence in any way, shape, or form over on this space or on Pep Talks. So just so you guys know, we do like to laugh at a good joke, though. And you know what? Hurting the fifis of a fucking dumb widow. And I'm calling her a dumb widow. Like, she's dumb. She has gone out there and made this all about her. She's put herself out there. Fuck, she's already got a new guy, which ironically is a black dude. I thought that was fucking hilarious. It was just like, oh, wow. So Erica and Charlie were both kind of lusting over black people. Ain't that a fucking bitch. Hey, we got a great new verb out of it, getting kirked. I know. Unironically, guys, we're not bad people. We're just, we're fed up. And I'm fed up with like the faux outrage. Like, these guys don't give a shit. They really don't. They just want to feel like they're the victims. Like, that's realistically what it is. That's also kind of funny. Like, every time that they win, notice how they always try to like continue to play the victim, but then you point out, you're like, yeah, but Trump's president. Yeah, well, he's your president now. It's like, yeah, he is. And he's failing. No, he's not. Well, everything's more expensive. No. Gas is cheaper. No, it's not. No, it is. Everything's cheaper. Like, come on, guys. You guys have seen my chat. So, like, I know that most of y'all have seen, like, my chatters, like, that come in. I do get an influx of MAGA chatters because I'm not. I should probably be a little bit better about this. Oh, God. Day 2 of this shit. Man, I hope this isn't becoming something because, man, this, like, I'm getting these, like, hiccup burps, like, from down here, and it's mostly from when I drink coffee. I don't usually get that, though. They use pearl clutching and moralistic grandstanding to make sure that no one is allowed to point out their cosmic irony. Yup. You ain't. Shout out Terre Haute. Inside joke. Yeah. Guy named Terre Haute Bob that made his appearance on my show, once or twice? This guy. You know that you done fucked up when you became a character on my show with how bad your points were. That was one of the few times that like fact checking was so easy. Like, he wanted to try and tell me like gas prices were a certain price, and I'm just gas buddy all day with this guy. It was a good time. I'm not going to over explain it, but man. Okay, so like one thing I have to do I have got to get better. So, like, if you guys sense that, like, I have an episode that's like an outstanding episode, let me know so we can like star it or something, or I can put it in the title or like just in the back so I know. Like, I'll put a marker where it's just like, okay, so this one was fire. This was one that I can be like, hey, here's a clip, here's the VOD, because that's the plan on my show. Is I'm going to start clipping more of my content, getting it out there, and trying to bring more people to the show. Like I said, if I don't start making close to a certain amount per week, I'm probably going to end up in the same place that a lot of streamers do, especially in economies like this. So consider supporting the show in any way, shape, or form. And I'm talking all the free ways, monetized way, any of it. And support this space and all of us creators, because rising tides, people, rising tides raise all ships. You know how that works. I hate the fact that I even have to do this, but yeah, you know what? I have to also accept that this is where I'm at as a content creator. So I'll try to note the timestamps when I'm there. No, I appreciate that, Natch. I just need some looking out from you guys that are like regulars on the show, because when I'm kind of going through these moments, I'm just kind of like, I'm vibing and just having the moment, or like just kind of, yeah. I just realized that I'm probably, you know what, screw it. Let's just chill for the rest of the hour. We'll make this a pep rants hour. And honestly, producer Nick, make a note of this, just in case. I should be able to do tomorrow, but just in case, yeah, you can play the first hour of this. Clipping past shows and putting Pep Talks, great clips, rewind, date. Yep. Yeah, that's what I got to start doing. Because yes. Yesterday's is in my chat. Thank you. No, I appreciate that. I'll start working on, like, obviously today I do not have time. Maybe later after the show. This is the other thing I got to do. I have got to start having hard outs. So, like, I got to start doing, like, capping it at 5 hours and just be done. Somebody said that the average was 4 hours, and I was like, I can't do that. I need at least 4 hours and 30 minutes because I need to do the 420. But then there's no fun half. Content creation's fun though. And I'm not trying to be like an ironic dick about this. Like, it is. Even though it comes with some unexpected issues, it is fun. Yeah, I can imagine it's harder to remember when you said over like 8 hours freeform. Yeah. Yeah, no, it sucks. There's a benefit to it though, because you know how like people like to chop up, like, somebody taking like they like to take things out of context. Good luck with that with me. The thing is, for that, you're gonna have to sit through at least 4 to 6 hours of fucking show. Shit, lately I've been doing 6 to 8 hours, man. And just so you guys know, it's because I like to vibe with y'all. Like, if the vibe's not there, I don't think I would stick around that long. And I'm also gonna say this. I'm surprised at how many, like, just, I haven't had any shows that I've ever like felt like, oh, that was a dud. Like, never. Like, I've had a few where it kind of started like a little rough, or or ended rough. I've had those, especially like when I do like get into like a heated debate with a member of chat. I could see that being bad, but the last 2 hours is the Pep West goodbye. Well, yeah, it is my mid. Yeah, dude, I really am bad with that. Dude, it was so funny. Brandon, who you guys met last night, we have that problem. Like that. That's why I was shocked that he was still here. I was like, didn't you go home? I was genuinely surprised. Although that fucker drank one of my last cores. Just gonna say this. Yeah. I love you, man. And I'm not mad about it, but I was upset about it because you ever have that where you go to the fridge expecting there to be something like one more, and there was not. Party foul. It definitely was. Don't call him out like that. It's all right. It's all right. I don't even think he watches this space, but it's okay. Either way. I am legitimately joking. I'd rather have him have it, and he was having a good hang. He was keeping my wife, they were having a nice chat and just kind of, chilling. It's funny. I said that yesterday. It's like, yeah, he's upstairs keeping my wife company. And then immediately I was just like, oh, and here come the trolls in chat. Yeah, sure he is. That's why I think I'm okay with at doing this. Is because I can beat them to oh shit. I just pretty much gave them clip material. Have fun with that. Yeah. I try not to fucking let it bother me, but every once in a while. It's actually the thing, me, coming up with this, what bothers me is just wow, man, I'm so negative. I wish I could be more positive about it. How come I can never have that moment where it's I'm like the anti-troll to myself, where it's just yeah, you are good at this. You're a good broadcaster. You're a professional broadcaster and you're good. Just keep repeating that. The trolls are so weak with their insults. I mean, they really are. I've noticed that recently. We've been getting repeated. I think we got there's a certain amount of bots that they rotate in political content feeds, specifically in the live vertical feeds. I've noticed that they show up in the first hour, the third hour, and the last hour is when we start to get them, and they'll start repeating their bullshit. Like that Trump 2028, or Trump is not a king or whatever. He shows up every stream, says the same thing, Trump 2028, then disappears. Yeah. My youngest had that yesterday. The oldest swiped his Hawaiian Punch flavored C4 when he left for work that morning, and the youngest got up and he was upset. It's a little different between brothers. Yeah, but still, I mean, yeah. I had that with the cheese stick recently, where I was just I thought we had more cheese sticks, and then I went to the fridge and there were no more cheese sticks. I was genuinely upset. I was like, oh, that was supposed to be my healthy snack. And then I ate a bag of potato chips, which not a healthy snack. I gotta get better about this, dude. The last few months, God, I have gained probably at least 10 pounds, and most of it is just because my wife can't eat all of her meals. So, and she has to eat a bunch throughout the day. So I'll make her something. I'll have a little bit of it, or I'll make a little bit for myself. And I'm just, man, I need to go to 2 meals a day, not for economic reasons. That would actually help. Now I think about it, which I don't want to give in. I don't want to do what the billionaires are telling me to do, because they're telling me that I should cut down on a meal, which if they just said, hey, fatty, you're getting fat, stop being a fatty. Okay. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Oh no, not the cheese stick. Dude, cheese sticks rule. Can we just say that yeah, cheese sticks are the Sargento. It has to be Sargento. I like Sargento cheese sticks. I don't know why, but they have that proper pull. If you get the other one, the crazy string cheese or crazy cheese, I forgot what the hell it's called. It's got it's got the green package with the character on it. Not as good. It gets too stringy. I like the ones that have the nice pull. You know what I mean? Yeah. This is a punch friendly space. I know it is, but I gotta get better at this, man. I'm turning 40 this year, man. I gotta buckle down. I gotta start working out again. I mean, I go for walks more often than I probably ever expected to, because walking's nice. I actually like going for walks a lot now. Although it is 83 degrees and humid as shit outside today, so I think that I am more than happy to spend it in this cold ass basement with the AC running. I'm okay with it. I hate sticky weather. Anna, no offense, but you live in one of the worst states for that shit. I cannot stand Florida humidity. I hate it. I would so much rather have just 100 degrees of dry heat like the desert. None taken. I hate it too. Yeah, that sucks. Hey, excuse me. Hey, come here. Explain yourself. Come here. Come here. Explain yourself. Come here. I'm going to explain yourself to chat. Yes. You must explain yourself to chat. Say, hello, I'm Catzilla. For those that do not know, this is Catzilla. He is such a little putz. Yes, you are. Oh, but he's so cute. Oh, you're gonna lay down? Oh, yeah, that's cute. So like whenever I do that, I'll like kind of swing over and just kind of like try to nudge him off my lap. But then he'll just be like, no. I'm alt, so wearing dark colors and big oversized clothes gets hot and sweaty fast. Yeah. Alt. Yeah, I guess I'm technically alt. I don't know. I've had moments where I've toyed with it. Should I cut my hair? Should I start wearing suits and like actually dressing my age? No. I don't care. I hate the fact that we do this. Like I hate it. I hate it. I hate the fact that like people, they look at a dude like in his 40s and they're just like, oh, look at you. You're not wearing uncomfortable clothes or just something that's barely stylistic. Like, I'm like you. I like having my baggy ass clothes. Especially for someone like me who, fluctuates in paunch size. So having, extra large sweaters or a large, little bit extra space is never a bad thing. Suits are a sign of giving up. That's kind of what I thought. I'll be honest, when I saw Hassan wearing his suits, but then I also got mad because like he couldn't commit to whether he wanted to wear like the stylish suits or he wanted to do he wanted to rip Jake off. Like, honestly, dude, I got kind of upset where I was like, is he taking Jake's shtick? Because like Jake, for what it's worth, is one of the first guys that like I saw that had like the disheveled fucking look on here. And then somebody pointed out that there was like that essayist that does something similar. But I'm giving Jake his I was about to say. Only guy I trust in a suit. Life is too short to not enjoy your look. Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm gonna be real, man. Like I'm getting to that point where if I would love to be able to budget it, but I hate the fact that, yeah, again, for the rich, like only the rich can fix their fucking head. And when I say fix your head, I mean, in my case, I covered this on my show yesterday, but I have the dumbest fucking patch of hair on my stomach that, God, if they could just take that, put that up here, which is totally tenable, by the way, that's how they do it. I'm just not sure if it's that type of hair. I do know that like technically like I found this out. So Ryan Sandberg of Cubs fame, he had this done and he was pretty open about it that they took like his donation area was his ass. I was like, oh shit. That's kind of funny. Oh, no. Yeah. I mean, listen, I'm hitting 40. I've noticed, like, I am on, like, a hair regimen, and, like, I mean, I'm okay. Like, I'm not losing as much hair as some of my contemporaries and some of, like, my friends. Like, I've gotten lucky in that regard. But I'm also noticing that there's not as, like, the baby hairs that used to, like, pop up are starting to not pop up as much. So, welcome to aging. But yes, there's a certain Sam Cedar approved nutrient that I take. I'll just say it. I take some Nutrafol, it's good. It is good. I will say, as far as like those hair treatment things, I did that and I did a Clinique one. Yeah, Clinique has one. It's like a hair serum. It was okay. I honestly, the serum didn't do as much, whereas this one works out. Hey, enough. Also, actually, for the ladies in the audience, Nutrafol, I would dare say would work really well if you have like some thinning hair. Like if my mom was still alive, I would have, gotten her a subscription to it because yeah, she She always had like thinning hair like that. My poor mom. She hated her hair so much. She used to. There's one time I remember vividly where she was in the bathroom. She's brushing her hair, right? And like she had a few tangles, and she just did the thing which you're not supposed to do, where she just gave in and she went and just like pulled. She had a nice little spot on the back of her head, and she like that did not come back.
Testing. Is this live? Let's see here. I'll put myself in the corner. There's no camera. I'm not using a camera right now. This is an auditory experience. Hopefully Ben will be joining me shortly, but if not, then I will be here on my own, which is a wonderful time for all involved. So I am coming here right now to talk about the 1 year mark for a little stupid fucking YouTube channel here that is still functional. It is still functional. The roof is leaking, but the snowstorm has not yet barged it in. So we are still here 1 year later. I would like to say thank you to our rest in peace to the letter hack. We all missed the letter hack, and the burial went fine. The procession was okay. So thank you all to the letter hack. And we got Ben Dixon, who is a pastor, by the way. I think he's out talking to God right now, which is something I'm quite concerned with, if I can tell you the truth. But so he's out talking to God. And so is the letter hack in other ways. He's talking to God in some other fashions. But either way, I am here as a reminder that we're still here. So we've been here for 1 year. Is it any good? It's all right. It's okay. It's could be worse. But the real thing to factor in is that this is only the first year. Max the dog is playing with toys. I don't know if you can hear anything. We do have some plans for the second year, and hopefully they go without a hitch. But there might be a hitch. So we had a couple hitches over the last year, and so hopefully, after we recover from our discombobulation, we can soar into greatness for the next 1 year. But I know a lot of people thought that we wouldn't be able to do this for 1 year. Now you may say that we haven't in some ways, but I say that we have. I think we're still here. It's actually really easy to hit a button and go live as long as other people show up. And that's kind of the gist here. People continue to show up on this space. Not that many people showed up today. We had a couple people that were like calling in sick on our big 1 year. Hey, I know it's the 1 year of the space, but my wife's got cancer. I can't make it. That's someone said that to me once. My wife's got cancer. I can't come in today. Like, come on, man. What the fuck? But no one's wife has cancer, by the way. It's just a joke. Little humor. Just to lighten the situation. But either way, even though we had everyone calling sick today, that's fine. A lot of sickness going around in our world. But anyway, so the media landscape is is that real? That was just a joke. Anyway, the media landscape has changed in the last year. And it's going to continue to change over the next year. Hopefully, YouTube doesn't do anything that would cause us any consternation. But if it does, I guarantee you we will still be around, regardless of if anyone has cancer or, any other sort of bone marrow disruption. Someone I know recently actually had a bone marrow situation. I don't know if you know what this is, but there's bone marrow. So it's like so you have your bones, right? And then inside is the marrow, and that's like a separate thing. Anyway, someone was having a bone marrow transfusion, and they called me up and said, "Hey, and I don't know what to say when someone has a bone marrow transfusion." But anyway, that's how I feel like this space is 1 year down the line. It's a little bit like a bone marrow transfusion. And so right now we're transfusing ourselves from an internet that did exist, where people could make videos and get noticed without, bots running everything. And, but again, we're transitioning into a new world. And, again, this Trump administration is cracking down. I saw that Hassan Piker, everyone's favorite internet man, is getting targeted. I saw that guy from the Midas Touch was that what it's called? He got targeted too. So I mean, in a lot of ways, maybe it's better to start slow and build up slowly. But either way, we're still here. And also, if anyone knows anyone that wants to join this space productions. Someone needs a bone marrow transfusion. So, if anyone has any extra bone marrow lying around, we're not accepting money yet. A lot of people have asked us if we're going to accept money. The thing is, like, what are we going to use it for? I don't know. Maybe we'll accept money, but for right now, I think people need to hold on to their dollars for the time being. But it's been a lot of fun for the first year, and I'm hoping that the second year goes well. I'm not sure if Ben will be joining me this evening. I told him to join me. He confirmed with me several hours ago that he would be here. But, again, the Lord is calling him. The Lord is calling him. So, and the Lord is calling all of us. I saw that in the news today, Donald Trump is allegedly floating nuclear bombs again. Just going to bomb up, so maybe the Lord is calling us all. But either way, if you know anyone that would like to watch this space, be sure to let them know. If you know anyone that would like to join this space, be sure to get them into to contact with us. If you would like to join this space, we hope that people can get inspired. We've always got some slots open to join, and we also need more entertainment here on this space. Not news entertainment, but we want some. If you know how to use a skateboard, if you're a skateboarder, and you want to make a little tape of yourself skateboarding, we will run it on this space. If you're a professional pickleball player and you want to make a little music video of your best shots in pickleball, as long as the music's not copyright, we will run it on this space. So that's some other stuff as well. But again, thank you all for watching. I know there's not many watching, but thank you. I do appreciate it. It is nice to know that at least one person is watching. And as long as we have at least one viewer, I think we'll be fine. Is the producer still here? Where's the producer? Do we have a producer? Where's the producer? I'd like to say thank you to the producer. Our producer is here. Our producer has been the one actually doing most of the work. I don't really do any work. I do a lot of work. I'm working all the time. I'm working 24/7. Actually, I'm extremely busy. But the producer has been here. We have a producer, so I'd like to say thank you to the producer for doing this, for producing the show. Again, most people, they just show up, they do a show. The producer is here producing all the time. And so without our producer, we would not be here at this current moment in time. Can you believe it? We got a producer. I don't even know what a producer is. I'll be honest. What is a producer? If you, depending on the art medium, it's a different thing, right? So in music, a producer, is someone who kind of messes with the actual music, right? But in movies, a producer is someone that just kind of gives the director a bunch of money and is annoying, And then in this little internet thing, people call a producer someone that clicks the buttons in the background. That's a producer. I don't know. I guess I don't know what a producer is, but we have one. We have a producer here on this space industry. So everyone say thank you to the producer for producing. I used to call him an amateur deucer. He was not able to deuce at a level that I deemed proficient enough. But at this point, 1 year in, I think calling him a producer, I think is acceptable. So everyone, thank you to the producer, and thank you to our contributors. We have many contributors that do live and many that send us materials. So if you are not someone that wants to do a live show, but again, you have a little skateboarding mixtape or something, or maybe you just talk about politics, but you don't want to do it on a live show. I mean, talking about politics on a live show is kind of scary. What if you make a mistake and then you can't rewind or delete it? It's kind of embarrassing. But anyway, I would never do that, obviously. But someone else maybe would want to do clips or whatever. If you got something you want to say about the news and you want to share it, this is a space for you to be able to do that. But anyway, I am rambling now. I will see you all next year. Also, don't forget, welcome to Fville. It's the best show on this space. Tell your friends. All right, producer, do your job.